to victory. We're the army and proud of our name. We're the army and proud. March along, sing a song with the army of the free. Count the brave, count the true, who have fought to victory. We're the army and proud of our name. We're the army and proud. March along, sing a song with the army of the free. Count the brave, count the true, who have fought to victory. We're the
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us from all over the world. I see some of you are already checking in. This is the event of the year, Bergagårdhof number 5 in the order. And we are very pleased to join you here from the south of Sweden. My name is Petey and beside me here is Victor.
Indeed, and for you today we have more production quality than ever, more enthusiastic players than ever, better studio, better game, and better life. And we are so happy to see you all here in the chat, already writing, already supporting us, already watching our game. We are the Hygge HOI community. We have some guides up on YouTube. You can become our Patreon to ensure that we can do this even better in the future. And now we are soon getting into a full stream of World War II from the 1st of January 1936 until capitulation. And we are very glad to have you with us.
And you may be an experienced Hearts of Iron player, you may be a World War II aficionado, or maybe you're just tuning in for the first time wondering what the hell is this? And we will try to make sure that you all feel very welcome. And we are sitting in the Allied house actually, so me and Victor and our two techs, Mossberg and Lucas, we are down in the basement in the garage. And above us, one floor above, sits all the allies physically in the same space. And in another house, 10 kilometers from here, we have the Axis. And new for this year, we actually have our own man inside the Axis, our press correspondent, Andreas. Andreas, could you tell us what's going on in the Axis side of things?
So, behind me we have the Euro Axis players. They're going to play, for example, Germany, Italy, Spain. We have Romania, we have Hungary, we have Bulgaria. And in a side room, which we will explore later on, we also have the Axis in the Pacific, Japan and Manchuria. So we are casting live from this event, and we're going to join you and just give you a perspective what's happening on the Axis side of things. It is going to be amazing. So, the studio, back to you.
We are getting into introducing our players here that will be facing off on the battlefield in a short manner of time.
Yes, so we will start introducing the players that will be involved in the Spanish Civil War, because we hear that things are tense down in Spain.
Indeed, some political instability. Things are really building up to something in Spain there, so we'll see what happens.
Yes, and we will start with the Axis players. I'm hearing myself right now. And why don't we start with the big bad wolf himself? And the big bad wolf, of course, being Germany, the Führer, so to speak. And playing Germany, we have an experienced set of hands. It is Volk. And Volk is one of our most experienced players. He's part of the Central Committee. He has 11 veterancy stars, which means, I don't know,
More than 50 games.
more than 55 games, I think.
You usually say you have to do something for 10,000 hours to become really good at it. And I say Falk probably has reached that point with Hearts of Iron 4. Scary Germany indeed.
Definitely. He actually played Germany in our first ever Hygge game back in 2016 when the game was newly released. And he's played it a total of 11 times. But the last time he played it, he lost. So he will probably be looking out for getting some revenge there.
Indeed, and with him on Germany, he will be supported by Sticky as the co-controller. He's one of our players from the Shetland Islands. He has 8 veterancy stars, so it's not very far behind his leader there. And the last game he played Germany was the one without the studio, which was not costed. But I don't know, how did he perform, Petey?
I think actually they won. No, wait. I'm unsure. I wasn't present because it wasn't costed. So yeah, I don't know. But that was he actually played Germany last game, so he should be pretty fresh on the German side of things. Sticky and Falk, they are friends from before the Hygge era. They've played a lot of games together, so they are very used to cooperating. I've tried probing to see who will do what, but Falk will say that they will each do what's needed. So a very flexible, cooperative gameplay from them, I think.
Indeed.
And a scary Germany to face, to be sure. Moving on. The second biggest country in the Euro axis is Italy, and Italy is played by Jonte.
Also a pair of very capable hands there.
Yeah.
Around 50 games, has been with us since the very start.
Definitely. And he also played Italy in the very, very first Hygge game back in 2016. So back to the roots, you could say. But he's only played them 2 more times since then, and the last time was in 2023. So let's see what he does with it.
A bit rusty perhaps, but the thing is also Italy is one of those countries that has not really changed that much since the game was released. So good potential there.
Yeah, and reportedly he's going for a tank Italy. So he will begin with infantry and special forces, the usual things you usually see from Italy. But then he will transition into tanks and try to threaten the allies down in North Africa on his own.
Yeah, indeed, a tank Italy. Hopefully he will be able to perform better than Italy did historically with their tank divisions in Northern Africa.
Yeah, he most certainly will, I think. Moving on then to the Far East. And in the Far East, on Japan, we have Stationary as the main controller. And Stationary has been with us in the community since 2022. And he's played in every grand game since then. So perfect attendance record. And he's grown into one of the community's absolute strongest players. He's played Japan 4 times in our grand games, and he's been on the winning side in about half of them. But you know how it is with Japan. They can win their theater completely, but if Berlin falls, you still lose the game. And he usually dominates the Pacific theater.
And Stationary is supported by Ivas on here, which has been with the community since the absolute beginning. And he has played a lot of the US in the past. So he has played both Japan and the United States, which is the 2 nations that will be facing off in the Pacific theater. So hopefully for Japan, he will bring some experiences from the other side of the war. It will be interesting to see how they cooperate if they manage to coordinate a dangerous Japan on the high seas.
Yeah, they've never played on the same country before, as far as I know, but they have faced each other on opposite sides. So, yeah, they should bring good perspectives to bear. And their strategy is to do a quick and solid China war, which I'm sure they've practiced a lot because it's against the AI. And then they plan to go for Singapore and Sumatra and Borneo, and then straight on to threaten the British Raj.
Yes.
Yes. And then we have the main character, so to speak, in the Spanish Civil War, playing Spain. We have August. And August joined the community only last year, but he's had pretty solid attendance since then and has earned 2 veterancy stars. It's his first time playing Spain, but he's grown a lot in the last year, playing a lot of majors, mostly in the Pacific theater.
Indeed, it will be interesting to see how all of those perform. And now moving on to the allies.
Yes, so now you're hopefully getting the view from the Allied house, and the big red menace in the east, the Soviet Union. As the main controller there, we have Boppus, and Boppus is a member of the Central Committee. He makes half of the guides for our channel, if you've watched any of them. He is notorious for his love of Excel and excessive preparations, as well as his hate for civilian
Not at all
factories.
creepy.
He is definitely strongest on the macro and the preparation side of things, but not at all weak on the micro either.
And speaking of that, I mean, he really excels, pun intended, at making Excel sheets. He really excels at making guides for our channel as well, and we implore you all to subscribe to our YouTube channel to watch all our guides. And if you become our Patreon, you will get like 50% more guides, and that means you will become 50% better at the game.
Yeah, and by now there's quite a big library of Patreon-exclusive guides for you if you become a Patreon at patreon.com/HyggeGaming. We will keep repeating that for you during the stream for sure.
Indeed.
Yeah, and supporting Boppus, we have Sean, and Sean is a Brit living in Berlin. He's been with the community for almost 2 years now, but this is the first time we will see him face to face, so quite nice to shake his hand. He's accrued 2 veterancy stars so far. He's only played with the Soviets with us once before, but he was on the winning side back then.
Indeed he was. And the third controller, we have 3 players from the Soviet Union, a long front to control pretty much where the game is decided quite often. And we have Remefors, which is a 6-star general that's been in the community for 4 years.
Thank you.
Solid player that has some experience playing the Soviet Union and also extensive experience on the Eastern Front. So it's a dangerous Soviet Union here, and we will see how they perform once we get into the actual war.
Definitely. And they're going for a classic Boppus build. I'm a bit sad because Boppus had something really special planned for us. He planned to go 100% cavalry on the Eastern Front, and that would have been glorious to see. But just after conversation with the Badger day before yesterday, they decided on not doing that. So it's a bit sad. So instead he's going for a classic Boppus build, lots of garrisons. Boppus loves his garrisons. So we'll have a pretty slow moving front line, but it will be numerous and meaty.
Indeed it will. And the last Allied player that we're going to present before we get into the game and more talking to you guys in the chat that are the wonderful people supporting us is France.
Yes. France is played by Sarge Hygge. He's a 6-star general, a good all-round player. He's played many majors, and indeed he's played almost every country available, but he's never played the Free French. So this would be his first time in that role. And reportedly he's going for a massive amount of infantry early on to stop folk and the stickies advance.
Yeah, and France is one of those countries you at home might wonder who wants to play France, right? They're going to capitulate. But Free France in exile can actually punch well above their weight. And when you're a government in exile as well, you have to remember that you don't really know where the people are going to appear, right? You can send some stuff to North Africa, you can send some stuff for a D-Day. You don't know where you have them, so dangerous France, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And I see already in the chat here we have a bunch of known faces. Milo, Saxoliv, Matte Nilsson. We're very glad to have you regulars joining us for this stream. It makes us feel right at home. And we are still actually in the lobby, and I'm getting the sound from the Axis house now, which is a bit confusing, but yeah. Yeah, so we're still in the lobby. Let's see, why haven't we started?
Yeah, we have some people joining up here, but welcome to everyone watching, to all our regulars. And this time we are also sponsored by Paradox. We have one guy in the YouTube chat saying here, what is this XD? What a strange advert on the HOI channel. And indeed, we are live on the Hearts of Iron official channel. So we are hoping to get a lot of new viewers in today that has never been with our community before. And to all of you, we wish you a dear welcome to the Hygge HOI community and our grand Bergagårdhof 5 game.
Yeah, and what sets the Hygge community apart from other communities is that we don't focus that much on skill level. Indeed, today we have at least 3 players joining us for the absolute first time. They've only played a bit of single player before, never played multiplayer. And conversely, we have people who play competitive Hearts of Iron multiplayer every week. So there's a big difference in the skill level. But what's common among all our players is that they are a person that you would like to have a beer with. So we put the emphasis on personal skills rather than game skills. You could
we
say.
put the emphasis on hygge, you could say,
Yeah.
which is a Danish-Norwegian word for coziness.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed.
And we actually got some positive remarks from Paradox once they checked out our community. They were like, "What? How did you do it? Like, there are only positive comments on your YouTube, and not at all the negative energy you often see in online environments." So we are very proud of this.
Indeed. Thanks to the community for being so loving and caring. And we have a question, what's the game ground rules? And basically this is a historical Hearts of Iron game, so certain things are going to happen. We're going to have the Spanish Civil War, we're going to have the outbreak of the war between Germany and Poland, and then the war in proper around the same time as historically. And we're going to have Barbarossa during some set intervals. So a lot of the things you will recognize from... but some of the things, if you know your history, is going to be traditionally World War II. But some things might play out differently. Especially, we don't know who's going to win yet, right?
Yeah.
And also, you might see some shenanigans. We have seen Albanians paradropping supply lines in the Soviet Union. We have seen naval invasions across the Black Sea. A lot of those innovative things might really change the outcome of our games, and have so in the past. So we're looking forward to a balanced and intense and an engaging game, both for our players and you viewers out there.
Yes, and to your question, we actually have a long list of rules of things you cannot do. We'll see if we can post it in the chat later on, but there are a bunch of rules, like divisions have to be at least 10 width. I think mobile divisions, like tank divisions, have to be at least 30 width, and there are a bunch of rules like that for balance and game purposes. It would be hard to go through them all, but
we really want a balanced game here. That's really what we strive to do. We have our very skilled players, we have new players, and we try to divide them so that we get a long, interesting, and undecisive game until the very end. And I think that's something we will reach today once again.
And we could say we are playing with the Hygge mod, which is a version of their Finest Bra mod, which is a multiplayer mod that is used very often for playing multiplayer games. And we also keep a close look at their rule set to make sure that everything is fair and square. And with that, we are actually starting the game right now. We are no longer in the lobby simulator. And we'll see. I'm a bit unsure if it's my computer or your computer.
We have gotten assurances from technicians that we should not mind that. We should just be nice to you good people out there and make an exciting game, and they will handle the background. And that's the amazing part about our Bergagårdhof games, because we have an amazing team of technicians sitting behind the door we're looking at right now, controlling everything, making sure that you have the best experience possible at home. Because when we do our grand games, we usually have me and Peter sitting, and it's a bit more finicky.
Yeah, it's a real privilege to be able to focus on the commentating and casting and not have to worry about all the technical stuff. And speaking about safe pairs of hands, we have Mosberg and Lucas, who were the OG technicians in our very first cast, so that feels safe. But also in the other house, helping out Andreas, our Axis correspondent, we have Gabriel, which is a new addition to the technical team. And,
indeed, and he's a network technician, I think. So hopefully we won't have any, desyncs and stuff.
Yeah,
he will bless us with his technical ability in the network side of things.
No worries about the skill levels there. I'm thinking maybe we should start presenting the other players a bit.
Yeah, why not?
But the question is if we will have time to present them all before the Spanish Civil War breaks out. But considering they were so slow to start and we haven't even unpaused the game, maybe we should actually do that. Let's have a look in the chat here. when are our great casters opening the first can of beer? Yeah, I was actually thinking about that, El Pato Noruego. My throat is already getting sore.
Yeah.
So maybe we should,
Maybe it's
actually
time for a beer quite early today. I
we should
feel
actually
that
ask for a beer.
the occasion
quite
calls
soon.
for it. Now when we have the technical team, we can also start drinking earlier because we need less of the technical stuff and more of the social stuff with you guys.
And a new innovation for this year is we have these beautiful beer glasses.
Indeed.
So we're not drinking out of shitty plastic cups.
We are following the European Union's directive of single-use plastic, of course, in this Hygge HOI stream. So now we have clay mugs
Yes.
made in Germany.
We are very mindful of the environment, and we're sitting in an unheated garage right now. And we were hoping to be sitting, at least us casters, we were hoping to be sitting out on the glassed patio with lots of light and white colors and nice, comfortable sofas. But apparently, there's a storm coming in.
Yeah, there is a storm happening now. So we have retreated to the bunker here, and but you will be joining us up on the upper floor later on when we run around and talk to our players and see how tense the situation is in here. In that the day goes on, we are going to get into the war. We're going to have a lot of things happening, and we're glad to have you joining us for that.
Yes, and let's have a look around the game here. We are not yet unpaused. If we zoom out a bit, you can see the state of the world as it is in 1936, and so far everything is historical before the players start messing things up. One thing you could note is that some areas are gray and without countries, and this is for performance issues. So there are some AI-controlled countries that are simply not here. If you have a look at Colombia and Peru and Chile, for example, they are not in the game, and this is a part of the mod. So you know.
Yeah. Indeed, and we are using a version of their finest bra, which is a competitive HOI mod where some balances have been made in order to make it fit better for esports.
Yeah.
We are not that esports focused here. Then again, the Hygge HOI community has competed in some proper tournaments, not with great success as of yet, but I'm sure we will win eventually.
Yes, and having a look here at the player map mode, this looks a bit worrying. It looks like Remmerfors is actually the main controller for the Soviets, but yeah, that won't mind. They're still going after Boppus's Excel sheets. I saw him just a few minutes ago. He's got like, I don't know, a bunch of Excel sheets where he's crunching the numbers for his build, which is, as we said, quite new.
It's interesting to see, like the Spanish Civil War, it might seem like a not that important war, but we will have volunteers coming in from the Soviet Union, from France, from Germany, from Japan, and from Italy, for example. And those volunteers will get experience. They will get traits on their generals, maybe not full traits, but start working towards them at least. And that can really shift the positions later on. For example, if the Soviet Union gets a couple of experienced mountaineer divisions from the Spanish Civil War, those can be used for great effect later on against Finland, for example, in the Winter War. So while the Spanish Civil War might not be what decides the game, it really sets the tone, and it's really the way of the players starting to feel each other out, try to get some encirclement, consider what the others are doing.
Definitely. I'm thinking before we can say too much about the game, we should move on with the presentations. And so I would like to ask our Axis technicians to go out with their cameras so we can start looking at the remaining Axis players we have not yet introduced. And I'm just giving them a few seconds to get in position because they were not prepared for this, but I'm sure they're thinking on their feet and getting out there. Gabriel, are you with us with the camera? I hope you are. So, on Manchukuo, which is a part of the Asia axis, we actually have two players this time, which is the first time we have two players playing Manchukuo. And this is from their request, of course. Usually you don't consider Manchukuo a country that needs two players. But playing Manchukuo as the main controller, we have Tvorik. And he played with his first game with us back in 21, but he's only had a rather spotty attendance record since then. And he only has 2 veterancy stars, even though he's been with us for 4 years. He played Brazil in the last grand game, but before that, he hasn't played a game since December. He's never played Manchu before, nor any country at all in the Pacific Theater. And joining him is Louise, which is his girlfriend. It's the first time she's playing with the community, and I would like to say welcome to Louise, welcome to the Hygge community.
Indeed.
Yes, and since Emily couldn't attend this time, Louise will be our only female player. So yeah, special kudos to her for joining this pack of wild boys.
A step for equality in the Hygge community, no doubt.
Yeah.
And also, I think this opens up a lot of potential, because Manchu usually only has 1 player, right?
Yes.
But it is a big country, especially if you go big Manchu, you're going to have quite a large industry, quite some impact in the Raj front and so on. So perhaps they can actually do something with this, being 2 players on Manchu. It will be hard to miss things. It will be easier to control the somewhat impactful country that Manchu can really be. So it will be interesting to see how Japan actually uses this possible advantage that Manchu has this game.
Additionally, we usually have a player on Siam, but today we do not. So Manchu is the only support that Japan will get out here in the East, which puts an extra burden of responsibility on Torik and Luis. Yeah.
Indeed, and we'll see. Actually, we have heard that the Allies are actually having a bit of a plan to go hard in the East, right?
Yeah.
And we'll see if this works out in their favor, or if the Axis manages to stave off the Allies' early assaults.
Yeah, we'll talk a bit more about that later. Let that be a teaser for you. But the Japanese game plan is, as I said before, they will go for Singapore quickly. They will take Sumatra and Borneo. And then they will head towards the British Raj. So we'll see how that goes for them. Next up, we are moving over to the Balkans. And on the Kingdom of Romania, we have Lövgren, and he's been with the community from the start, 2016. He's got 6 veterancy stars. He's played Romania 3 times before, but not since 2018, so 7 years ago.
Yeah, and a lot has happened there as well. So we'll see. I mean, he is no stranger to the Eastern Front indeed, but it remains to be seen if things have changed for the better or for the worse for him during these years.
And he's going for a classical Romania build, infantry and special forces, which we usually see. And this will be very relevant soon. I will let you know why. But moving on the Kingdom of Hungary, we have Stan. And Stan is one of our real-life military men. He's been with the community since 2021. He's got a very spotty attendance record, so only has 2 veterancy stars. His last game as a player was at the last Bergagårdhof a year ago, where he was one of the Soviet players. He's been in the studio with us 4 times, so he's got one of these. No,
indeed. No, I have a.
Yeah, you don't have the T-shirt, but we get an award for being in the studio a bunch of times.
I think every 4th game or so we get the Tokyo Rose Award.
Yeah, so he's got one of those, I think. His responsibility in this game is actually huge, and this is a bit unorthodox. He will be going for an infantry Hungary. You usually see Hungary going for medium tanks or some sort of mobile division, but he's going for an infantry build so that Germany does not have to. So Falk on Germany can play to his strengths, playing around with tanks and airplanes, and Stan will have to take the responsibility of holding the line, basically.
Yeah, I mean that's a big delegation to give to the Axis miners in the Balkans. This might be a hit or miss opportunity for the Axis. Indeed.
It's a risky move, to say the least. It's a risky move. Moving on to Bulgaria.
Yes.
The Tsardom of Bulgaria. We have Trana. And Trana, he joined the community just over a year ago and has since earned his first veterancy stars. It's his first time playing Bulgaria, or indeed any of the Balkan countries. So a lot of firsts in this game, as I was saying. His assignment is to build mobile offensive divisions, quite a common strategy for Bulgaria. probably some kind of motorized, mechanized infantry paired with some sort of armor, I would presume.
Yeah, we have seen some unorthodox strategies from Bulgaria historically. We have seen naval invasions across the Black Sea here, where you go from like Varna or Burgas, and you go over and invade Batumi, and you go here and you take all the oil from the Caucasus Mountains and really stifle the Soviets. We had a game decided in favor of the Axis due to that once, but we have heard no news of it as of this game, so we'll see.
We will see indeed. Moving on. On Finland, we actually had a person who had to cancel in the last minute. So we had to make an exception to our only in-person rule. So on Finland, we have Rosen playing. Rosen is joining us from the Shetland Islands. So he's sitting there on his little island and he is playing Finland remotely. It's a bit sad, and we reluctantly accepted the remote player because we want everyone to be present here at Bergagårdhof. We even had an idea to put Victor on Finland at the last minute, but
you would have missed me in the studio.
Yeah, I would have definitely. I would have definitely. But this sort of makes the balance on the Eastern Front a bit hard to predict, because Rosen is one of our strongest players. He has never played Finland before in one of our grand games, but he's played many other major countries, and he's also one of those players who plays weekly almost in other communities online. So he's a very, very solid, dependable player.
And it will be interesting to see how this pans out, right? Because we often say that it's a huge advantage in Bergagårdhof that you sit, like, for example, in the Axis House, we have Japan and Manchu sitting at one table, able to talk to each other continuously in a way that you don't really get on Discord, right? But Finland is kind of isolated. They are on their own in the Finnish Winter War. It's a lot of finicky micro things and planning. And actually being at home, sober, well-rested, and well-prepared might actually play to his advantage, I think. So,
yeah, I wouldn't count on him being sober, though. You never know.
That's true, that's true. But you shouldn't count Finland out this game just because he's sitting on the Shetland Islands, because I think he might be able to perform above expectations.
Yeah, I would say apart from Germany, Finland could be the greatest threat towards the Soviet Union in this game. But we'll see. And we'll head to more predictions later on. We saw some questions in the chat earlier if we had any predictions, and I'm sure
yeah, we will get into those.
Victor will be ready to call the game very soon.
I usually predict things too early and they end up not panning out, but we'll see how it goes this time.
Okay, so we have some questions that we didn't address in the chat, so let's go through some of them. The Spanish Civil War does have rules against general grinding. You can't go on forever. Same with the Ethiopian War that Italy starts in. You can't train your generals for an eternity. Let's see.
Yeah, we have Barbarossa here. It is historical, but it doesn't necessarily happen in the same year as it did historically, but it has to occur in between March and August, and a year from 1941 and onwards, basically. So.
Yes, and I think according to the rules, Germany is allowed to declare. I mean, the Soviet Union is allowed to declare on Germany if they wait too long as well. So there are rules about all of this. I'm unsure about the exact details, but there are.
We haven't seen before that the Soviets actually have declared Barbarossa ever, right? Because that would be a very big in favor of the Allies.
Mongolia, we have Hygge, and he is an experienced player. He's been in the community all the way since 2017, and 6 veterans he stars. He's never played the grand games, but he's played the Soviets several times. Absolutely no stranger to the Eastern Front. I think he's going with some kind of mobile unit. Mongolia does have some pretty interesting generals and buffs for mobile units. You can see here Genghis Khan's Force Ghost which gives...
Yeah, we're ready to start. Allies are ready. Remy has a bottle of gin.
Probably some mobile divisions supporting the Soviet Union.
Yeah, they have done strong showings with like rocket artillery on Mongolia. Has been very impactful in some previous games. So he probably remembers that. We'll see if he goes exactly.
The Allies flags are really cool.
They can make quite a lot of small mobile divisions that can really punch, but if they get encircled and die, then they're basically out of the game, right? Because they do not have the industry to get that back.
Yeah. Just as an aside here, I was looking at the construction menu here for the Soviet Union, and you can see here Don is building factories, and this is to goal. Because Don's basic tenet is that you should never build factories, just go to military factories.
We have someone in the chat saying that they are here in the studio now because there is too much sound from the house. I don't know which house, but both houses are probably quite excited for the game to start. So we'll see if the technicians get on that. And
I'm sure you will. Maybe we could just speak up, Victor. Should we speak
indeed.
up a bit?
Let's talk loudly.
If you can hear us now, we were saying on Mongolia we have Skoginge, and experienced player, been with us since 2017. That was basically it. Probably mobile divisions.
Yeah.
Moving on to the home of the brave, the land of the free, the United States of America. And on the United States of America, as the main controller, we have Snistan. Snistan is a member of the Central Committee, a co-founder of the community, also my little brother. He's played with the US 10 times before, and this is one of his comfort picks. He likes not being threatened by invasion that much, just coming in as the savior on the white horse towards the end. He's usually very light on the prep side, you could say. He shows up usually a few minutes late, but he really kicks ass when he does. He's a really strong micro player.
Yeah, indeed, and they have some interesting things planned here. They are really going for an arsenal of democracy build, right? Because we are often irritated in the studio by looking at the logistics tab, for example, and seeing that you have a surplus of 40,000 infantry equipment on the United States and a deficit of 40,000 on the Soviets, and then the Soviets lose, right?
Yeah.
And we think that they have thought about this game because they are going to put a lot of factories towards building things for the Allies and really being a strong support player for the Allies in this game. And it will be interesting to see if that can give them the edge.
Yeah, the plan is actually to put 60 factories on medium tanks and send them all to the Soviet Union. So Boppus and the rest there, they will get a huge influx of Sherman tanks, and this should really tip the scales there. But joining Snistan on the US, we have Yuri, and Yuri is from the Netherlands. He joined the community last summer, and I think almost his second game he flew over here to Sweden to join us in Bergagårdhof 4. He has rather quickly become one of our strongest players in the community, and he's played the US twice already. And I think he should be a good pairing together with Snistan. They've never played together on the same country before, but I think his structure and Snistan's experience and micro skills will be a really good pairing.
I believe so. Also, like the structure, Snistan usually goes innovative, right? Oh, I'm going to try something new. I'm going to do this new shenanigans, new tactics. Yeah. And I think you need to balance that with structure and tactical expertise, right? So you don't go too wild, but you still don't stifle the innovation that can occur.
Yeah, and they actually have quite an interesting strategy. They will try to hold the Philippines. The Philippines start as a puppet of the United States. We do have rules against pre-placing in allied countries before the war, so the US, for example, would not be allowed to place troops in Australia. But since the Philippines start as a puppet of the United States, this is one area where they are allowed to place troops, and they plan to contest the Philippines, which is very uncommon. You don't see this at all. Usually the US hangs back in the beginning while the Japanese have their insane buffs with Tora, and they try to retake their territory later on. But they plan to contest from day one, as well as harassing the South China Sea. So Japanese shipping going through the area, which should be considerable, will be harassed by American airplanes and submarines, perhaps.
Yeah, and that will be interesting to see because we have seen a lot of games. People need to control the sea zones, right? You notice that your convoys get sunk, that your equipment doesn't reach the front lines, and then you realize, oh, we're getting sunk in this ocean tile, right? And you have to click it like this and deactivate it to put it to being blocked so you don't get sunk. But you need to notice that in the stress of things. If you have like 3 or 4 fronts open, a lot of stuff going on, then you might have like 100 or 200 convoys just being sunk, and then like, oh shit, we're going through this small chokehold which is being raided by our opponents. Yeah. And that is one thing that will come into play later on.
So we are running in the game right now, but we should have some time to present the rest of the players before the war in Spanish Civil War kicks off. And so moving on to the faction leader of the Allies. On the United Kingdom, we have the Badger himself. He is the maker of guides and the builder of navies, the Navy guy. He's played in every single Grand game since the inception of the Hygge community in 2016. And he is now playing his comfort country, the United Kingdom, which he has played 12 times before in our Grand games. And yeah, he's playing a rather standard UK build, a lot of infantry, a lot of airplanes, a navy, of course. They have some really interesting strategies for this game. He's going to send a bunch of airplanes to the Soviet Union to support them. They will, of course, protect El Alamein and Egypt from the Axis advance. And as soon as the German tanks leave El Alamein to prepare for the Barbarossa campaign, they plan to do a daring attack in Asia early on.
Interesting.
So they will try to attack around Burma, where the Japanese and Manchu forces should be gunning towards the Raj. And if they are successful in encircling the Japanese, this could be a devastating blow towards Japan early on. So
we're going to see a lot of fighting in like Siam and the Raj, and there's a lot of focus on the Asia axis, which we have not really seen before. That will be interesting.
Yeah, but it will have to be a quick tour, because after that they will need to go back to execute the next part of the Badger's plan, and this is to invade Greece early on. So Badger, he plans to invade around Athens. And this is a thing I've been advocating for a long time, because if you have a look at the terrain here in Greece, there's a lot of mountains, nice choke points, easy to hold on to. So it's easy to invade here and then hold on to it. He plans to take Athens and then build a port out here on the Aegean Islands. You see the land connection here between Athens and the islands. So you can retreat out to the islands, and he plans to build a naval base there so his troops can safely evacuate if needed. So that's also something to look out for.
Very interesting play.
They're also going for an invasion of Narvik later on, which is about the same principle. It's lots of mountains, lots of choke points. You can take a bite out of Norway, and then you can hold on to it. So that's something to look out for later on.
Yes.
Yes. Moving on. On South Africa. On South Africa, we have Anton playing, and Anton has only played 5 Grand games in total with the community, and he's never played South Africa before, but he did play Bulgaria in his last game, which is also a somewhat similar country, you could say.
Yeah, it might not seem similar, but you're going to have like quite like 4 or 5 big tank divisions that are important to your faction, but if you lose them, you're kind of out. It's a bit of the same mechanic, really.
Yeah, yeah. He's going for a classic South Africa build with heavy tanks. So it's not a huge country. He will probably have about 3 divisions of heavy tanks once the war breaks out, but they are heavy hitters. Not very fast, but very strong. Yeah, that's South Africa. And now, moving on, these next two players that we present is actually quite fun, because they are both named Frederick Anderson, and they are from the same small town, And none of them have played with the community before. You might think that they are bots or clones or something like that, but they are real people. I met them yesterday. I talked to them, and
They're nice people, it seems.
they are nice people. So the first one, Anderson. Anderson, he spells Anderson with a Z. That's why he's called Anderson. So he plays the first game with the community, like I said. Welcome to the community, Anderson. And yeah, he's playing Brazil. Brazil is a country that has a pretty huge potential. It's a late bloomer like the United States. It's like a tiny United States, you could say. And he will probably be building infantry, I would
Yeah,
guess.
I mean, Brazil is one of those countries you're generally quite safe early on. You have a lot of manpower. If you plan properly, if you manage to actually use all of that industry, you can have high impact, especially if the game goes on for longer and longer and longer and people start getting manpower issues and equipment issues. Brazilian infantry can actually play some role. It also holds the important resource of rubber, which is needed even more in the late game to build trucks and tanks and stuff like that.
Yeah, we've actually seen a player playing Brazil and just building a bunch of rubber factories as well, being the the rubber factory for the Allied faction, you could say. But hopefully he will get to do something more fun than that. You can see him stacking up here on infrastructure and civilian factories. So that's Anderson. And now moving to the next Frederick A, who we will call Hygge. He's playing Holland.
Yeah.
Or the Netherlands, sorry, Yuri. You can't call the Netherlands Holland. They will be like, oh no, Holland's just a region in the Netherlands. The Netherlands, of course.
True.
So, like I said, Hygge is joining us for the first time. Welcome to the community, Hygge. Holland is in a tough position. I mean, their home country will be run over. That's a given. I think we even have rules about how well they get to defend their home country. So this is nothing to look at, really. What's really the main focus of the Dutch player is the Dutch East Indies here. And as you can see here, also a bunch of important resources. Important resources for the Allies, but crucially for the Axis. So if you're able to hold the Dutch East Indies, you deprive the Asia Axis of a bunch of important resources in rubber, first and foremost.
And that's actually interesting because Holland, you might think of it as a European country, but in Hearts of Iron terms, it is a Pacific nation.
Yeah.
It is basically Asia allies.
Yeah.
And you will see that in the game. They have some good like submarine generals, some naval potential, and some things that they can do. Perhaps the raiding of the United States, if the Philippines pan out to their favor, will actually help the Dutch East Indies a lot.
Yeah. And like you heard before, the Japanese plan is to go for Singapore and then straight on to Sumatra. So he will be one of the first to meet the Japanese supernova here from Stationary and Iverson. So we'll see how he does. Like I said, Hygge, he's only played a few hours single player, never played multiplayer, but hopefully he's being coached by the more experienced players, so he survives that initial onslaught, because it can be quite daunting in the beginning. The Japanese are usually quite strong, experienced from the Chinese war, and yeah, really hard to stop.
Indeed, indeed. And then we have Raj, right?
Yes. So playing Raj, we have Hygge. And Hygge is one of our two Latvian players, and he's joining us in real life for the first time. So yesterday we got to meet our two Baltic players, and he joined just last summer. He's earned one veterancy star, but he does have some experience playing with other communities, so he's no rookie by any means. This is his first time playing the Raj with us, but he has played Japan 3 times already, so yeah, he knows what's going on in the Pacific theater, and he will also be quite early on facing the Japanese, like we heard before, according to their strategy. Yeah, we should probably move on, because yeah, we have 2 countries left to present, and the clock is ticking on the Spanish Civil War timer, you could say. On Australia, we have Einar. Einar is the second Latvian player who also joined the community a year ago. They are friends in real life, and he hasn't played in a grand game since March. But since we do not have a New Zealand player, the Australian player will get to annex New Zealand and get all of that nice juicy industry. So he's one of the main players in the East.
Yeah, especially late game, he can really get a lot of factories out. Then again, he will have to defend New Zealand as well, right?
Yeah.
That's another avenue for the Japanese to island hop to if their tactic is successful. So it's a twin-edged blade, but in general, when you annex New Zealand, you can get quite a lot of industry out of that.
Yeah, definitely a lot of real estate to defend here. And then, last but not least, up in Canada, we have Oscar Eriksson. Oscar is a 7-star general. He's been with the community since 2017, so a real veteran there. He's only played Canada once before in our games, but he's no stranger to tank micro, and he will be well supported by the Badgers UK. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Canada has one of the strongest tanks in the game.
Yeah.
They have really nice multipliers for it. I think he's going for a research facility early on to... no, this is the intelligence branch. Here we go. I think he's going for a research facility to be able to get these armored support vehicles. So expect some really strong tank divisions from Canada.
Yeah, Canada is very dangerous, right? We said last, but definitely not least, because Canada is a big country. We have a supportive United States. We have a supportive UK. And if they manage to get out those armored support divisions, that can really make a difference in the Allied divisions for a later D-Day or for some shenanigans in North Africa.
Yeah, yeah. So the war in Ethiopia, which is running at game start, it seems to be going well for Italy, as should be expected.
Should we get in touch with our war correspondent in the Axis House?
Yeah, why not? So let's see if we can get Andreas on the line. Andreas, of course, being embedded into the Axis faction, and he is actually in Ethiopia right now at the front lines. Andreas, could you give us a situation there from the ground? What's going on? Are the Italians running over the troops of Haile Selassie, or what's going on? Let's see if we can hear him as well. That would be
Well,
nice.
it
Maybe you
is
can.
looking dire indeed. Has taken a bit of a beating. Ethiopia has indeed taken a bit of a beating. So just a few minutes ago it was looking okay. They lost about, and there they got capped. They had lost around 100,000 men to together with the Ethiopian I so bravely observed.
This is definitely a worrying development. It shows a complete disregard for the press from the Axis side. They do not care about the free press trying to report to you good folks at home.
And that is one of the observer method things that we have learned from years of casting, right?
Yeah.
That if you are actually tagged in, because we can switch between the countries at the fly, right?
Yeah.
In order to watch everything.
Yeah.
But if you're tagged in to a nation that capitulates, then you get kicked out of the game, right?
Yeah.
Because your country has capitulated. And that has happened to us numerous times. Hopefully we will be able to avoid it this time after years of experience. But that is something that you have to consider.
Yeah, so we are in June 1936, and this is very close to the beginning of the Spanish Civil War. August is, of course, playing Spain. Right now you can see the flag of Republican Spain, but that will change very soon, and he will be playing nationalist Spain in this civil war that is bound to break out.
He has not picked a political focus here. I don't know if that's something that's tactical, but Spain will, the Republicans will lose the Spanish Civil War. We have a rule for that. But we have seen games where the Republicans actually win the Civil War, but then you capitulate and you have to give off-map factories to the Soviet Union. And just as we said that the Spanish Civil War has indeed broken out, and now we see we have the nationalist Spain under the leadership of José Zañauro, and we have the Republicans under the leadership of Manuel Azaña, or how you pronounce the N with the thing on top.
Yeah.
And
And
now
here
we
we
have
see-
our Axis reporter coming back into the game from
Yes.
his kick there on Ethiopia.
And he will give you the latest from the front lines in just a bit. But just to give you a bit of context, so like we said, nationalist Spain is controlled by August. Republican Spain is AI controlled, but both sides will be getting volunteer troops from the other nations. So to the Republicans, both France and the Soviets are in a position to send volunteers. We will check in just a minute how many volunteers they send. And to the nationalist side, Germany, Italy, Japan, and sometimes Bulgaria will send volunteers. And like you heard from the number of countries sending to the nationalists do have an advantage. But like you said, Victor, we have seen the Republicans eking out the win, usually when the Soviets have a heck of a game. And if August were to lose the game, the war that is, we would just say, okay, you lost. The Soviets will get a bunch of factories, a few factories, and then the nationalists will still be in control.
And that would really suck for the Axis, though, because those off-map factories, they kind of snowball, right? If you get a late Barbarossa, meanwhile the Soviet gets a lot of factories from the Spanish Civil War, then they will be able to snowball and have a better defense once Barbarossa kicks off. So the Spanish Civil War can be important to the game, especially if the volunteers manage to encircle each other and you manage to kill off some resources, get some veterancy on your volunteers, meanwhile starving your opponents of that. For example, the French, if they get good veteran volunteers, they can actually make a difference in trying to hold off the Axis advance into France later on.
Yeah, Saxeliv is asking if it's World Attention Starve or if we are hitting the volunteers, and I think they are hitting the volunteers. So we can see here 5 unit divisions from the Soviet Union.
I'm trying to look and see if I can get the template here in the Soviet Union. We have army here, we have 1.
Germany is sending 3 divisions to the nationalists. So far, I don't see anything from Italy or indeed from Japan, but we will have a look. So we are paused right now because for August, the Spanish player, there's a lot of these crappy volunteer Civil War units that you have to put up in front lines and organize and whatnot. So a quick pause just to make sure he's got everything under control. Usually, the nationalist closing this pocket up here first in the north of Spain. The Bilbao pocket up here. And once you do that, you have several avenues open to you. Some like to go for Madrid straight away to take those factories that supply hub and whatnot. Sometimes they like to cut the Republicans in half, going for the coast down here between Valencia and Tortosa. And yeah, we'll see which way they go.
Yeah, and the thing is that nationalist Spain, because as you see, all of these divisions at the front basically are nothing to write home about. The template here, we see it's just militia. It's 20 combat with like horses and guns. So you can't really use them for much. But nationalist Spain actually has some of the Franco North Africa Corps divisions here in what would be modern day Morocco, right? And those are somewhat capable. It's a regular division with some artillery and some support companies. So the nationalists can actually make some use of that. Now we don't have a player on nationalist Spain, obviously, but...
on the nationalists we do.
Yeah, we don't have a player on the Republicans.
Yeah.
And those divisions can actually be used for something. Meanwhile, the Republicans does not have anything other than the militia divisions. You have some smaller infantry divisions here, but with no artillery and no support companies. So in a head-to-head combat, the nationalist almost always wins, and then you get the volunteers that actually tip the scales for real.
Yeah. I'm a bit curious to who in the Soviet camp is controlling the volunteer divisions. If it's Bopus, if it's Sean, or if it's Remefors. We'll have to ask them later on.
We see here that the Soviets have put a general on a template called Spanish Volunteers, 5 of them. And this template is quite good. It's mountaineers, it's pack artillery, it's support companies. So this will make a big impact. This will cut through pretty much everything on the Spanish front. So here we see then the 5 volunteer divisions from the Soviet Union, led by General Vasily Shurikov, only a level 1 general, but I think they're going to try to get some traits on him. Also, the Soviets will be going through a purge eventually, right, where a lot of their top generals disappear. This is historically accurate and due to Stalin's paranoia for a civil war. And the Soviets need to consider that, because there is no use in training a general that you're going to purge eventually anyway, right?
Definitely. So I'm having a look here at the German-Spanish Civil War template, and it's something similar here. We see a 30-width division, which is what you want when you're attacking, and it's stacked up with artillery and some support companies. So these should also be heavy hitters, but only 3 of them from Germany. I'm curious to see if we will see anything from Italy, Japan. Let's see here.
Yeah, the volunteer forces in transfer here are from Germany. They will arrive on the 5th of July 1936, so rather soon.
Yeah, still just the Germans. I'm wondering if the Italians and the Japanese and the Bulgarians will send anything, and the French for that matter. The French are also in a position to send some volunteers. Maybe we can see it on the templates. No, I don't see anything named appropriately. Having a look here at the Italians, they don't either have anything called Spanish Civil War or the like. So I guess we'll have to see. We are still paused. Our correspondent Andreas is back in the game, traveling down to the front in Spain as we speak, and we'll see what happens. You can see here August, he's arrayed his troops in different armies, covering different sections of the front, which is smart, because if you have a very long front line and it gets moved or cut off, then you might see your troops moving along automatically a very long way, and that's not very good. You want them sort of remaining in place.
We see here on my screen here, we have a spearhead of 5 divisions heading straight towards Madrid, and those 5 divisions are indeed the nationalist divisions from North Africa. So the somewhat competent Franco divisions here under General Mohammed Mithane will go up to the front here and try to make a beeline for Madrid. And if they manage to do that before the volunteers arrive, that can have some impact, right? Because the volunteers take some time to get here, and then they will land in ports like La Coruña or Barcelona, right? And have to move to the front. Yeah. So the nationalists really have an advantage here if they can push early, get some important supply points and chokeholds and rivers before the volunteers actually get to Spain.
Yeah, I'm a bit unsure why we're still paused, actually, because now August has had ample time to prepare. Yeah, I'm a bit unsure what's going on there.
It remains to be seen what will happen here.
Yeah, having a look at the Republican side here, still only the Soviet volunteers that I could see. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I think probably August will be able to take Madrid without too much hassle.
It will be hard to defend against. The thing is also that his 5 Africa Corps troops are in Morocco, right? So they have to move up there as well and then gain the planning. And it's the 21st of June, so in just a couple of weeks you will have volunteers arriving in the Spanish ports. So he does not necessarily get there in time, but if he does, I think he will take Madrid without any major issues. And this is a very good attack general as well. 6 skill attack, level 4 general.
Yeah, we have some of our regular players in the chat, like Francis, one lol 101. He's usually one of our players, but he was unable to join us this time. I think he had a sort of legitimate reason. We've had some drop-offs with more or less legitimate reasons. Magnus, for example, not a good reason. He had to, I don't know, spend some time with his girlfriend or something. But I think Francis' reason was semi-legitimate at least.
We will see. He is here in spirit, he writes in the chat. And indeed, the spirit has also started, because now the game is on pause and the Spanish Civil War is breaking out. And we see the Africa Corps here moving up through Spain. They're moving rather fast. They are getting railroaded to the front here. And they are indeed, like I said, moving up to the spearhead and are going to try to make their way to Madrid as fast as possible. No volunteers have arrived as of yet, but in a couple of days they will. But we see the spearhead taking shape here at the front line.
The Soviet volunteers will arrive on the 5th of July, so still a few days off. And meanwhile, like you were saying, the North African corps there from the Spanish are already at the front, getting ready to push towards Madrid. And yeah, we'll see if he makes it in time. Probably he will. And like I said before, he's closing the pocket up in around Bilbao nice and early. So those troops will be freed up and sent down towards the front.
Yeah, you need to clean this up so that you get those troops down to the main front. But maybe we should have a look from the Axis perspective on these things. Our war correspondent in the Axis house, are you with us?
Okay,
he is not.
He will be with us in just a while.
Indeed. Meanwhile,
from the front lines. I think he's somewhere on the railroad here, coming in with the Soviet troops in just a while. The Soviet troops have now arrived. Let's see what they're...
But Madrid is kind of falling here. We see green bubbles on the last couple of tiles here, and I think this might have been a good move from the nationalists to move in with the good divisions from North Africa.
I have my eyes on the Soviets here, and they are actually on the attack. They are west of Toledo.
Yeah.
If they manage to make it to the Portuguese border, they will cut the nationalists in half, and this is a move we've seen that's been quite devastating to the nationalist side in previous games, because if they manage to cut them off here, they could start killing some troops.
And the Soviets have good divisions as well here. I doubt that the nationalists will be able to hold off this push unless they get other volunteers in to defend, right? Because the only thing that can beat the volunteers from the Soviet Union is the volunteers from an Axis country, because the Spanish troops are too weak, especially now when the entire North Africa corps is north of Madrid.
Yeah, we do have some volunteers coming in from Japan now as well, at least 2 of them. Still nothing from Italy. I wonder if what Jonte is thinking, because this is a good opportunity to get some experience for your troops, which can be very useful later on. And look at this Soviet spearhead.
Yeah, but they need to watch out a bit as well, because if Madrid falls, they might get counter-encircled here once the German volunteers reach the front line.
They have to be really careful.
Daring plays from the Soviet Union, indeed.
Yeah, our rules for volunteers is that you can recall them and go home if you want to, but you need to be in a port to do so. And they are far from the coast right now, and you can see the Axis. They are moving down close to Spain.
The Soviets are going back now. You see the 5 Soviet volunteers moving back towards Toledo here. They did not manage to link up. They did not want to take the risk of getting encircled by those Franco North Africa troops.
Yeah, so they are moving back, and just at the right second, because Madrid has fallen and the nationalist forces are marching through the streets.
And they are running out of supply now. Look, once Madrid falls, you lose the supply hub here. You lose all the railroads. Yeah. And you have immense trouble trying to get like fuel and equipment to the front, which makes the move slower and harder to retreat with. Yeah. And they will get out here, but it was probably a good decision to retreat when they did.
The Germans are there pushing. They are the spearhead there. For some reason, you can see the nationality of the German troops, and I cannot. But
I don't know why. But the German troops here on my screen are trying to push out the Soviets. Now it's the Soviet and Germans in contact for the first time here in the Civil War.
If you have a look at that bubble, it looks like the Germans are actually able to defend.
Yeah, they are indeed able to defend, but you always have an advantage on defensive, right? Because the Soviet Union's volunteer divisions are significantly meatier than the German ones. So in a 1-to-1 fight, it will be a tough time for the Germans if they go up against this. Looking at air mode, we see that it's red air. This is from the nationalist perspective. So in the south of Spain, we have the Allies dominating the skies, and in the north, we have the Axis dominating the skies. And this is just in the Axis zone of control, which means that they will also have the advantage of air superiority.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And also in that fight recently, the Soviets were out of supply, so their organization was very low, so they could really not fight.
We see a little encirclement here of some Republican Spanish troops that will probably die here, but none of the volunteers are involved in this bubble.
Yeah, the Soviets are retreating in good order, but they are not able to stop the advance, and this looks pretty solid from the Axis. They might be able to do this without the Italians or the. Oh, look at that! 6 divisions from Italy are coming.
Yeah. So 6 divisions from Italy. That's quite a lot.
Yeah.
If I was Italy, perhaps I would not send them.
Really?
Because I mean, the war will be over in a timely manner if this continues, right?
But the war tension does increase. But I guess you don't want to do that at
Yeah,
the
if
axis.
you don't
want
wanna-
the tension to be low.
You don't want to give world tension. Basically, for you newer players and players not as familiar, you have a mechanic called world tension, which means the tension in the world, so to speak, how close the world war is.
Yeah.
And if you're a democratic nation, for example, then you need democratic support and war support in order to take the measures needed to refit your industry to war and mobilize troops and so on. And as the Axis, you're dictators, right?
Yeah.
So you can do it anyway. So you really don't want to increase the world tension too much, because then you increase the support in the democratic countries for wartime measures. We have seen world tension starving. There are a couple of important thresholds, which is like 15%, I think, and
I think
30%.
I think another important one is at 10%. So right now the world tension is at 10%, but the question is if it stays there for long enough for the allied countries to get the right focuses in. You can see on the UK, Badger is waiting to select his national focus. He's going for a colony focus. So we are getting word that our correspondent on the front lines down in Spain with the Axis inside perspective is ready for us now. Andreas, what is the situation like at the front in the Spanish Civil War? Could you give us the latest?
Games for the nationalist Franquist Spain in quite a while. They are pushing very hard, and they are doing this very much for a reason. So our sources tell us that Spain is not going to go volunteer this game. They're actually going to be a full-on player in the game. And in case of that, they really want to finish up the war early on so they can get their economy going. So I think it's very intentional that they got a lot of volunteers and pushed very hard, even though it took up world tension a bit. When I checked last, France had gone early mobilization as a consequence of it, but UK still hadn't. I will also add that all reports of war crimes from the Franquist side are wildly exaggerated. The women and the children shot first. So, more than that, we see that the war is progressing very fast right now. They are more or less collapsing, and the AI is losing a lot of manpower. So the AI have lost about 100,000 men as compared to... If we look at it from the AI perspective, they are still managing to hold it, but with just a single unit here and there. So they are having a really hard time. It might also be interesting that the AI hasn't got that much support from volunteers. We have the French here now, but they were a bit late. And the Soviet has had a hard time to actually engage with the nationalists. So everything is going very well for our Spain player, and hopefully we can talk to him a little bit after the war. Back to you.
Thank you, Andreas.
Yeah.
And thank you for that report from the front line. And as described by our war correspondent on the front lines here, we indeed see quite a solid Axis victory here. No encirclements of any volunteer troops yet. And here we have some beer. Very nice.
From UK.
Yes.
From UK.
Oh, he got us the ale.
Yeah. Well, that's nice. So a cheers for the Spanish Civil War and sad days for democracy in Spain.
Cheers to everyone watching at home. I hope you have a beer as well that you can uncork, because it's definitely beer o'clock where we are sitting. And yeah,
Indeed
cheers.
it is. And at some point you might be able to follow us up as well and join us in the beer room. But as of now, we are still watching the very exciting Spanish Civil War. We have the French volunteers here that, as Andreas said, arrived a little bit late.
Yeah, and they are deployed down in the south, trying to stop that Axis advance there, while the Soviets are more up towards the middle. There actually is a Soviet volunteer looking close to being encircled, but I think he will be all right.
This little volunteer here is, I mean, if they click him, they could probably micro him into an encirclement here, but he will be able to get out. And I think the French are able to get out as well. They're going to converge around Almeria and then just go home from there, basically. So we're not seeing, or we haven't seen, or we might have missed it, but I don't think so, any significant losses on any volunteers here.
Yeah, and the Allied volunteers are indeed the real prize that you can get as the Axis at this juncture, because the outcome of the war is a foregone conclusion, basically, but you never know how many volunteers you might be able to get.
We see, however, Hygge here is attacking with the French volunteers up into these mountains, right?
Yeah.
And we see the Spanish are pushing a bit here. So if it's not careful, because if Malaga falls while he is in the mountains north of Granada, then the Axis might be able to race towards Almeria first, and then you lose four Alpine volunteer divisions from France, and that would be very sad for them indeed.
Yeah, and France, of all the countries participating in the civil war, would be the one who would feel that loss the most, because he will be among the first countries on the chopping block from the Germans. So if he loses 4 of his strongest divisions, that would really be significant. But it looks like the Spanish are not pushing with any of their main troops. The Italians are down there, but they're not pushing towards the French.
We see some. I'm interested in looking at the Italian templates for the volunteers, actually, because they seem to be going Marines here. So we have Marines with also anti-tank. Very unorthodox volunteer build, but something that you would really want to get veterans on for later, because this can really hurt in the Mediterranean.
Yeah. A bit of anti-tank in there. They seem to be geared towards El Alamein later, where there will be Allied tanks. And if the Italian Marines are able to land somewhere, you would love to have that anti-tank for sure.
Yeah, we have seen actually El Alamein, the latest games, it has rarely been a historical El Alamein, right? Where the two sides just push against each other, one fails and then the other one wins, right? Instead, we have seen that El Alamein has been decided by daring naval invasions around Palestine and around Tobruk and stuff like that. So El Alamein in our games usually goes to the side with the most innovative game plan that the other side does not foresee. Yeah. And some well-trained Italian Marines with anti-tank in them there might actually be able to make a difference.
You can see the Soviet forces around Teruel trying to do some counterattacks where they can, all the while slowly being pushed back by the fascists. And the French, on the other hand, they are still down in the south doing a defensive and a bit of an offensive as well. Yeah,
they are still attacking a bit. I wonder what they are trying to accomplish here, to be honest. But of course they want experience, right? They want to train their generals. But I wouldn't stay too far off the port of Almeria if I was French in this point.
Yeah, there's no real volunteer-on-volunteer action, so to speak. The Germans are pushing in the middle here towards Valencia, slowly but surely. It seems like they've split up the front quite evenly between them.
The Soviets need to watch out a bit. They're just standing still here, quite far from the harbor. If the German volunteers get to Valencia, Soviets might be in trouble. Yeah. See them moving in now. They might actually try to encircle the Germans here, and it's looking quite good for them. We see a red bubble here. I'm, of course, on the Axis perspective here. So
yeah, and there's only volunteer troops in the back. Germany needs to be careful.
Germany has come back to defend that tile, and it looks like Germany will be able to save their 2 volunteers. But that could have been a bit hairy for them if the Soviets had succeeded in their push.
And I wonder if the French would have been working together with the Soviets, maybe they could have accomplished something there. But on their own, they will just be able to hold their own and not really do any offensive stuff.
Yeah, the problem now is that now the Soviets are in dire straits instead, because we have both the Franco-Africa Corps and the German volunteers moving down to Valencia quite fast. And if they lose the harbor here, they can't get out, right?
Yeah, they would have to go up towards Barcelona, and that's not assured at all. So
Tortosa does not have a harbor for some reason. It does today, but it didn't in 1936.
Yeah, they really need to start thinking about getting out soon, because as you can see here from the map, the big perspective, the part that is controlled by the nationalists is growing ever bigger, and they really need to save their volunteers. That is priority number 1.
Yeah, we'll see how this pans out. We might actually see some intense fighting down here then. This is probably what's going to be the most interesting part of the Spanish Civil War. Will the Soviets get out, or will the Axis be able to capture Valencia before the Soviets get there? This will be the decisive factor in quite some Soviet lives, it seems.
Yeah, the Germans are pushing towards Valencia, and at this
And
rate-
looking at the Republican side, there is just one little division standing on Valencia. But now the Soviet mountaineers are actually going to reach Valencia first.
but just one of them,
Yeah, are they going to be able to hold it? They're obviously going to click the Germans here.
and they're trying for a counter encirclement again.
Yeah, indeed, and they might succeed, but it's looking very red bubbly for them. I'm going to tag over to the nationalists again, and no encirclements from the Soviet side here. I will go out on a limb and call, but probably none from the Axis either, by the looks of things.
Yeah, it seems like both sides are having problems attacking the other. Here comes the attack on Valencia, and it's
red bubble from Axis perspective.
Yeah.
So, and now the Soviet reinforcements are coming in. So,
Oh, but look at that! One of the Soviet volunteers are being pushed out, but the other four are coming in.
green. It might be something. They might get like one of them.
Yeah, this is probably the last chance to either catch the Soviets and for the Soviets to get out. So this is the make or break moment for the Soviet volunteers.
Indeed, but there we have encirclement to the top, so they can no longer get clicked from that tile. Green bubbles, but not extremely green.
Yeah,
And we will see here, looking at the bubble here, they will lose, indeed. And counter push coming in. They might get deorganized from this, though. That might be a wrong click by the Soviets, because once this fails, then this one will
it's a bit
go
ballsy.
through.
Yeah, it's a bit ballsy to attack there.
Indeed, it is. And I think that might actually cost them a lot. It didn't now, though, right? We have 372 defense on these divisions here. Also, how is the air war looking? It's green air for the Axis over northeastern Iberia, so they do have the skies in their advantage. And now we see a green bubble on the harbor, and the Soviets are actually retreating out of the harbor now. So we might actually see some Soviets dying here.
They would have to go south towards Alicante, which is still free, but
They will probably get to Alicante before the Axis, though. But the ones caught here to the north, this little one division, now it got into Valencia, though. So probably no dead Soviets this Spanish Civil War.
So, a bit of excitement here in the Spanish Civil War, but this is the only action you'll get for a while, because once this is over, we will have the Japanese and the Manchurians fighting in China against the AI, but there will be no player-on-player action until the
We do see here that the Franco force is trying to cut off Valencia to the south. But Valencia is a harbor, right? So the Soviets can just get out of here, should they want to. So, but if they manage to retreat like this one division into the inlands, they might get something out of it. But by the looks of things now, we're going to see everyone surviving in the Spanish Civil War. Except the Spanish, of course, but for the volunteers at least.
Yeah. And all 5 Soviet volunteers are still alive. The French are still fighting on in the south against the AI down there. They're a bit offensive, but there's not really anything threatening them.
We do see some Italian Marines down here as well, so they're trying some stuff, but nothing too exciting. If someone makes a mistake, if something goes tits up in the southern front, we might have a trouble for the French volunteer divisions, but now we're seeing here that the Spanish are trying to encircle these divisions in Valencia, and actually the Mountaineer Division did retreat down here.
Okay, so,
but quite close to Alicante still. I have a hard time seeing.
Are they evacuating Valencia now?
They should be.
I mean, they could evacuate from Valencia, but
if I was the Soviets, I would probably call it a day here, because if they lose Valencia now, they might be in real trouble. But
it looks like they're moving south towards Alicante. A bit of a counterattack there.
I mean, they will capitulate soon, though, right, as well. If we're looking at the current wars here, we see that Republic of Spain is 82% towards capitulation, and their current capital is in... where is their current capital in?
That's a good question. It's in Malaga.
It's in Malaga, okay.
But they lost Barcelona, which is a lot of victory points right there.
Because, I mean, when Malaga falls, which it will in seconds, then you will have a capitulation, and then you need to be out, right?
Yeah.
Because if you get capitulated and your French volunteers, for example, are here, it's going to be a bad time for you, right?
Yeah. So we have some comments in the chat. We see some familiar faces. Pontus is there, and also Mike Lovell is in the chat. Nice to see you, Mike. we have a comment that the stream is stuttering a bit. Maybe the technicians could get on that. There's also a question here from Malnix, what the odds are for a total Polish victory. I would say
rather small,
slim and none. We don't have a player on Poland now either. Usually the Polish get government in exile, and they get some nice exile troops and off-map. Could actually be a serious contender, but a total Polish victory, I would say, not very likely.
We have seen Polish cavalry taking Berlin, though.
Yeah.
And we had a Poland occupied Berlin in 1939, one game. It got swiftly deoccupied, and I think the Axis actually ended up winning that game, but it was a fun turn of events.
And you do get the pop-up that says Berlin has fallen, and the heart jumps a bit for the Axis players.
Yeah, and we'll see here Malaga will fall here quite soon, but we see actually that they are not capturing Malaga because they do not want to capitulate them too early here. But if I was the nationalists, it would be nice to cap them because the French have gone home now, I think. No, they're up here. One at least.
Yeah, they are not retreating just yet, but as long as they can safely keep their volunteers alive, they are getting that valuable experience. And looking at the French volunteers right now, they are seasoned, all of them, level 7. So
that is true. I mean, if the French, we might have said that Hygge was a bit too daring, pushing up in the mountains here and doing all of those pushing things in the south. It was a bit dangerous for him, but now they have a 30+ modifier in combat, and these are big divisions, or somewhat big at least.
Yeah, not a lot of artillery in there, but yeah. They're still.
And they are on this very defensive general as well. 5 defense, seasoned mountaineers might come to good use in the war to come.
Yeah, I've been looking through all of the different volunteers here. It looks like the French have actually gotten the most experience for their volunteers. And the Japanese as well. They are also at level 7, and one of them even got a medal, but just 2 of them. And I mean, for the Japanese, they have the entire Chinese.
Yeah, I mean, the Japanese, if it's one country where the volunteers and veterans on them from the Spanish Civil War doesn't really matter in the long run, it's definitely the Japanese, right?
Yeah, definitely.
We will see a capitulation quite soon, I would say. Looking over at the capitulation progress, it's 83% towards capitulation. So once someone from the nationalist side just clicks Malaga, it will be over. They haven't so far, though, and they are still trying for some encirclement here. We see that the Italian Marines and infantry and mountaineer volunteers are trying to encircle this little lone French mountaineer sitting on the airbase here. And they do not have the air on their side here, so it might prove quite difficult for them.
Yeah, I would say the exciting part of the Spanish Civil War is now over. It looks like the Axis have given up hope of actually getting some of these volunteer units. So they're just pushing slowly but surely. They're not allowed to extend this indefinitely, but they are definitely taking their time now. They're not in a hurry. All the troops that were taking Barcelona up in the north are now moving down towards the south, preparing for the final push.
They have some interesting stuff here, though. Like Valencia looks to be falling, and that means that these troops have to actually get to the next harbor, which is Alicante or Murcia. Meanwhile, you see that the Francoists are moving down towards Murcia and Alicante. So the Allies might actually get caught in a pinch here if they do not recognize the danger of this little push taking the coast. But I wouldn't bet on it resulting in any major casualties. But it's one thing to consider at least.
We have a comment and a question in the chat. One comment is from Setsnas. Much love to Victor and Petter, the GOAT duo of HOI casting, and thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Cheers to you at home.
It warms our casting hearts. There's also a question from Noah Z if the Republic in Spain has ever won in one of these, and indeed they have.
I think like 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, and but according to our rules, the nationalist Spain still wins because, of course, if you have a player on nationalist Spain, you can't have them sit out the rest of the game, and you can't really have them changing team to the Allies because they know all the Axis plans. So what happens then is that the Soviets gain a few bonus factories, but that has indeed happened. It's not.
We have had, like before we did this rule, though. I remember the first time that Republican Spain actually won the Civil War. then we had like, okay, so you're out, I guess.
Yeah.
And we had Republican Spain, so there was no Franco, no volunteer to the
He
Axis.
got to play Vichy or something.
Yeah, I think something like that. And the thing is that it really, Iberia gets taken out of the game though, right?
Yeah.
Because the volunteer, Spain, once the nationalists win, can either go volunteer and send a lot of good divisions to the Axis and still be neutral in that sense. But they can also join the Axis and help to take Gibraltar, occupy Portugal, and control the entire Iberian Peninsula. But that also opens up an avenue for the Allies to actually make a D-Day in Spain and invade Spain.
Yeah.
And if the Republicans win the Spanish Civil War, then Iberia is just basically dead meat on the map, right?
And like we heard from our war correspondent Andreas, one of the scoops from being down on the ground, they are actually not going for the coward's way out. They are not going volunteer Spain. They are joining the war. They are joining the Axis. And that means that all of the Spanish coast is vulnerable to a D-Day invasion. And it means that Spain is all in and they're not sitting on the sidelines, just sending in some few divisions.
Big support from the coast. We really love an Axis Spain because it sets up for an exciting game in the end because you don't know where the D-Day is going to appear.
Yeah.
You might have like the decisive D-Day that decides the war might take place in Barcelona or something. And that's something ahistorical and fun.
And Spain is a juicy target, to be sure, because you have all this coastline, and then you have this narrow neck along the Pyrenees towards the French border. And if you manage to cut it off, you can really cut off Spain entirely, and then you have a huge base of operations to go and finish off the Axis. So,
but it also opens up a lot of like a full Spain, like they take Portugal, Lisbon, and the raiding in, if you have good submarine generals and stuff, you can really, really cripple the Allied supply line from the United States to the D-Day and to support the Allies in Europe. If you have a competent Spain player with a lot of navy on the Iberian west coast.
Definitely, and we've seen some really interesting plays from the Spanish player in the past. They can do some sneaky naval invasions down on Africa. We've seen Spain attacking and killing South Africa. We've seen Spain taking the Panama Canal. I mean, if the Allies aren't on their toes with shutting down the sea zones, then Spain is in a prime position to really cause havoc.
Yeah, and also you don't really expect it. You don't know what Spain is going to do, right? Because they have the whole sea at their disposal when they join the Axis.
Yeah.
So they can go Panama Canal, they can go convoy raiding in the Mediterranean, they can even go to India if you get the Suez Canal. Like, they can do a lot of different things. They're very strategically situated as a full Axis member.
Yeah. It looks like the French and the Soviet volunteers have coalesced, and they are together holding the line, slowly being pushed back towards.
I would be worried about this one, though.
But
He's going.
He's going to Alicante. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, and Malaga is falling. It's taking quite some time here, but the battle will last another 8 days here, and then we will see the capitulation of the Republicans in the Spanish Civil War. A solid performance, I would say, from the Axis so far. And it might be even more solid if they get these two harbors before Malaga fall. But as of now, Alicante is falling. If they also get Murcia and also get Almeria, then we will see a complete disaster for the volunteers of the Allies. But it remains to be seen. See, 94, 96, Alicante, and there is the capitulation. And
saved by the bell.
Saved by the bell indeed. If they had been a little more calm on other fronts, they might have been able to do something there. But then again, if they had, then they wouldn't be in that position in the first place. So nothing too exciting in the Spanish Civil War.
No, and now we have peace in our time. So the next thing to look out for now is the China War.
Indeed, and we have, as you see here, a world tension of 18%. So the United Kingdom, for example, France, democratic countries can now go partial mobilization and start to refit their industry. And if we see the United Kingdom, for example, here, they have civilian economy and volunteer only still. And the French have the same, right?
Yeah, they could go up to early mob at least.
They need war support. You need 35% war support.
Right. But 17% after the Spanish Civil War, that is quite high, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do we usually see it go this high?
Yeah, no, it's quite high. And perhaps we should get in touch with our with our Axis reporter.
In a while. I think.
In a while.
In the meantime, I would like to talk about our beer.
Yeah.
Another important subject. So, in the Allies' house, we have beer from the Allied countries. So we have one British, what's it called?
London Pride.
London Pride, so an ale. And we also have a French sort of blondie lager. I forget
Yeah,
the
we
name.
said
Raquel? No.
something. But the interesting thing with the French beer is that we had a problem the previous games because as the Allies, it's very hard to get a Pilsner, right? Because the Axis house always gets a good Pilsner, like a light beer that you can actually drink without getting too bloated and drunk in the game. So we were saying that the Allies need a Pilsner, right?
Yeah.
And so we got in this French one. But now we get clear in our ear here that our war correspondent is ready to talk to the Axis about how this war went. So over to you, Andreas, in the Axis.
Thank you. Yes, I have a lot of questions because this was sort of a little bit of an odd war. You pushed really hard early on and you took a bunch of important victory points and you were leading very clearly, but you still dragged out all the way into 1937. Was that planned?
No, I wanted to finish earlier, but so instead Soviets went to Valencia, and from there it took quite a long time to just beat them. We tried to surround them also.
You did not lose many divisions, did you?
No,
I don't think I saw any
lost
pocket
any divisional pockets there.
So that is really good because that means you have almost 1 million manpower at this point and you're just gonna grow and snowball.
Hopefully so.
So we have been talking a little bit. Your plan is to actually join the war completely, right?
I'm gonna join the war, join Spain.
Do you want to tell the viewers something about, like, are you going tanks, are you going infantry, what are you?
I will go infantry and submarines, and I will try and go and take French Africa.
Oh, exciting, an Africa play. This is always my favorite play when I play Spain, when I'm not wiped, which often happens.
Yeah, it was
Do you have any reflections on like the rest of the players from your team? Did you get the volunteer support you needed, the help you wanted?
yeah, that was very good. So especially Germany was very focused.
Yeah, unfortunately they just lost to Hindenburg.
Oh, no.
Poor Germans. To defend all of your coast.
Yes, I think so. It's going to be a long coast with Africa also. So.
Yeah, and I suppose you're going for something like 30-weight hard infantry just standing everywhere, or?
Yes.
Yes. Excellent. That is very interesting. I guess you want to get back to your computer. But do you have anything you want to say to the viewers first?
I don't know. It's going to be, I'm happy with this. It's going to be a fun game.
Excellent. And I think that rounds up our interview, unless you have any final points.
No, thank you.
Thank you. So there you have it. Spain is returning to their computer to set up the build, and we can from this studio look a little bit about how the world looks, because late on in the look at the UK, we still have a civilian economy. If we look at Canada, we have a beautiful country, and they have finally moved up to early mobilization. That is a very recent development. Let's see what we have here over in South Africa. They are still civilian. So it looks like the Allies didn't fully use the fact that world tension spiked. That is very interesting. On the other side, on the Axis side, we can see that Germany is hyping up a little bit. They're training and exercising and prepping for the main war, which is when we're gonna see Poland make a brave stand. Unfortunately, Poland rarely wins these games, in particular when the AI is running them. But who knows? This might be the new and exciting time when the AI actually beats back the Germans, right? Or maybe we will have peace in our time. So. And I think that finishes up the little view from the Axis studio. You can see behind me that people are excited to get back into the game, and I guess you guys are excited to get back to the main studio.
Thank you, Andreas, and thank you for that report from the Axis frontline. And indeed, we're excited to be back. We're excited to have you all back. We have turned on Pete's mic again. We see that the thing is he's so tall, right? So when he has it, it kind of rubs against this little back plate of the chair. So
I muted myself.
He managed to turn himself off with the mic. Also, we apologize for the stream stuttering. The technical guys knows it better, but there is a storm here, so the net is a bit But hopefully the storm will dissipate. And at some point we might have a storm report. We can go out with and look at how the storm of Amy, I think is the name.
The storm
of the
is
storm.
named Amy, and it was an orange warning, red being the highest level. So quite a significant
Quite a storm, right?
I actually have an anecdote about that. Around 20 years ago, the storm Gudrun went through this area in southern Sweden, and it was like the biggest storm that in our lives. And I was actually in this house. I was heading towards a date up in Varberg, but Badger's mother said, "No, you're not allowed to drive in this weather." So I didn't drive. I stayed here, and that date was lost.
Tough times for you. No date for Pete.
Yeah, but things worked out in the end.
If you had gotten the date, maybe you never started Hearts of Iron.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Very true. We were talking about the beer earlier as well, and
oh yeah, right. Your mic was off, so let's do it again.
Badger was actually the one bringing down the beer, and he knows I'm not too fond of London Pride or ale, but he still brought me London Pride. So I don't know if he wants me to drink less or if it's just I don't know, a way to mess with me. We'll see about that. We are the ones casting him in a positive or negative light. So yeah.
We'll see. Speaking of Badger, the United Kingdom is actually with this world tension, they should be able to do some small amount of mobilization. If we see here, for example, he can't just click early mobilization at this point. That would probably be a good idea.
Maybe he is saving up to go to partial mob immediately, but there's no reason to.
Yeah, he needs 35% war support, I guess.
Right.
So,
but he could go early mob, which he should. I'm not sure.
Actually, he needs more world tension as well. He needs 25% world tension for a partial mob. So if I was him, I would probably just go early and get that extra little industry boon.
Definitely. So the UK has a completely new focus tree, which we are not familiar with. Usually there were some different focuses locked behind 10 and 15%. But I'm not sure if he's taken them or not.
He is going the first, because these focuses are actually defined by in what order you pick them, right? So if you pick the Streamline Design Bureau as the first branch of the RAF focus, then you get extra bonuses. You get 2.5% more production reduced cost for your fighters. So he is obviously going fighter here. He had said so before, but the second one will be interesting, but 5% less production cost for the UK fighters, and that will pay out during the game, right? If you get that 5% reduction cost in 1937, that's going to result in quite a few fighters once the war ends.
Yeah, and he is going for a heavy fighter build, as we said before. Fighters and infantry and navy, so pretty standard UK build from the Badger. But the strategies are what's interesting. They planned, like we said before, to, after El Alamein, do a quick tour to Asia, to hit the Asia axis in the face, and then go back and then invade Greece. As soon as Barbarossa starts, there will be a second small front down in Greece, probably, and this will take focus off the Soviets early on, which will be much appreciated, I think.
And if we look a bit at the UK production here, they are building some siege artillery and not a lot on planes so far. Some CAS they're building, but looking over at the air overview, we see that the United Kingdom has 343 close air support planes, 649 fighter planes, 190 naval bombers, 7 heavy fighters, and 279 tactical bombers. And looking over at their there in the air, the Germans, they have 700 tactical bombers and 580 fighters. So a slight edge towards the Axis in the air war so far. Also, we see that they have 10 transport planes, which might actually indicate that they are going to do some paradrop shenanigans later on in the game.
Unless they are starting planes.
Might
I'm not
be,
sure.
might
I'm not
be.
sure. We do have some questions from the chat. The first one from Francis here. What beers do the different houses have? So in the Allied House, we have a London Pride, like we said, and then a French lager that's a bit towards the whiter side. I can't remember the name now, but we'll get back to you on that
We
one.
could go and check it out at some point. It's not too much happening in the war here, so...
Yeah, we could stick a microphone in one of the Allied players' space and see what's up.
Yeah.
There's in the Axis House we have Ichiban, the Japanese beer, very popular, and also a Rothaus German beer. So those are the 4 beers, and all beers are supplied by Tofts Vin in Copenhagen. So a shout out to Thomas and Fleming there. I was there last week actually buying some rum, and they are very nice people, and they know their stuff.
Shout out to our Danish neighbors. It's actually one of the few things that are cheaper and easier to get in Denmark nowadays, right? Food is more expensive, hotels are more expensive, the currency is more expensive, but you can still get a nice assortment of beer for a somewhat cheap price.
Yeah, it's a flat country, and they are hard to comprehend, but they are very nice. And of course, our community is named Hygge, which is a Danish word. So big shout out to our Danish neighbors.
Indeed, and we also have our general secretary living there.
Yeah.
So.
We also have another question here. Does anyone play FA Finland? I guess you mean fascist Finland, and yes.
Yes, they have gone fascist already, actually. You kind of want to do this quite early on, I think.
This is a bit your area of expertise, isn't it?
Yeah,
Finland?
I have played, like when I'm not casting, which I am mostly doing nowadays, but before that, Finland has pretty much been my comfort pick, because we have done... Like before, when we didn't have this production quality and we had to lob around webcams and stuff, then we said that if you do the studio, then you get to pick the country of your choice next game. So I got to pick pretty much every game I played, and then I always picked Finland. And that has changed a lot in this Arms Against Tyranny expansion. Now they have the Sisu mechanic, where you have to build Sisu, basically. And if you have maximum Sisu, you get a lot of stability, recruitable population, defense of core territory, and so on. And you want to transition to fascist as early as possible, because you will lose a lot of Sisu when you go fascist. So you need to build up the Sisu until the Soviet invasion comes.
Isn't it still viable to go non-aligned Finland?
Yeah, it is. You get a lot of bonuses, actually. I would say that it's still good to go non-aligned as Finland if you want to win the Winter War. If you only want to win the Winter War, it's probably better to go non-aligned, go full Mannerheim, defense and everything, and win the Winter War. But then you will be worse when it comes to the continuation war. So the meta at the moment, I would say, is to go fascist Finland. But if you're just going to hold in the Winter War and do a defensive build as possible, I still think Mannerheim is the play.
That was actually one of the questions. Yesterday, all of the players met up and we had some pizzas and beers and we handed out the T-shirts and everything. And one of the questions was, who will win the Winter War? And my prediction was actually the Soviets. Not that I don't believe in Rosen, but I've heard there are some, I don't know, revenge mechanics that if you lose the Winter War as Finland, you actually get some bonuses from it. So and the Rosen is quite the meta player, so I was like, yeah, maybe the Soviets will win.
Yeah, we have not seen. I mean, it's quite rare to win the Winter War. Actually, I have won it 2 times. Once because they forgot to press a button, but once because I actually won. And the thing is that you get bonuses if you lose the Winter War. You get revenge mechanics, but you get a huge boon if you win the Winter War, because this front line here towards Leningrad is only 2 tiles, and you don't have that many troops. And then you can defend here in the forests up to the lake, and you need a lot less troops in order to hold your front line if you win the Winter War.
Yeah.
But if you lose the Winter War and you get the border from Viipuri up here, then you need a lot of troops to cover the front line. So that really opens up for you getting steamrolled in the continuation war if the Soviets choose to focus on you as Finland. So it's pros and cons basically.
Yeah, we have a question here from Mark Zimmerman. What about spies? And Finland doesn't even have a spy agency, but they are probably not the main spy players.
Yeah, a bit of an oversight though, because if you put the spies on the front line, you actually reduce the enemy planning bonus.
Actually, we removed that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, the last time Folk played Germany, he was trying to invade France. And the French player, along with the rest of the allies, they put a bunch of spies on onto the bordering areas, and the Germans lost all of their planning bonus, and Folk was unable to break through, and then we changed the rules. Folk is in the central committee.
We see here, actually I've tagged into the French player here, and we see that they are doing, the Marines are actually going to try to naval invade Rotterdam.
Yeah, this is a bit of a sneaky play.
Indeed it is, and I mean if the Germans push in quite far and they get a naval invasion in the back, they might be able to do something with that. It's always interesting to see new tactics.
You also see a fallback line in line with Paris there, behind the Seine. So that's will probably be one of the main areas to defend there for Sarge. Yeah, he actually doesn't have anything on the front right now, but that will probably change. You don't abandon the match, you know.
We have a question from Noah C here. Is this just Axis versus Allies, or could it progress into Comintern versus Allies? And it is actually only Axis versus Allies. We are ending the game once one of the sides capitulate, and then we're having a good dinner together, and we're having snaps, and we have a special little songbook and everything. So that's our Hygge time when the game ends.
Some of the songs are not fit for the public, but maybe we could give you some examples later on when we get a bit.
I remember last Bergagårdhof we had Dankus joining us playing the United States, or no? Was it the United States?
I can't remember, or Japan, I think.
Yeah, it was. He was playing one of the Pacific countries, right? And he was doing his stream, so he had like a little IRL stream afterwards, just going around talking to people at the table.
Yeah, I remember walking by after a few schnapps, and I was like, "What? Are you live streaming?" Like, holy shit! Which songs did we sing? You know? Good times.
Good times indeed. Unfortunately, Dankus couldn't join us for this game, but we enjoyed having him here.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Fascist Finland gets 24 battalions. With 48 army, you can hold the line with commando CAS reduction. Any comment, Finland expert?
Yeah, probably true, right? I mean, you do get, Fascist Finland gets, you have the advantage of being able to go, to mobilize faster, to go more conscription laws earlier, even if the world tension is low, right? So a big problem with Finland is your manpower. Looking at Finland now, for example, they do sit at a manpower pool of 44,000. That might seem like a lot of people, but it really isn't.
Not in Hearts of Iron terms.
If you look at the Soviets, they have 2.8 million. So as Finland, your divisions are probably the best divisions in game when it comes to infantry.
Yeah.
But they are few.
Especially in winter, right?
Yeah.
You can actually get a bit of an inkling of where Rosen plans to array his forces. You can see him, he's got a defensive line from the coast in Ulo down towards Kuopio. He's got his forces there. And this is a smart move, because in the Finnish Winter War, what you want to do is conserve your forces. You might lose the war, that's okay, but you cannot lose any of your divisions, because they are few and precious.
That is indeed true. And we have a question in the chat again from Noah C here. How long does France usually hold in these games? And I would say that it has varied greatly. But
very greatly. Yeah.
We did have a quiz question. We're basically having a little internal bet yesterday when we were drinking beer and having pizza. You write on a note what your predictions are for certain outcomes of the war, like who is having max factories at the end, who is winning the Winter War, and so on. And we had one of the questions was, will France hold out for 100 days or more? And I do
what did you predict?
I said yes, but I really trust the underdog. I also said Finland on the Winter War. But the thing is that it's a bit of a hit or miss tactic, right? If the Germans push in and this naval invasion succeeds and they have to retreat and rebuild and go back, basically you have your 100 days there already.
Yeah.
If it fails and all these Marines die, then it's not going to be 100 days, right? So
it's also a question about how greedy the Axis are, because ideally, as Germany, you want to build civilian factories and that kind of thing for as long as possible, hold out for the later techs before you start really producing troops, but you need enough to be able to beat France. So if you can beat France with as little as possible, that's great. If you can leave the Balkan bros to focus on their economy and to grow long term, that's great. But you really need to beat France. So it's really a question of how greedy can you be and still beat France in a timely manner.
yeah, indeed, and yeah, it's also interesting how much France commits. I think Hygge has said that he is going to really try to hold this. He's going to do naval invasions. He has fallback lines. He has veterans from the Spanish Civil War. He is not going to be a France that rolls over. He is really going to try to hold it.
No, definitely. I'm wondering where those veterans are. Those were mountaineers, but I think those mountaineers got converted into Marines.
Yeah, it looks like it.
But those are just regulars, so they might as well have been...
They also have anti-tank here. You see these Marines? They have 2 anti-tank battalions and the rest artillery. So these are 30 combat with 2 anti-tank battalions. So this is going to be quite hard for a German light tank to drive through. And I think that's the plan, right? When you're going to cut them off.
Back to your question, though, how long they hold out. Basically, sometimes they hold up here in the north, but eventually, if Italy joins and you have to hold on 2 fronts, that makes it really, really dicey, and that's usually when they collapse. So hard to say exact times, but yeah, we've seen it vary a lot. But there is in the rules somewhere a hard cap on it. So if they were to hold out for I don't know, half a year or something, they just capitulate, and because that would be the end of the game if they held out.
We should go get another beer at some point. I don't know if the studio would like to follow me up to the beer array we have on the top floor. But while we wait for that, we can answer the question: does Hungary go for Greater Hungary? And
yes.
Yes,
they always
in general they do.
They always go fascist. They are not fascist yet. They are actually quite non-aligned.
Yeah, they are very non-aligned, I would say.
They don't have any political advisors. Yeah, they usually want to go fascist quite early, I think. But yeah, they usually get some territory out of Romania, which is also an Axis player. And like we were saying before, Hungary, this game is played by Stan, and Stan is going infantry Hungary, and he's been tasked with being the infantry backbone of the Axis.
Yeah. And then you definitely want to go Greater Hungary, because then you need men, right? Yeah,
you need a lot of manpower. I voiced these concerns to Falk when he presented his plans, and he was like, no, they have plenty of manpower once they grow a bit. They will of course get a bunch of Slovakian territory. They will get some Yugoslavian territory later on, so they should be fine. But yeah, it's a big responsibility on Stan's shoulders. Definitely.
And I'm looking at the Hungarian focus tree here, filtered for manpower focuses, and you see that they have taken this recruitable population 1%. You have manpower 14,000 here, manpower 16,000 here. And they do have quite a lot of focuses that would increase their potential manpower, but it's quite far down the tree.
Indeed. So yeah, maybe we should go on a bit of a tour up to the Allied countries, since nothing is happening right now.
Yeah, we have a question in chat here actually from Xenux asking, can you look at the economic difference between Germany and the Soviets? And
indeed we can.
We can, and Germany has 375 factories as of now, 179 military ones and 183 civilian factories and 21 dockyards. And they are pretty much all put towards production of Messerschmitt fighters, Panzer assault guns, trucks and close air support. So some air there, obviously infantry equipment and some support company equipment. But we have air-focused Germany as of this point in the game, at least. And looking over at the Soviet Union, they have 306 factories, so they are lagging behind in industry as they usually do at this time.
Yeah.
They have 137 military factories, 196 7 civilian factories. So,
but you can see if you look at the construction tab that Boppus has finally gotten off from building civilian factories, and now he's doing what he loves to do, building military factories.
yeah, Boppus is a strong supporter of military factories. You can see here that the Soviet Union is building pretty much entirely military factories. Meanwhile, in the German Reich, we have the same, so that might
and if you have a look at our YouTube channel, you will find a bunch of guides, and in one of these guides, Boppus will lay out his case why you should almost never build civilian factories and only build military factories, because that's what's most optimal. But yeah, not everybody agrees.
An interesting analysis here, though, is that the Soviets are having 24 factories on tank chassis, right? But they are also having 12 factories on anti-air one. Meanwhile, the Germans are going very air-focused, because this is a lot of anti-air for the Soviets. Marco Polo Bridge incident has broken out in China.
That means the China war will soon kick off. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should do... let's just have a quick look here at the Japanese plan. This is a pretty classical thing that you usually see. Japan has a naval invasion plan towards Qingdao, and you will cut off this small peninsula almost at once. And then the main assault will come from the north.
Yeah, indeed. Also, they pretty much want to grind out, because there is a trait on the general called Invader. If you look at this, for example, this guy, once he has done a couple of successful naval invasions, he will get the trait Invader, which means that he is able to plan naval invasions significantly faster, which will be very, very useful for the island hopping later on in the war. So usually they do naval invasions here, then they go back, then they do another naval invasion in order to get those vital traits on their marine generals.
Interestingly, Stationary and Iverson, they're just one type of template. They are not... they don't have any marines, they don't have any crap infantry. It's just these horses, the Chai infantry, which are beefy, 30 width, lots of artillery, offensive divisions. But that's an interesting take. Like, you usually see at least a couple of or 3 different types of templates for your invasion here.
Do they prepare shore bombardment, Japan? Usually not, since we have an AI China.
They do have some navies here on naval invasion support. That's not exactly the same, I suppose, but yeah.
Yeah, they need to support their naval invasions, but shore bombardment is a bit unnecessary. I would say that the fort levels here are nothing to write home about. You see, you have 1 level pillbox and 1 level coastal pillbox, even in Qingdao, which is the harbor city, and no forts in any other places.
Yeah, and if you look at the Chinese perspective, there's just a crappy little division defending Qingdao, so there will be no problem landing.
Yeah.
There are no allowed volunteers to be sent to China except for Soviet air volunteers. So you might see some Soviet planes in here, but that's it. So the Japanese and Manchukuo, they are fighting against the AI, and this makes the China war very easy to prepare for, because you can practice it how many times you want to. It always works out the same. So,
and we see here that the Japanese actually have a war goal finished now in China, so they can declare war at the point which they see fit.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should do a quick tour up in the Allies' house, refill our beers, show you guys how it looks like, maybe get a comment from the Soviet players.
Yeah,
and then we'll be back to cover the China war action.
Yeah, the studio says to wait, so we'll wait. And
did he say wait or did he say no?
Yeah, he said no. That's wait.
Yeah, that's clear instructions. So we will stay in our seats, obedient as we are.
Indeed, we have a question in the chat again. What is the mod, please? This is their finest bra is the mod, and we have modified it a bit to our Hygge needs. For example, you are able to have a play on Greece. We have done some shenanigans, but basically, if you have played their finest bra in any other multiplayer communities, you are going to recognize the framework in which we work with. And one of the mechanics in this mod is the China mechanic, because China is played by an AI, but they have mobilization waves. So once they reach a certain amount of casualties and a certain amount of capitulation threshold, then it will automatically mobilize quite a large amount of divisions. And it will do a first wave, a second wave, and a third wave. And as the Japanese player, you really want to time those to certain good points. So when you're able to encircle, when you're prepared, then you trigger the next mobilization wave, and then you go in, take them out, and do the same for the second and third. And we have seen some Japanese players failing quite miserably
Definitely.
at handling the mobilization waves of China.
Yeah, you can go pretty aggressively towards the victory points or to try to encircle large swathes of Chinese infantry. But if you overextend and a wave mobilizes in your face, you can get cut off and have a really bad day.
And we have a question here. Was it 32 with infantry on Japan? And indeed it is, actually. I don't know.
Oh, he's going for 32. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice to go 32 with here. If we look at the terrain map mode, for example, we can see that China, there is a lot of like plains and hills. And hills have 90 combat width, so then you really want 30. We have 160.
Curious.
I guess the plains, 120.
Because this means that you don't get the optimal width.
Yeah, I would say 32 is not optimal. It's like for some certain terrains, I guess 32 could work. But
and maybe just to explain what that means, if we have a look here on the screen, for example, here is a hill province, combat width 90. And that means that in total, a maximum of 90 width from each side can participate in the battle, and the rest are in reserve. So if you would have, for example, 30 width divisions, you could have 3 divisions participating in the battle. And so we're going over to the Axis House, and probably Andreas will have a look at what the Japanese are up to and how they are doing. And we will short break here from the main casting studio. So, Andreas, over to you and to the Far East. You've traveled a long way from Spain. How are things?
Japan, then we're going to go over and look a little bit on the rest of the screens. And then when the war truly breaks out, we hopefully will get an in-depth view on what the players of Japan are doing. So, but let's first just look a little bit at screens. I'm doing this through the Manchukuo screen right now because it's more convenient. But I want to look a little bit about like how Japan is doing with their aircraft. So they have built up a wee bit of a Air Force, but it's not as impressive as I thought it was going to be. So they do have only 460 fighters. And this is very exciting. Oh, now they are declaring war. This is very interesting because China can get air volunteers from Soviet. So 460 fighters might not actually be enough to control the air. But if they do, they then have over 400 tactical bombers and 600 close air support. So if they can control the air, they're going to get a lot of bonuses. But now let's deep... essentially a slow push. Let's go over to the Japan view. So we have a slow push up here, and it's distracting the Chinese divisions well and good. They are dumping a lot of their army here. And look here, the naval invasions are coming. So I talked a little bit to the Japanese player, and the intention from their side is to essentially cut China in half. And based on how our games usually go, it should mean that they are first going to go for Chengdu and take the northern part, just to divvy it up a little bit. And then later on, they're probably going to naval invade somewhere down in the south and just walk up and meet so that the front line, this pocket over here, and the new pocket down here are probably going to meet up. Where nothing is happening. Very exciting, I know. So, first of all, Italy. The way I understand it, the Axis player have planned a pretty good push on El Alamein when the main war kicks off. And Italy has been, well, they've been building up a little bit, but as we can see right now, they still only have a level 4 airbase. And let's check the supply mode, and yeah, they're pretty low level of, medium level of supply input here. So they are not entirely prepped, but I happen to know that they're going to ask the rest of their players to support them with building up airbase and building up infrastructure to be able to do at least one big move on Cairo. So that is the situation here. Let's quickly check back into China so we don't miss anything important. And in China, we have expanded the pocket, but none of the major happenings have happened yet. Sometimes you can get a really big pocket of Chinese troops in here and just shut them off and kill them. But as I said before, they have instead baited China up to the north, which means that this pocket is instead, or rather this invasion instead, just is gonna expand. And I presume that means that they're looking for a pocket somewhere up here in this area around. There are a few cities to name check here, so it's a little bit hard. But probably they're gonna try to pocket something somewhere south of Beijing. We will see more of that as they keep on landing. Quickly, let's dip into Spain again, because Spain is still going to be a little bit of an interesting country this game, since they are not going volunteer. If you look at their army experience, they have 628 army experience right now, and they have only just big lot of their doctrine tree early on, which means that you're gonna get a lot of bonuses. If you play a lot of Paradox games, particularly if you play the latest version of Stellaris, you know that Paradox loves stacking percentage-based modifier on top of each other, getting these really massive and silly numbers, and Spain has a good opportunity to do that. If you look at their civ economy, they're a little bit low on factories. Only 38. They're going to join the war quite late, so they should be able to build up their civ economy. And that is just a function of the game, of the war being first very successful, but then dragging out in a little bit of a grinding exercise to get experience, is that the civ economy is a little bit behind. But I believe that the army experience compensates for that very well, especially if they get some volunteers down, or rather if they get some attachés down to China and get to share some of that experience. Let's look at China from the Chinese view. So, and here I might add, I am sitting in the same house as a lot of the Axis players. I can't talk that much about like what the allies are doing. Fortunately, the Japanese and Manchukuo players are sitting in a room over, so they can't hear me right now. So let's look at what the AI has planned. The AI has planned to sacrifice 80 divisions. And for China, that is not that big. They're going to get massive waves spawned into the game as Japan takes territory. So even losing 70 or 80 division is not going to be the end all of China. But they are, if it is a trap, they are falling into it. If they intend to pocket this area, China has not seen it coming. In fact, they are already pocketing themselves up here, right north of Beijing. So there is going to be a lot of Chinese troops lost in a little bit here, unless they do something incredible, which the AI is not well known for. So that is China, but let's check in with Manchukuo, because we have looked a lot of Japan, but what's the status of Manchukuo? As we have already covered, Manchukuo can become a real beast if they get a lot of Chinese territory, but right now they are not that strong. They have 22 divisions in the field, and if we look at the template, they are tiny. In fact, they are so tiny that I think these are spawned by a focus, which is why they are legal. Otherwise, we generally have rules against these small divisions, but these should be legal because they are spawned through a focus. But a large portion of the Manchukuo army is very weak still, and they're probably just going to hold the line up here in the mountains. They have some pushing divisions, and it's interesting that the pushing divisions are right now still tiny, but they are Marines. I suppose they're going to stack artillery on them and use them later on, either to naval invade or to support the Japanese invasion. So now back to the thing you have all been waiting for, Japan. And I think we're going to prep to actually walk over and talk a little bit to the Japanese player in a few seconds. Until then you can see that we have more than 50 divisions in the field here, and we have another, a small army up here with the Hygge, essentially artillery divisions, which are still sticking out in the north. But the rest of them, lot of infantry plus artillery, a lot of soft attack across the entire line. Let's see if they have anything about... No, this is all they have. They have just a lot of these divisions they have named Hygge. And these divisions, as I said, they are infantry plus artillery plus a few support companies. And if you look at the stats of them, they have about 237 soft attack when at max equipment. And if you compare that to what China has, it's probably gonna... the Chinese army is probably gonna melt. But let's walk over and talk a little bit to our friends from Japan. Please forgive us. This is we haven't done this at this level before, but if it works, it's going to be amazing. If it works, it's going to be really amazing. If it doesn't work, it's going to be a fun experience. So now you also get to see a little of how our living situations. We are sleeping on the ground, and here we have them. The Axis in the Pacific. So we have our two Japan players here, and they are very busy. You can see. I don't know if you wanna, do you, any of you guys want to say something to our viewers? Not right now. Not right now. Purple start, interesting. How is it looking from the Manchukuo side? Manchukuo's pretty big. Any comments? Any comments?
Yeah, you can see here, like in Shanghai, we have created a massive pocket here with 4 enemy divisions, and we're going to crush it by inserting them from down below here. So this will make a huge impact in the war, actually. Like it's 5 divisions, like I don't know, 50,000 men. It's massive.
It's massive.
Yes.
If you guys got 2 persons playing the same countries, so you are dividing it up so you can make it even harder.
Yes.
So what are you doing?
I'm trying to spy as much as possible on China.
Yes, you have intelligence advantage as well.
Yes.
That is really good.
Right?
That's why we're winning.
That's why you're winning. You're the more intelligent party here. Excellent. Thank you. So this is how it looks when we play these games. We try to divvy up so that the people playing on the same front sit together and try to macro the same front. And as you can also tell, they are a little bit stressed out, or half of them are perfectly calm, half of them are a little bit stressed out because there's a lot of stuff happening in this war, which is, well, you're probably going to win it, but it's still important. If Japan takes the beating, they're going to get a lot weaker in the game later on, and if they get a few good pockets, they're going to get a huge amount of experience and get really rich instead. So yeah, I would like to get a few comments from our Japanese player, but I understand if you guys are a little bit too busy. Okay, we'll get back to you when it's going better. Excellent. Never admit defeat, never, yeah. Just keep calm and carry on, and then we'll see you during the victory. So then, in that case, we'll get back to the studio. I guess we could take a short look, short check-in with the rest of you guys. Hey guys, you're on camera. How are you feeling? How's the game going? Poland is still standing, I can tell. So, does anyone want to say anything to our viewers about what you're planning for the war when it starts? Or are we gonna Italia? Mare Nostrum, yes.
I'll try to survive for the 15 days and then make tanks.
Yes, tanks are really good in the Mediterranean, right?
Yeah. When Barb starts, I'm gonna surprise the UK with having tanks.
Let's see if we can get Mac even closer to you and do a quick interview then. I told the viewers that there's going to be a lot of action here, and you're going to try to do one big good push on LLM and predict it.
Okay.
Hopefully you want to do is actually leaking. So
no, my plan is together with Germany,
stage A, see if we can win with his tanks, and stage B, if we don't, then we'll my tanks. I'm gonna license produce Panzer Force, and then I can hopefully surprise my big brother in the UK to kick him out when he doesn't expect it.
Excellent. We get some family drama as well. Very, very interesting. So, let's see if we can return to the studio view and see what's happening in the war. So, we're probably going to get the map view back in a second, but we are AI has actually managed to get some of its troops out. But if you look at war score, 500,000 Chinese have already been killed as compared to only 43,000 Japanese. So even if they're feeling a little bit bad about it, I think they're actually doing really well. And their army experience is just rushing upwards. They have a lot of navy experience as well. So I think Japan is actually in a better position than they seem to believe. But I also know that we have some of our most veteran players on Japan, and I know they have really high expectations of themselves. Oh, look here, we have another pocket. So it's around 40-ish divisions are falling. And this is not going to be fun for China, even though it might be pushing us closer and closer to China actually spawning in its second army. That might actually be a good thing for Japan, because Japan is not overextended. So the last game, if you're curious, the last game we played, Japan jumped the gun a little bit and naval invaded in the south really early on. They pushed north and had a really big pocket, and then China got a lot of spawn-ins, as the AI in these games do, and Japan just couldn't hold it. So this is actually safer for Japan than if they had actually gone for massive pockets early on. Look here, we have another pocket, just picking them apart one by one, and yeah, we can address that now. We got a few comments about the audio when we did the walkthrough through the house. It didn't work perfectly, but I hope you appreciated the opportunity to see what it actually looks like during these games, because I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool that we do these things. So if you just joined, I know we have over 300 people watching us. What we're doing here is essentially we have set up two teams, one in a house about 10 kilometers over in that direction, and one here where I'm sitting. And each house has a team. This is the Axis house, the other house is the Allies house. And each team is essentially coordinating and playing the game from their side. So it's sort of a LAN, but in two houses, one team in each. And we show up a day ahead, we live here, we drink beer here, we prep the game here. So sometime almost close to midnight last night, I was standing here as your press correspondent, watching the planning from the Axis players. They had a big PowerPoint presentation and everything, and I presume the same thing happened in the Allied house, possibly with more beer. Let's get back to the front line now, because I know you're all excited about it. And see, they keep just getting these small but important pockets. If Japan is unhappy, they shouldn't be. This is looking really good. And if you look at Manchukuo, their pockets up here in the north is still coming. They're working on it. They have them surrounded almost. But no, Japan just keeps chipping away at China. So now China has lost 1.21, so 1.2 million people, and Japan has only lost 50,000. It's still really good. And all right, now we're looking at the China screen for a bit to see the pockets better. They are losing rapidly. Here we go, 1.38 million. So they just lost almost 170,000 people whilst we were speaking. It's terrible to be Chinese in this game. So, and here we are from the Japanese view. They are still looking strong. 530 army experience, almost 600 navy experience, and soon 300 air experience, which means that we can look a little bit at the air screen again. So, red air over the Yellow Sea, but green air on the front line. It implies that Soviet airplanes are probably here, but they're also probably in the wrong air zone, whilst Japan is getting the most out of its supporting air forces. So this was a little bit of a rundown of the war in China and on the situation in the Axis house. I think we are sort of ready to get back to the main studio. And in that case, guys, I hope this has been illuminating, and I hope you have some new interesting takes on what's happening in this war. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Andreas, and welcome back to the main studio. We are sitting here in our bunker and following the Sino-Japanese war with great intrigue, actually, because this seems to be going to the Japanese's favor so far, just as you've expertly analyzed over in the Axis house. They're getting these small encirclements, but they're getting a lot of them, and it's quite a lot of people in there, and the casualty figures are looking in favor of the Japanese at this point, and there have been no major from the Japanese side, and that's about what you would expect here. This is one of those wars that you as the Japanese player can really plan out, because you're playing against an AI, right? So if you prepare a lot, if you practice a lot, if you put your plan to the test a couple of times, it's one of those wars that are quite hard to fail. But if you don't prepare, then you can really mess up. And in this case, it seems like Japan has quite a good hold on what they're doing.
Indeed. There seemed to be a bit of confusion as the war kicked off. China was pushing into Manchuria just a bit, and it looked a bit hairy, but that was because the Japanese had moved most of their forces down to the Korean peninsula, but now things seem to be well at hand, and if you have a look at the casualty numbers, they are speaking a language of its own, their own. The Japanese and Manchukuo have lost 60k, while the Chinese have lost 1.5 million, so this seems to be going well. They're not going for any crazy snaking strategies where you take a few divisions and just create a snake through the enemy territory. They are moving quite steadily forward, slowly but surely, and it seems to be paying off for them so far.
We also have a question in the chat. Is Manchu going big or small Manchu? Can you check their focus tree? And checking their focus tree now, it seems, because this claimed the mandate, right, when they convert into the Great King. And they have indeed crushed the bandits here, so I think small Manchu. I'm no expert on Manchu focus trees, but it is looking small Manchu.
Yeah, I think so, but it's that's another thing. I think it's a bit sad. I hear the meta is
I kind of agree. Also, like, when we have two players on Manchu for the first time ever, even if the second chair on Manchu is quite inexperienced, it would be interesting, because if you have two players on Manchu, then it really speaks to getting big Manchu, right? Because that's pretty much the only time when you can really utilize that extra micro, that extra player, that extra overlook on things. If you go small Manchu, I can't really capitalize on that with two players, I feel. But yeah, we'll see how it pans out. Japan so far doing solidly here in the game.
Which wave is China on so far? Let's have a look. Second wave.
They have mobilized the second wave, yeah. And no disasters for the Japanese. We can see that their general, he is not getting any traits here. No invader traits, no grinding towards that. That might come back to bite them later. We have a question in the chat whether or not the Japanese have collaboration governments on China, and they do have one being prepared, but no collaboration governments actually done. Or, well, they have 80% collaboration. Yeah, they're doing the last one, and then they have full collaboration governments.
And this will partly affect the surrender limit, and partly affect how much resistance you have in the territory once you occupy them. So that's a must-have for the Japanese.
Yeah, and we do apologize for the sound problems in the Axis house as well. We think it's connected to the mobile connections and the storm that we will hopefully get to see live later.
We blame Amy. We blame Amy.
Yeah, the storm Amy. Actually, there was a scientific study in Sweden, to digress here, that storms with female names were more dangerous because people didn't take them seriously. Imagine like Gudrun. They're like, oh, the storm Gudrun, don't mind that. And then people die. And then you had the storm Gorm, and they're like, oh, not going to fuck with that. Right?
That's interesting. That's interesting. Where was that study made? Södertörn?
Nah, probably. Well, then again, Gudrun was very long time ago, so perhaps you had worse cars and stuff. Looking over at the Chinese war here, we still see the Japanese getting this small but significant encirclements. They are taking their time here, mowing through China. It's not the speediest and most innovative China war we've ever seen, but a lot of the times when the Japanese have said like, oh, we're going to do this fancy naval invasion of the south and snake and link up, sometimes they just get stomped by the mobilization. Yeah. So probably a sound plan from the Japanese here, and executed good so far.
Yeah, and there are pros and cons about doing a quick war or a long war. A quick war allows you to get the industry of China earlier, of course, and that gives you in the long run more economy. But doing a longer war means your troops get more experience. So yeah, it's a give and take. And so far we're just in 1938, so it's not a late war by any means. They have plenty of time to finish up with China and then prepare for the war with the Allies later on.
I'm a bit though. It's just the invader trait. Like I would like to see if they are going for a long, like traditional Sino-Japanese war. Anyway, I would like to see them getting the naval invader trait on one of their generals, right?
Yeah,
that can actually be very powerful later on. Because if you do a very fast China war, you go for the industry, then you don't have time anyway, right? But now when they have the time, probably would be wise to get that trait on a general. Probably too late now though, but I would have wanted that. But otherwise, good China war for the Japanese.
One common strategy we see Japan doing is going after Hainan here, the island in the south, because this allows you to do a naval invasion, take over the island, and then you can fall back and allow the Chinese AI to follow you, and then you do another naval invasion in the back, and you can rinse and repeat, just doing naval invasions, killing Chinese troops. But this is not something that they're planning, and indeed we see no additional naval invasions being planned. It's a pure land war at this
and I
stage.
mean, at the point, they have 58 infantry divisions in the army, Japanese here, you can see on the division overview. And these divisions are, well, regular divisions, so to speak. These are no Marines. This is infantry division, standard, or not standard, 32 is, but no big naval plans here, no Marines. Looking over at the Japanese production screen, it is squad weapons, close air support, infantry equipment, but not a lot. Dockyards, 57 dockyards. They are building some super heavy battleships here.
Yeah, that seems to be his Navy plan, the super heavy battleships, which are of course formidable.
And if I do recall correctly, we had a question in the chat before about what MIO that the Japanese is using for their Navy, and they have not, they are using Sasebo Naval Arsenal, raiding fleet MIO. And they are upgrading towards high-speed raiding, high-speed operation stores, and so mine laying, speed, and reduced fuel usage seems to be the name of the game for the Japanese Navy this game.
Yeah. I'm no naval expert, but I do know the US is going for a sort of carrier heavy fleet, while the Japanese are going for a battleship heavy fleet. And I think carriers beat battleships in the rock paper scissors game, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not an expert.
While we talked about the lack of naval invasions, we see that they actually are planning some new things here. They are planning a naval invasion towards Guangzhou, which has 9 divisions assigned to it.
Ah, there we go.
So they are doing some stuff. They are getting a lot of veterans on this. We have veterans already in the Japanese army. So these are going to be dangerous later, but they are not Marines.
No, they're not. They're not Marines. But you can still get the naval invader trait on the general, I suppose. So
yeah, indeed you can. Question again in the chat, what's the mod? We are running their finest bra, quite a common competitive mod for Hearts of Iron. We have modified it a bit to our needs, so it's called Hygge mod. If you want to try it out yourself at home, you can subscribe to it in the Steam store. But if you have played their finest bra, if you are familiar with the regular multiplayer communities of Hearts and Iron, it is the same framework basically.
Yeah, and speaking of the mod, a quick shout out to Remefors, who is one of the Soviet players. He's the man responsible for updating the mod. So yeah, shout out to Remefors for taking care of that for us. And also to their finest bra. What's their community called? The Bakoan community?
Yeah, I think it's Bakoan, yeah. Which we have competed in like 2 times or something from this community.
Yeah, they usually beat us quite handily, but we have a lot more fun and the people are a lot friendlier.
Yeah, let's say like when we've come up in like professional games with prize money and tournaments and stuff, we have still not performed satisfactory, but we're getting there, and we have some pro players in our community that are very good. So at some point, Hygge will punch through the glass floor of competitive HOI.
Yeah, notably, last time we performed in one of these competitive tournaments, Stationary, who's the main controller of Japan, he was actually playing for another community. I didn't know that we would participate with Hygge, so we gave him a hard time for that, and he felt very sorry because his heart belongs with us, I think.
Yeah.
And he's also one of our strongest players, so if we would have had him, I mean, then we probably would have won the whole thing.
You could put me on Finland at some point, but I think I will. I tried to do Danker strategy once to just build heavy artillery 30 with divisions.
Just artilleries?
No, like with a lot of heavy artillery. So I only get 6 divisions, and then I bomb rush Leningrad. It failed, and I died. But yeah, it was fun at least.
Yeah, we see Japan continuing its strategy here, just taking small chunks out of China, doing a bit of encirclements, and when the front line is clear, they move ahead. So yeah, looking good. Having a look at the losses, they are at 120k, 130 in total.
It's a bit more than they probably would have wanted, but when they're going this very infantry-focused frontline slog through China instead of the daring naval invasions and big encirclements, it is, you would expect them to have slightly higher casualties, so I don't think they're too upset about that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
If you look at the ratios, I mean, 133,000 versus 2 million, that might seem still very good. But we have seen Japan, the previous Japans, with less casualties, I think. So yeah, it's still okay.
We have a point in the chat here. The sound is really annoying. And I don't know if the sound is bugging out or maybe it's the in-game sound that is really annoying. Because I could adjust the in-game sound, but I will need confirmation in my ear from the technicians here, because I am merely a pretty face for the community and not a sound adjuster. But thank you for the input.
Yeah, thank you for letting us know, Shawarma Papi. Maybe you could specify a bit what's with the sound is annoying, and I'm sure our technicians will get right on it.
Speaking of getting right on it, I do believe that the Chinese will be mobilizing their 3rd wave quite soon, if they haven't already. We have the 2nd wave has been mobilized, and there is, as we said before, 3 waves. So at some point we will see a 3rd wave.
And it's triggered by losses, right?
I think it's triggered by...
or is it victory points?
AI China waves. I can't check it as an observer.
Right.
But yeah. It is triggered by either losses or some surrender limit, maybe.
Your voice is like speaking in wind.
Is it? Have you touched something again on your thing?
I mean, the technician moved the microphone to my
Mine
thigh.
is yours. This is green, right? That's blue. That's green. Well, it looks proper. We'll see if the technicians are reacting to this.
We'll get right on it.
We are sure that we will be able to get right on it. In the meanwhile, we will keep following this Sino-Japanese war to the best of our ability, where Japan is pushing quite handily down. They have increased their speed at this point, and we do have the naval invasions actually coming in at some point. They are ready to go. The planning is done, so once the Japanese player actually presses the button here. Or no, they have 1 day left of preparation. So now they can go with the naval invasions should they want to. And
it looks like their plan is to meet their land forces here. They're pushing south quite aggressively now, and with a naval invasion from the south, they can cut off a huge chunk of China and probably a bunch of Chinese troops in here as well. Yeah, look at this. There's a lot of Chinese troops here, and if they manage to cut them off,
I think what they're trying to do here is to mobilize the third wave and then land and cut off the entire east, because when the third wave mobilizes, you will get a large number of Chinese troops all along this front, and then they just cut them off after that, and they have an encirclement towards the coast.
Okay, so the sound is cutting off, but the mic sounds good.
We'll see. They'll get on it. And we have a question about who is playing Japan, please. And looking over at the player map mode here, it is Meatneck.
Yeah, so that's the second seat. So the main controller is Stationary. Stationary is one of our strongest players. He's been with the community for 3 years now, which is not super long in Hygge terms, but he's really grown into one of the community's strongest players. He's played Japan 4 times, and his co-seat, what do you say, co-op, is Iverson, also known as Meatneck. He's been with the community for a long time. In the beginning, not one of our strongest players, but in recent years, he's really picked it up and he played a lot of majors. So this is a team to be reckoned with for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And as we see here, very disciplined China War. They still have not mobilized the third wave, and they still have not fired off this naval invasion, because you might be enticed to click it as soon as possible, but...
yeah, they're playing it safe, definitely.
Yeah, they are. I don't even see the naval invasion going at this point. Have they cancelled it, or...?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
So no naval invasion. But
they're closing in on Nanjing here, the Japanese army, and we'll see. They should mobilize quite soon. When Nanjing falls, I would imagine the third wave getting mobilized on the side of China, and then it's basically over from there. It's just a matter of time before the Japanese push all the victory points.
We're getting feedback that it sounds good now, so thank you for your feedback. And,
and we will work on it during lunch. We will have a short lunch break. We will do some more content, but the
stream will not have a break.
The stream will not have a break,
because then we'll hand over to the Access House, and you will listen to Andreas' soft voice speaking to you. So just stay tuned, and we will keep delivering. Thank you from B for giving us saying we are great. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, we could. We're talking about the CPU overload here, but we will get on that in the pause.
Interesting.
That's a good point actually, that we are not breaking for lunch as we usually do. So you will be with us the entire lunch, but then we will get on it. Perhaps it's lowering some CPU intensive things. I guess I have like 8 tabs open on Chrome and high frames and stuff like that.
Yeah, who knows? There's a lot of moving parts, and we are not familiar with any of them because we are just, as you were saying, the pretty talking faces, and we will keep doing our bit. Look at this. The naval invasions are back on schedule, and
indeed.
Are they actually firing? No, it's just, they are. No, he's moving to Taiwan, and from there he's going for Hainan. So what I was talking about before, naval invading Hainan, common strategy. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. They are up in the north. That seems to be their area of responsibility, slogging it out in the north of China. They have 4 divisions, which are Marines, like you were saying before, which seems to be their main divisions. Not very beefy, though. Just 14 combat with, which is
Yeah.
a bit unorthodox. If 32 is unorthodox, 14 is even more so.
Yeah, also we see Manchukuo has not really advanced into the country in any significant manner. The Marines is 14, the infantry is 12, and no territory being taken. The Japanese are rolling through this Sino-Japanese war, but if this is the Manchukuo game, I do see maybe the idea of going small.
I'm having a quick look at Manchukuo's production and their logistics tab. They seem to have a surplus of special forces gear, but they don't have a lot of infantry equipment or squad weapons, so they can't really produce that much more. Maybe a big senpai in Japan should throw them a bone and send a lend-lease so they can do some more stuff.
Well, it might be nice. You see, there is some deficit on some central equipment parts and so on. 1939 is indeed coming up, just as no one else. So at some point we will see the war breaking out. We now see invasions from Taiwan and from the now Japanese-controlled Chinese East Coast. So the naval invasions are coming, but they are coming late in the war. And I think this is planned because once the third wave mobilizes, they want to be able to capture all of these troops in the different pockets that will appear.
Yeah. And we are in 1939, which you all know is the year when World War II broke out. Having a look at Germany now, they've made the Anschluss, so Austria is part of Germany. Czechoslovakia has disappeared from the map. Most of Slovakia has gone to Hungary, and the Czech Republic to Germany. Let's have a look.
Now they just signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact as well. Yeah. So we have a non-aggression treaty between Germany and the Soviet Union.
Bad news for Poland.
Yeah, bad news for Poland. I wonder if that non-aggression treaty will hold. But
I wonder if this will have any significance for world peace.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Another thing that will be interesting to see is whether or not these Japanese naval invasions in the South China Sea will be able to land, because there is a red bubble at Hainan, green bubble around Hong Kong. But if they really want to land this, obviously.
This is the drawback of not using proper Marines, but it looks like they will be able to land.
Yeah, they will be able to eke it out, I do think. At least one of them will land, but, well, you want both, right?
Well, I guess it's fine. As long as you hold the port and you stay in the port, you can ferry in more troops, and the supplies will get in through the port as well. Japan, of course, has complete naval dominance. There's nothing China can do about that.
Yeah, we do see that the Japanese will be landing to the west of Hong Kong here, but I don't think they will be landing on Hainan.
There we go. They've landed close to Hong Kong there in Guangzhou.
Mm-hmm. How many collaboration governments are ready? Let's check that out. They have 80% collaboration in the Republic of China, so that's 4 collaboration governments, if my math are correct.
That's good. And are they? Yeah, they're preparing another one.
Yeah, so they are going to do one more. We see here they are going to try to link up these fronts, I'm quite certain.
Yeah, we can see the beginning of a bit of a snake, but they're not moving right now. But they want to ideally link those up. They will probably ferry in reinforcements down to Guangzhou, but I don't see any at the moment being moved there. And in the meantime, Tvorik and Luis on Manchu, they are fighting the good fight up in the north with their
the Manchu troops, they are actually
challenged army.
They are actually pushing a little bit now. Manchu is making. Then again, they are attacking now from Japanese territory, so it's not Manchukuo territory, but it is actually Manchu troops expanding the Japanese hold in the north of China. So they are clawing their way back into the game. But Japan has done an expertly executed Sino-Japanese war, I would say, so far. Manchu has not. But
it's not the fastest one we've ever seen, but like we said before, that's not the main objective either. The main objective is to get it done without too many losses and And if you prolong it, then you get some experience on the way. So that's
and we see here
all
also
good.
43% done on the invader trait on this general. So they are actually working towards getting that invader trait, like I was complaining before that they hadn't.
Oh yeah.
And they have already planned an unnamed invasion here, and a couple more of those, and he should be ready for the island hopping against the United States later on.
They do have almost 25 military factories not being used at the moment, and this is an oversight because that's industrial capacity that's being unused.
This is something you don't like. If you don't use, that's basically like 20 or so military factories that are not producing anything.
Yeah.
You don't gain anything from that. You can't. It's not like a national focus or a research that you get something back if you don't
save it up.
So they should just put this towards something. It's
whatever.
Really an oversight.
Just use them, and this might be due to them being overloaded a bit with micro right now. And you can see here from Guangzhou, they are actually pushing out now.
Yeah, this is a bit of a daring snake, but if they manage to trigger the third wave mobilization when they are like almost linked up, that can prove very, very good for them. And looking over at the Chinese side of things, the third wave is not mobilized yet, but it will be at some point. And if the Japanese calculations are correct, this could be very, very good timing for them. We have a question from Jacob about what do the British and Italian navies look like? And
it's a good question.
We can have a little look. Let me check the naval overview here for Italy, for example. They have 6 battleships, 8 heavy cruisers, 24 light cruisers, 84 destroyers, and 52 submarines. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom has quite a lot more.
Yeah.
5 carriers, 24 battleships, 3 battle cruisers, 16 heavy cruisers, 36 light cruisers, 42 submarines, and 137 destroyers. And we are in 1939, so it won't be that long until these armies meet on the high seas. And
I do believe, after speaking to both Badger at playing the UK and Jonte playing Italy, that both of them plan to have their fleets ready, not by the outbreak of war, but a bit later. So Badger was saying that his ships will probably be refitting and so on, so maybe they will join the fight in late 1940, and then he will try to assert dominance in the Eastern Med. But it seems like Jonte has the same time frame in mind, so we'll see how that pans out. Let's hope that we don't miss any important naval battles. It's so hard to catch them when they're going on as the casters.
We have a question, are they snaking along supply nodes? And I'm trying to check that out a bit from the supply map mode, but from the Japanese point of view, there is basically no supply here, right? They probably want to get this little supply hub here, but the snaking does not. Yeah, it does go along this little railroad here. So once they link up, I guess they get this supply node, and when they can activate,
they took the supply hub in Guangdong, and they have one over in Changsha.
And this is expert timing from the Japanese player. The third wave just mobilized. And you see here that when the third wave mobilized, we do have like all of these Chinese troops are basically spawning right into these pockets. And the Japanese just close it up and finish them off. It is a perfect execution of closing out the China war here. They just managed to trigger the third wave right as they were closing this pocket. So very good place from the Japanese side here.
Yeah, this is looking promising. This is definitely looking promising. I'm just wondering how big of a bone they will throw to Torik and Luis playing Manchu, because I mean they are slogging on up in the north, but they don't have much to work with. They are doing the best with what they have, I suppose. I would probably consolidate into a few bigger divisions, like these Marines.
Yeah.
I mean, the experience you get here is great, but if you only have combat with 14, you would want them to be combat with 30 later on, and if you grow them, they will lose their experience. So yeah.
Yeah, every little bit helps, I guess, but Manchu doesn't have much of an army to write home about at this point. They really don't, but we'll see where it pans out. We have a question: does Hungary have cav as infantry backbone? I would say no.
There's a lot of initiated questions from Mr. Zimmerman here. Let's have a look. I think Hungary will be the infantry backbone of the Axis. So he will not go cavalry. He will go infantry, and he won't have any tanks, which you usually see from Hungary, because Falk on Germany. He plans to play to his strength and focus mostly on tanks. So right now we have a hot joining player here.
Enrico Comandunto de Ferreira. I don't know what player that is, but it seems Spanish.
Yeah, could that be? It's probably not August. Doesn't sound like August. It's Anderson on Brazil.
Oh yeah, Brazil, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so Brazil apparently disconnected, but now he's back with us.
He is back indeed, and we have another question from Zimmerman here. Does Fascist Finland already annex Sweden and Norway? And
no, I don't think they are allowed to.
Well, Sweden you can't annex. Sweden is neutral, right? And we respect the Swedish neutrality. I mean,
and you're not allowed to justify war on just anyone.
No, you can't just invade Norway. Then again, they can annex Norway. I mean, there is nothing that stops the Finns from taking Norway if it's controlled by the Allies and they are at war. But it's probably not something they would do.
Yeah, because Finland will not join the Axis until later on. I think about the time a bit before Barbarossa. And before that, Germany will most certainly take over Norway themselves.
But we did have a plan. We heard that the UK had a plan of invading Narvik, for example. Yeah. And if the UK controls Narvik, there is no rule against the Finns going over there and taking it. But I think they will prioritize this.
Perhaps we should reiterate a few things for you people just joining us. This might all seem very confusing and a lot of information to take in. So this is a Hygge HOI grand game with the Hygge community, and this is Bergagårdhof 5, which is one of our yearly live events. So we have the Allies sitting in one house and the Axis sitting about 10 kilometers away in another house. And we are playing until about 8 this evening. Sorry, it seems like we had another connection issue and we got disconnected there. But you didn't miss much. The war in China is progressing as before. The encirclement is now closed and Japan is killing off Chinese troops.
And as we said before, I don't know if that got into the broadcast or not, but this is expertly executed by the Japanese. Right as they closed the pocket, they managed to trigger the third wave from the Chinese, and now they are just cleaning house here. So slow at the start, but expertly executed side of Japanese war from the Japanese side, I would say.
And also, as we were just saying when we might have been disconnected, this is a Hygge cast, a grand game, which is also Bergagårdhof 5, which is one of our yearly live events. We usually have about one grand game per month, which is online. But once a year, we meet up and we have all the allies in one house and all the Axis in another house. So me and Victor and Mosberg and Lucas, there on the technicians, we are sitting in the allied house. So all of the allied players are one floor above us. And about 10 kilometers from here, we have all the Axis players. And if you like what you see, you can become a Patreon on patreon.com/hyggegaming. And aside from our multiplayer games, we also do a bunch of guides to learn how to play the game better.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, multiplayer Hearts of Iron can be very daunting. Like, what do you do? What do you build? How do you get other people to not flame you? A good way to get other people not to flame you is to play with the Hygge HOI community, because we're very friendly. But the
indeed.
second best way to get other people not to flame you is to watch our guides on how to do multiplayer Hearts of Iron. We have Boppus, we have Badger, and we have our Patreon exclusive guides if you want to be a really good player. So check those out on our YouTube channel.
Yeah. And as we were saying earlier, Spain is not taking the coward's way out and playing volunteer Spain. He is joining the Axis, and if we have a look here, he's planning an invasion of the friendly, peaceful Portugal. So this is a nice turn of events. I think we like to see a brave Spain. August here putting up a real fight, and we'll see how that goes later on. We are in the end of April.
Actually, some Japanese have got an encircled here. A little spot in the sun for the Japanese war effort here to actually get these 3 little divisions encircled. If they don't break them out, we will actually see a small amount of Japanese losses that they probably would have liked to avoid if they're able to.
Yeah.
Still a good China war for the Japanese, but if this little pocket ice...
Yeah, that's a lot of men and material. They are desperately trying from the south to break them out, but none of them are successful so far, these tries. Yeah, they are down to 35 in this little bubble here, 30. And it doesn't look like they have the strength
it's
to break them out.
green from... Yeah, they might actually lose 3 divisions here. And
So let's have a look at the losses before and after. So we are now at 247k losses.
Yeah.
And let's see if this pocket gets...
229 for the Japanese, because the Manchukuans pretty much only have grinding losses.
Yeah,
right? But
and it does look
29.
like they will... Okay, they're focusing here in the south to be able to break them out, but they will not be in time.
Yeah, I think they are dying now. Right?
And now we look again, and it's another 50k. So that was a big, big loss.
50k experienced Japanese troops dying there. That is sad for the Japanese.
Yeah.
To be honest, I would still say it's a Sino-Japanese war that has gone to a large degree in their favor, but that is actually quite a loss for them.
Yeah, and I mean 300,000 losses in total. That's a bit on the higher side, I would say.
It is. We said before that since they have done this quite grindy, slow and steady Sino-Japanese war, you would expect higher casualties, right? But 308,000 to 3 million, you would want a bit lower than that.
Yeah, they are closing this pocket down in the south. Maybe a bit scared now to do anything too risky. But they don't have. They've taken all of eastern China, so now they have to gun for the.
A bit of an oversight here, I noticed as well. If you look at the trade for them, they do have a very big surplus of both steel and chromium. These are civilian factories that could be used for other things.
Yeah.
And these are convoys that do not need to be put at risk on the high seas.
They are definitely slipping on the macro a bit. We saw earlier that they had about 20-25 military factories not being used, and now we see dockyards not being used.
Yeah, we also have no national focus is set, and it has peaked, and we probably have 3 research slots, I would say. No, they are actually filling up all of them.
Yeah, the Japanese seem a bit overwhelmed, and this is against the AI. So imagine when they're facing the full force of the allies later on. And
it was expertly executed, but as Napoleon once said, right, plans rarely survive contact with the enemy, and I think that's what happened here.
I thought that was Clausewitz.
Was it Clausewitz?
I don't know. It's one of those quotes attributed to many people.
We have a question here. Can we get a look at the Soviet build? What doctrine are they going, and what is their main infantry template? And indeed, let's check that out. Looking over at the Soviets, here in the army overview, they have 181 garrison divisions, 14 mountaineers, 1 railway gun, and 17 tanks. And the army of the infantry front here, aptly named, easy for us casters, is garrison divisions, artillery, and anti-tank, so they do expect some tanks from the Germans. Support, anti-air, and 20 combat width. And they have, as we said before, 267 of those. Quite a meat wall for the Germans to get through.
I just have to address a thing in the chat here. We do a lot of guys. No, we do a lot of guides with the D. Just to be clear. Maybe we do a lot of guys as well. I can't comment, but guides. And shame and dishonor on the Japanese, definitely.
Looking at the LAN doctrine, mass assault.
Yeah.
No surprises.
Just to comment on the Soviet strategy, they will do a garrison build with lots of meat on the line, like you just saw, but they will also have light tanks to do the counteroffensives. But Boppus, he plans to build medium tanks and lots of medium tanks as secretly as he can, so behind the front lines, and then that will be their big counterpunch. So that's something to look out for.
One thing that's interesting here is that they have a certain, like one army assigned here called Finland, where they have started to draw up their Finland plans. And here they have 17 divisions of rather capable light tanks.
Yeah, yeah.
This will be very, very hard to hold. If they commit 17 divisions of fully equipped light tanks towards Finland, I do think we are going to see quite a handy Soviet victory in the Finnish Winter War.
Yeah, and if we have a look from the Finnish point of view, the previously quite defensive disposition of the Finns has changed a bit. They do have some divisions up in the far north, and those are in real danger of being cut off because, the point of the Finnish Winter War from the Finland point of view is that you do not want to lose your divisions.
They do have, though, looking at the Finnish divisions, they have seen through the Soviet plan a bit, because they do have one battalion of anti-tank in pretty much every division.
Yeah.
And if the Soviets are coming with light tanks, I don't think they will be able to push through that.
Okay,
Well,
so we have information here from Robin Meinecke that the quote was from Moltke.
Yeah. Reasonable.
Reasonable. Moltke, the older probably, because the younger was not much.
Yeah, Moltke, it was the Franco-Prussia War.
Yeah.
Right. When they started realizing that pressing B, or the railroad button, is a good way to win a war.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking about the war, the big war that we're all waiting for, I'm having a look now in France, where Sarge's defensive dispositions are very clear now. So he's going to protect the border towards Italy, even with an offensive order there. He's populating the Maginot, of course, and then you see the classic defensive disposition. You can see he's avoiding the plains tiles on the border and instead taking the more defensible position. And of course, the sneaky little naval invasion.
Yeah, he
here.
has switched up, because before it went from Dieppe, but he has moved up his marines to Calais to have a slightly closer distance to cover when he's doing this little naval invasion in the back of the Axis troops. But
which will give the Axis less time to prepare, I suppose. And there are some troops in reserve, probably to look out for paratroopers. Just holding on to the victory points.
And speaking of paratroopers, do we see any German plans when it comes to paratroopers? Checking at the army
I would bet not, because Falk, he is an excellent player, but he's a very conventional player. You never see him doing anything especially crazy, except maybe that he's not building any infantry this game. You might see infantry right now, but as soon as they are done with France, and before they do the Operation Barbarossa, most of this will be transferred to Hungary.
And the Sino-Japanese War, I remember we said they took it slow and steady, and the waves were expertly executed, but it's starting to get a bit too slow and steady, right?
Yeah.
We're in July of 1939, and they even lost this little pocket. If I was the Japanese, I would be quite worried about the speed, because there is still quite a few victory points to get before capitulation, and now we're only a couple of months away from the outbreak of the war in earnest. And you would want to have China squared away at this point. Yeah,
this is a bit worrying for the Japanese, but on the other hand, we've seen Sino-Japanese wars that have dragged on for a long time, and we say, okay, Japan is basically finished, but then they do a really good war against the Allies.
Yeah, this is not the worst we have seen. We've also seen a lot of instances where you've had quite a passive United States as well, right? The United States, this game is going quite a supportive structure. They're putting a lot of energy towards building equipment that they can lend lease out to other allied countries, which will hamper their ability to compete with the Japanese in the Pacific Ocean. So, no, we are not counting out the Japanese player, but the Sino-Japanese war, a bit slow.
Yeah, and the dockyards are still not being used. They are finally putting some ships in production, but that's been for a long time. They've been waiting for
Right, as we said that they put their dockyards to work, but it has been a couple of months now when there have been dockyards not being used, and that's also one of these oversights that you really do not want. You have trades ready in the MIOs, you have factories that you need to allocate. It's a bit of an oversight.
And the main opponent is, of course, the United States, and Japan has 61 dockyards. The United States has 110 dockyards. So you really want to use those 61 dockyards to the best of your ability as early as possible.
We're also up to around 25% world tension. So looking over at the allied nations, we have partial mobilization now in France, and we also have partial mobilization in the UK, I would imagine. So they are beefing up their arsenals.
Yeah, same with South Africa and Canada. What about the Rush? Yeah, same thing there. They are, they're on top of the economic game. They don't have much else to do right now, anyways.
Looking over at the German focus tree here, in one day they will be finished with this focus, uplift the Rosenberg office, and then we will see whether or not they take anything more aggressive towards going into Poland.
Their forces are placed on the Polish border, so they are prepared to attack. Let's see which focus he goes for now.
Yeah, they could go Danziger War right now. So technically, they could start the war in 35 days should they want to. But it will be interesting to see what focus they pick here. Do they go to war now, or do they wait for like 1 or 2 more focuses maybe? But it is August of 39, so we are steadily closing in there.
And just to reiterate, when this happens, when the declaration of war against Poland happens, we will pause the game, and then we will turn over to our look at this Danziger War. So in just a few days we will have war, and then we will pause the game, and most of the people will go for a lunch break, but we will turn over to our Axis correspondent Andreas, and he will have some analysis and further commentating for you while we eat lunch.
Indeed.
And that break should be for about an hour. But like I said, the stream will not stop, so please stay tuned. And we've got a really exciting war coming. Just in general, speaking about this game, there are experienced players on all of the majors who really have their comfort picks. Falk is playing Germany. He played Germany in the very first Hygge game. Jonte is playing Italy. He played Italy in the very first Hygge game. Badger is playing the UK. Bop is on the Soviets, and Stationary on Japan, Snistan on the United States. But then again, on almost all of the minor countries, we have partly some new players playing for the first time, like Fide on Holland, and Anderson on Brazil, and as well Luis on Manchukuo. And then we have a bunch of players who are not necessarily new, but they're playing the countries for the first time. So a bunch of the Balkan countries, inexperienced in those particular countries. Rosen, he's probably played Finland before, but never in a Hygge game. So this makes for a really exciting game where a lot of things can happen. I think the majors will be stable, they will be steady, but the minor nations are, there are many, and they can really decide the game.
It will be very interesting as well to see, because we have quite supportive majors, right? Germany has delegated the infantry front line to the minors. The US and the United Kingdom and also Canada are building very supportive builds where they want to support the smaller nations of their faction. So even though these minor players are inexperienced, they are going to get a lot of weight to punch with from their major leaders in the faction. So very camaraderie way to play, and it will be interesting to see how that pans out.
I just want to say, as a fun aside, I just got a pop-up here from the point of view of Germany that Netherlands continues the Zuiderzee works, and Zuiderzee is actually Yuri's hometown.
Oh.
So Yuri, who's the second seat of the US, that's his hometown, and that's a fun trivia fact for you.
Indeed, indeed. We have a question from Dieta Pete. Have you heard anything from your Paradox friends about future plans afterwards the coming DLC? I mean, maybe about HOI4 or something? I haven't heard anything about HOI4.
No, they are definitely our friends, but they are not that kind of friend that tells us secrets.
Yeah, they're probably reasonable considering the amount of beer we drink and the amount of things we talk about with you guys about.
Loose lips, sink ships, and reveal DLCs in advance, I guess.
Indeed. I got a new medal though here.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Look at Victor. He's got 3 of the Paradox medals.
I got this is Arms Against Tyranny medal. This is No Step Back medal. And this is
Here we
from
go.
Hearts of Iron 3.
I just have to say that Poland refuses the German ultimatum, and this means that the game is paused, and we are at war.
We are indeed at war, and once we get confirmation in our ears here, we will go away and get some lunch. But until we get that, we are going to be with you for quite some time. And don't leave the stream, because we're going to have content for you during the entirety of the lunch break here.
Yeah, we will move over to our Axis correspondent, Andreas, who is inside the Axis house. I think maybe he's been a bit, how should I say?
Så. Hej allihopa! Cheers everyone and welcome back to the Axis house. I should be loud and clear for everyone. So, what is happening right now in the game? I don't know if my co-host has explained it to us. But what's happening right now is a Swedish phenomena called lunch. So, war has been declared. And this is essentially starting off the next part of the game. You can see the AI from Poland has already started attacking Hungary. I don't think it's going to go overly well for them, but good luck, guys. So this is starting the second phase of the game, when there might be a so-called Second World War. Though I have from good sources that we have actually secured peace in our time. So hopefully there will be no war. Anyways, what's going to happen is that now the war is started, the players behind me and the players in the other house, they're going to go and have themselves a lunch. This means this is going to be a break for a while, but stay tuned, because during the break we are going to go over the sort of situation, especially on the Axis side, on how prepped they are for the war and how strong they're going to be, and like essentially what the situation is going to look like when the war starts. So you're going to get a rundown of all the countries and, well, essentially where they are when the war starts. But the people behind me, they are going to be eating, so you might be getting some grade A fantastic content of people showing stuff in their faces. We can probably do some eating ASMR as well if you want to. But so that's what's gonna happen. And I think we're just gonna get started. So I have made sure that I can see your comments as well. And I know there's a lot of comments about Japan. So maybe we should go and look a little bit at the situation in Japan and China. And as you can see, and as we have been talking about, there is a slow war going on in Japan. That is, we have had a hard time breaking China. And that is bad, especially if they want to go strong on the Navy side. This is going to set them back quite a lot. But it's not as bad as it could be. This war always drags out a little bit. And if you like to play this game, either solo or against other players on China, the China mechanic in this game might feel a little bit unfamiliar to you, because it is sort of a classic mechanic that, in the sense that China's, as they lose, they spawn more and more hordes of people. But what we have realized in our games is that they actually get fairly chunky. They actually get quite strong in the end. So they spawn sufficiently large hordes that if you get careless, you can actually lose to China, or at least get a lot of troops surrounded by China. So this slow this slow approach is it's not ideal, but it's not actually throwing the game, as I know someone has said in the chat. You can see how they just work through pocket after pocket after pocket, and you can see in the war screen that 4.17 million Chinese have died, and they are fairly close to capitulate. whilst Japan has lost 360k. It's not great, but on the other hand, first of all, it's not terrible either. It's not actually costing them anything for their navy build-up. They still have a lot of manpower to get ready for the rest of the war. Also, Manchukuo has lost almost nothing. They haven't really fielded that much either, but like just in general, the war is not going as bad as it could, or as I think some of you are feeling, but it's definitely stalled. So that is that front. Let's now go back and talk a little bit about how the war is going to look. So, first of all, we're going to look at, I know I've marked Hungary, but we're actually going to look a little bit at the Intel screen for Germany. So the situation as we are getting into the war stands is that Germany has 231 civilian and 275 military factories, as well as 22 dockyards, which means that they have transitioned into mills, and they are building up quite heavily. They are using most of their factories, or a plurality of their factories, to build airplane actually, rather than tanks. But in general, they're transitioning still into the proper war economy. If we look a little bit at how they are prepped for the war, we have 2,000 fighters. In my opinion, that is actually not a lot of fighters. This is actually quite low for the war. And we're going to sneak a little peek at the UK whilst the Germans behind me are not listening. So how is the corresponding situation? We're going to go through France to look at them. How is the corresponding situation in the UK? Just 1.2 fighters, UK fighters, and they have the Supermarine Spitfire up and produced. So, and they're also, let's check how they are on factories, on airplanes. They are 73. So Germany is stronger on fighters and are producing more airplanes than the UK still. But both of them are actually on fairly low levels. They're going to need to pump those numbers if they actually want to, well, have the release, so to speak. So that is the fighter situation. They also have a few 700 attack bombers and 700 CAS. So in my mind, this is not super strong, but they don't have to be super strong. They just have to be stronger than the Allies. We could have a small gander at the Soviet Union as well and see how they are stacking up. We're going to have to do it slightly quietly because now people are peeking in on our screens. As you guys can see, the Soviet Union are almost on par with Germany when it comes to fighters. However, they are suffering some lag. That is, they don't have that. Well, they have shit fighters, is what I'm saying. So that's just a start of the German situation. And if we look, keep looking a little bit more at Germany, we're going to see a few more interesting things. Navy-wise, they have a navy. They almost don't have a navy, but they do have some ships. This does not look like a strong navy game. But they have been assigning people to mine lay in these straits between Sweden and Denmark, which probably means that they're just going to use the navy for a defensive game. And 40 submarines, it's something, I guess. I guess what's going to be more interesting is when you look at the army intel. So you have 65 infantry divisions and 9 panzer divisions. And I happen to have been told that the intention from Germany's side is to mostly let Hungary hold the front line against Soviet later on, so that Germany can micro their tanks even better. So they're going to bring the tanks to bear in, first of all, Poland and then France. So you have these medium assault gun tanks, which have really high soft attack. It means they're really good against infantry, and it also means that if they look at a cannon, they die. So they are going to be spent on Poland and France and possibly early on in Africa, but they're going to build up some way more elite tanks for the invasion of Soviet later on. So that is the intention. how are they actually doing? If we look at like the army they're actually fielding. So these are the line infantry, 20 width division. This is what they have a lot of right now. Not massively impressive, but they're going to be able to hold the line, and they're going to be spread out across Europe after France falls. And we're going to do a quick comparison to what France has right now, because no one is behind me. They're all out eating, so this is the perfect opportunity. Oh no, we have Balkan Bros slightly behind me. So how are they stacking up against France? You won't know until the war starts and the Allies House Studio actually tells you about it. But as I said, also sorry, I was just looking at Hungary's army there. So this is what is actually being fielded by Germany. So you have, this is the impressive tank division, the flame tanks or the assault guns. And it's looking quite interesting. They have almost no soft attack, which probably means that they haven't finished taking up the chassis yet. Because this is not going to do well at all in a war with these stats. But it probably means that they are still in the designer template. We can look at what they're actually fielding tanks-wise. So it's the Panzer 38. Oh god, there's a lot of tanks here. Yeah, this is not overly impressive yet. It's light tanks, but I presume they're going to upgrade them or smack other tanks into the templates later on. And beyond that, they have their infantry, which is more or less identical to what Hungary had, so I was right, despite being wrong, which is excellent. So this is sort of the army situation from Germany, and in my mind it means they are a little bit under-equipped for the war, but Poland is mostly a speed bump, and I presume that the army experience and the build-up during the war is going to let them also steamroll quite a lot. If you look here, they are at the war economy, and they have the autarky, which generally means that their economy is going to snowball quite a lot as they conquer Poland and as they conquer France. So this is not bad, but it's not excellent either, I would say. So they're in a decent position. That is Germany. Let's see, what else do we want to know about Germany? We might want to know a little bit about how they are on equipment and how they are on doctrines and tech. So apart from their anti-air, they have a lot of stockpiles. Nothing is actually looking weird here. There is no massive or obvious weakness here. They are fielding some transport planes. It's going to be interesting to see how they use them, possibly to paradrop on Paris. And then let's go in and look a little bit at their research. So Germany in the artillery screen, they have something, it's kind of decent. They have been taking tanks for the 1938 tech, and the Panzer 38 here is the closest thing they have to a more modern chassis. So this is still, well, they're still on the really early tanks, and for Germany they are quite good, but what's interesting is going to be when they manage to rush into something, into a stronger chassis. That's when things are going to be really interesting. When you transition from a Panzer to a Panther, for example. If we look a little bit at the eco and tech, they have a tank radius already, so they are definitely building up for a very pure tank Germany, which is what we have suspected. They are building rubber factories, or rather they are teching so that their rubber factories are going to be strong. And if we look at constructions, they are building rubber factories. So that is the situation in Germany. Let's then transition and look a little bit on the at the other countries. So here we have Italy, and for some, they're not in a faction yet, so they don't have good intel on Italy. We're gonna have to go and look at Italy through their own screens. So Italy is well, let's do it the other way. Let's go through the lists. Italy is still producing. They are lacking horse equipment and support equipment. They're producing the army that's going to engage in Africa. They have sent out a lot of troops to Africa already, and they are, well, as far as we understand, they're intending to go quite hard on El Alamein as soon as possible, essentially. Possibly they're also going to walk a few divisions up into France and try to make sure that the French Africa falls early on. It's a few victory points, and it also negates France's chance of doing some weird backstabbing if France holds for a while. If we keep looking at the army from Italy, you can see that they are training quite a lot of troops, and it's mostly these garrisons divisions, which are, they're not that strong, but they at least have some artillery in them to get their soft attack up. And then we have the division de Infanteria, which are 20 withers with 2 free anti-tank guns in. So this is interesting. This probably means that they're trying, or they are gonna try to have the hard attack and piercing enough to actually stop a tank push from the UK early on in France, or early on in El Alamein. I don't know if they're going to be brought to bear here up in France in the war, or if Germany is going to finish France themselves. We haven't been told, so we have no intel on that. But mainly it looks like they want to be ready to fight the tanks here. So if you're new to our community and our games, there is going to be quite a lot of tanks here, because most of our minor nations are generally building tanks, I would say. I'm not going to actually do a spoiler for the people behind me, but generally South Africa, Canada, often Raj, often Australia are doing either tanks or mechanized or something with heavy armor. In general, Canada and South Africa always goes tanks in our games. And they get pretty good tanks early on, but they're also small nations with small economies. So if you can actually pierce them, and if you can break their tanks and make it costly for them to attack you, you can slow them down quite a lot. And I think that is part of the intention from Italy. With Italy, we can also look a little bit at the navy, which is mostly in training here. So they have flagged that they are intending to build a decent navy and then keep it in port and just look for an opportunity to kill the UK. Because the UK is probably going to keep one of their fleets in the Mediterranean, but not all their ships. So they're going to be here, they're going to have influence, but they're also going to be vulnerable. So if the Italian fleet plus the Spanish fleet plus some airplanes can spot them, they can actually defeat the UK fleet in the Mediterranean. And if they do, they essentially get control of all of Northern Africa, because they can just keep naval invading. We don't know if this is what's going to happen, but we know this is the intention. And there is some rivalry going on, as the main controller or the player on Italy happens to be a sibling on of the player on the United Kingdom. So, well, expect some sibling rivalry here. If we look a little bit on, we can look at the doctrine tree. No, we can't, because I'm clicking the wrong button. We can look, I'm gonna get here soon. There are so many buttons, and I haven't been playing for a while. But let's start by looking a little bit at research. So I'm currently there. I was afraid we had a little bit of lag there. As you can see, they have from the Italy side ticked a lot in the armaments part of ships. And they are doing both heavy batteries and light batteries, and also actually they're going quite hard in on mediums. They are definitely spending resources on getting their fleet good enough to fight the UK fleet. They're also doing landing crafts, so expect some naval invasions. And they are at the 1939 cruiser already, and they're also rushing the heavy ships. So they're going to have pretty decent boats. And I think we're going to see a lot of a naval Italy this game. Economy-wise, they are a little bit behind, actually. This is, I would not sit comfortably with this, but since they have a decent army, and since Jonti is honestly a better player than I am, this is probably good. And if we look at the technology side, we have decent radars. They are building the tech for their boats, and they are actually rushing ahead of time the improved computing machine to get more research bonuses or faster research. On the air screen, they are entirely unimpressive, but you can see that they do have the 1939 naval bomber, so they are definitely going to try to do the engagement with both fleet and the naval bombers to take out the UK fleet. Let's see if we can look a little bit about at their airplane situation. So these are the fighter wings, these are Stormo, attacks. Yeah, they haven't fielded very much of the naval bombers yet, I think. There we have 230 of them, and they are trying to, yeah, they've added a new air wing recently. If we look at the lists, I don't think they have a lot. No, they are actually, they don't have a lot of naval bombers stockpiled yet. But they are building it up, and I think we understand what the tactic from their side is. It's going to be interesting to see if it works. So that is the Italian situation. Where do we go next? I'm just going to see if we have any comments. We have some complaints about the frames per second, which is interesting. I am not on my strongest computer, so I can't tell for sure, especially the game is paused, so if you think it's lagging, it's not, it's paused, but it looks smooth to me. So now you know. I'm not going to fix the problem because I don't believe there is a problem. If you still believe there is a problem, please tell us. I also have a question on what mod we are using, and we are running the Hygge mod, which is just sort of a community add-on or built-on mod on the Finest Brew mod. So essentially we're running the Finest Brew mod. We have added a few things just to suit the number of countries we are playing with, because we're quite a large group of people playing. But if you download the Finest Brew, you're going to be getting more or less the exact same gameplay experience. Let's see, what other countries are important as the war starts? We're still on the Axis side because I can't spoil what France is doing to the guys behind me. But we could take a look at Spain. And Spain had a slightly dragged out civil war, but they managed to farm a lot of army experience, and they have used that army experience now. They are building two main set of divisions. They're building their Marines, which are quite bitey, 30 with Marines plus infantry plus at least a few artillery pieces, anti-tank and regular artillery. Personally, I'm not entirely sure I love the mix of Marines and regular infantry. You can get a lot more divisions that way, but I prefer my Marines specialized. They're also going for their infantry divisions, which are 20 widders with no guns and no support companies. I presume they're going to add stuff to them, and their job is going to be to just stand in every port and make sure that they can't be naval invaded. If we go over to the logistics screen and then to the production screen, let's see what they actually have. So they don't really have a stockpile of anything apart from trains, a few trucks. So they haven't built up any tank or big mechanized build yet. If we look at what they're producing right now, though, they are getting a railway gun, and I think it's going to be the second railway gun. Yes, they have one over here already. So they're going to be able to position the railway gun somewhere around Sevilla and shoot into Gibraltar, which means that they're probably looking into trying to take Gibraltar from the UK. Interestingly, the UK also has a railway gun in position. So they have not really gone for any high-tech production yet. It's not that weird, it's 1939. And if you're playing Spain and want the good mechanized or the good tanks, you generally want to go through your research and get the good ones before you start building, because their early tech is not that impressive. So let's see what they're doing tank-wise here. Yeah, they have the basic medium. They haven't started researching the improved medium or the improved light. But the basic medium chassis is around already. And I don't think, no, they haven't started to design anything on it yet. So it's still an empty chassis, but they're probably going to do something with it, at least assault guns. And as we can tell, they still don't have the option to build mechanized either, and they are still not researching mechanized either. So there is something weird about this. Spain generally gets into the game quite late and quite elite when they actually do it. So this doesn't really mean anything apart from the fact that they are not planning to go early, super early in any ways. Let's see, are we missing something interesting about Spain now? If we are missing something interesting, if there is something you want me to deep dive into, please give us a comment and I'll try to catch it. Otherwise, we're going to look into the Balkan countries a little bit before we then move over and check out what is happening in Asia. So let's go and check Hungary and Hungary's Intel screen, because I'm doing the really ugly workaround, but it gives me such a good statistics screen by looking at Germany's Intel on Hungary. And Hungary has given away all their dirty secrets to Germany, so we have 100% Intel, which means that these numbers are reliable. And if you look at the economy, Hungary still has more civilian factories than military factories. It's not that strange. They're also in the process of building up their military. They're going for Greater Hungary, but it's still a tiny Greater Hungary. And they are probably also, if you look at the construction tab, yes, they are in the process of getting some additional rubber, a few airplanes, and then a lot of mills. So they're going to get into the military factory productions. And here is the good thing about how many civilian factories they have, because they are producing a lot of mills now. So the mechanic, what we're looking at here, is essentially for each 15 out of 15 stack, it means they have maxed the number of civilian factories which are building this stack of military factories. And they're done that for a large number of stacks. So especially once they finish the last airport and the rubber, they're going to spit out mills. And they're having a good bonus on building military factory as well. So they have gone into the part where they're essentially building up their military. Maybe a little bit, no, I think they're doing well on time, actually. I don't think they're, guys, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I was once again looking at Germany's eco. Hungary is not going to be as happy. Hungary is almost as happy. They are building 2, 3, 4, almost 5 full stacks of mills. So once again, I'm saved by being wrong in the right way. Fantastic. Let's go back and check the Intel screen, and then you need to remind me in chat when I'm doing stupid things like this and just tell me to look at the right ledger. So if we look at Hungary, we have another country with 72 fighters. They are not doing airplanes. They are not doing navy, which is very reasonable. If you look at Hungary, their coastline is a wee bit too small, or non-existent. If we instead look at the army, they still only have 10 divisions of their line infantry. And now we're going to go over to Hungary and look at what the army actually is. Because it's not large, but it doesn't have to be large yet. They don't have to come online until 1941 or 42, when they are going to participate in invading the Soviet Union. So until then, they have time. And let's see what they're doing with that time. If you check the line infantry they are building right now, it's just regular 20 widders. I think that is actually what they have said that they're going to do to hold the line against the Soviet Union as well. So this might actually be an early look at what they're going to be fielding. They also have a line AA built, which I think is going to be sprinkled in. Well, it's hard to tell right now because they're very, very similar to each other, but I think they're going to build these specialized units to hold out against Soviet tanks. Or it's just going to be, or it's just going to be line infantry with a little bit more opportunity to fight against air. I don't know. Honestly don't know. They have 1 anti-tank, 3 artillery, 1 anti-air. And that's all that differs them from the line now, which doesn't have 1 anti-air. but it's so easy to just sprinkle in another support company when you want it. So I don't know why they are building 2 different lines right now. We're going to have to see. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Their mountaineers are not developed any further, and I don't think we're going to see cavalry Hungary. So line infantry, this is what they're prepping, and that's what they have promised to deliver. And if we look at the equipment here, they already have the 3rd level infantry equipment. So yes, they're definitely taking up to have strong infantry. And a little bird has whispered in my ear that they are also going to get a lot of equipment from Germany after France and Poland has fallen. So you're going to get a lot of captured equipment, which is how they're going to be able to hold the line even further. So that is the army situation here. And let's see, so I don't forget anything interesting or important. In the focus tree, I don't think there is that much to be said. Okay, there's a lot to be said, I'm just bad at saying it. But since the way our rule set works, they had to go Greater Hungary, or they had to go the Axis path. They have been, well, essentially doing that, and they have been going down the war support tree early on. They are going for, essentially being good at the army or military build-up very early on. They have sprinkled out and done the most important parts of the eco focuses, and they are also now dipping into recruitment parts and the generals, so the 2nd army tree. So, well, they are about halfway through their bonuses already, and it's looking quite good, but there is no surprise, this is the path the rule set more or less forces them to take. Do we want to look anything at their research? Maybe a little bit. Yeah, this is actually quite interesting. Advanced heavy shells. Medium caliber guns and advanced heavy shells. So they are definitely prepping for line infantry with strong guns. That is where they are going. And if we look at their doctrines, everything is blank on my screen. I have no idea why. Interesting. I'm having a little bit of a visual bug here, so I can't tell you about Hungary's doctrines. It would probably work itself out, or it might demand a restart, and this is a paradox game, so I, as the studio, don't dare to do a restart, because I don't dare to cause further problems. So we're just going to have to live without the actually watching the doctrines from Hungary. But based on what they're building, they're presumably going to go overwhelming firepower. And they have quite a lot of army experience, so they're going to be able to rush it early on. So when they actually get pulled into the real war against the Soviet Union, they're going to be really strong, I think. The only problem that might set them back is how many divisions they get out. I think they ideally would want like 80 to 100 divisions, and I think in practice they have had a hard time getting about 40 or 50. So this can be a tricky thing for them, but we know they're going to try. Let's then check their neighbors and the greatest competitor, Romania. Romania has a lot of infantry, but what is Romania actually doing? First of all, they are dressing up as Twilight vampires, which is, I guess, suiting. Second, they have a lot more civilian factories than military factories right now. Once again, it's not strange, and they are going to grow. If the war against Soviet goes well, they are going to grow into these territories. We can check them out a little bit without spoiling too much and see what the situation is, what they're going to be able to conquer. Okay, there is not... well, if they take Kiev, they get a bunch of factories. Otherwise, this area is kind of starved on factories, actually. So Romania is not going to grow that much from the war. Hopefully they didn't hear too much of that, and hopefully that was not too much of a secret. This is a screen they can actually access themselves. If we then look into their... They have a total of 0 people in airplanes and a total of 0 airplanes to put people in. They do have a fleet, all 3 of the boats. It's training, but they haven't started. They haven't started really doing anything, and this is not. This is not. I think this is actually exactly the fleet they started with. They are not doing anything more. I think if we look at it, they might have gone for a... No, they don't even seem to have a ship of the line for the extra war support. So I think the ship screen is not going to be overly interesting here. And I don't think we're going to see any real naval invasions across the Black Sea. And then if we look at the final screen here before we actually go into and check them out. Right. I was clicking Bulgaria there, that doesn't help us at all. If we look at the army screen, this is where interesting things are happening. We have the true Roman legions and the floaty boys, which I suppose, yes, it's Marines. And also one Royal Guard division. So let's look a little bit at them from Romania's own point of view. This is so interesting. Sometimes I get to the Intel ledger when being in the country view and sometimes not. Probably a slight visual bug as well. Or maybe I'm an idiot. If I'm an idiot, please tell me in the comments. I am always available for constructive as well as destructive criticisms. We have had a question from Starfield SB if there is a list of human player nations, and a list, no. I probably can pull most of them out of my arse. So on the Axis side, we do have players on Germany, Italy, Spain, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and on Japan as well as Manchukuo. On the Allies side, we do have players on the UK and the United States. Also on Canada, on the Dominion of India or Raj, on South Africa, I'm almost 99% sure we have a player on Dutch East Indies, or well, yeah, the Netherlands. We should have an Australian player and a Brazil player, if I'm not entirely lost and confused, and that should be it. So that should be the player situation, which means that there are a few countries that's going to show up on their own. Belgium, Denmark. We have a Finland player as well. Sorry, he's just not at the live event. He is out of the country. I do not believe we have a Mexican player right now, but I could be wrong. So in general in the war, they're probably going to pop up a few guys from Ireland, Denmark, and Belgium just doing crazy shit. And they're probably going to have a very little game impact. Poland is AI-based, this game. Otherwise, we usually have a player on Poland, because after Poland has been defeated, they get a lot of off-map factories, so a player can actually play them as a sort of outsider of the game or invisible faction, building up a small army or a small air force and just participating with special forces or airplanes here and there. And previously, Poland could also play a mean spy game, but someone decided to nerf how spies work in this game after I mercilessly abused the mechanic and almost broke the front lines a few games back. So Poland is now AI. Poor Poland. Right, where were we? We're probably looking somewhere around Romania at the important stuff. Yes, we were going to look at the Romanian army, what it actually is. What is the true Roman legion? So the true Roman legion right now is pack artillery and infantry and a few anti-tanks. So, well, very, very normal 20 width division. But Romania, much as Hungary, are going to have the true strength show up when the war against the Soviet Union starts. So what we're looking at right now is just not representative for what they're actually going to be fielding. Their marine divisions are already pretty strong. I have no idea where they're going to field them. They might actually be showing up somewhere in the Mediterranean ahead of the war against Soviet. I don't know if Hungary has anything that's very suitable for the Mediterranean war just yet, but Romania does. And no, we don't have a Yugoslavian player, but it just means that Yugoslavia is going to be essentially divvied up between Hungary, Romania, possibly Bulgaria and Italy. So there's not going to be an AI there. There's going to be an AI on Switzerland, but I don't think they're going to do very much. So that is mostly the Romanian situation. They are building, as you can see, they're building supply networks to essentially support the supply when we go to war with the Soviet Union. That should be them. Then we have two countries we could look at. First of all, we could look at Finland. Finland has gone, for the white Finland, so they have gone with the Axis fairly early on. And now I can once again not spot their Intel screen, so let's do the checking Finland out from the German point of view thingy. Okay, we don't have good Intel on them yet. Let's see if we can get it by, yes, we can cheese it that way. We can cheese it that way, I should say. So now we have full Intel on them. Finland is 50-50 on civilian factories and military factories, and it's good because they're going to need it. They are not filling an air force. They have a few ships, that's not very important. But let's look at what they actually are fielding right now for the war. Because the first winter war is going to happen fairly early on after the regular war has started. And if you play Finland in these games, you're essentially just rushing and competing against the clock to get out a decent elite army early on and just be able to hold against the Soviet. It is going to be harder this game because this game the Soviet Unions are actually sitting together in the other house so they can coordinate live. When we do it over the internet, they're generally not that well coordinated. We generally have a lot of players sharing the Soviet Union. You know, it's our union. It's communal. But now that they're actually sitting around a table, they are probably going to be a little bit more coordinated. On the other hand, they also have really good beer in the other house, so they might also be a lot more disorganized, which would be the true Soviet experience. Drunk, disorganized, and a little bit too many people. If we look at what the Finnish army is, first of all, they have 0 manpower, so they have fielded everything they can field currently. They're probably going to get a bunch of focuses to gain more manpower, so this is not the final situation, so to speak, and they can increase their conscription levels as well quite a lot. But currently they can't push out anything more than what they already have in the field. And what they have in the field is the North. And what the North is infantry with artillery and skis. And long range. Okay, there's some decent support companies, but essentially these are just 20 with normal infantry divisions with skis. They're going to rely a lot on the weather being bad, I think. Their mountaineers are just 20 withers, nothing to write home about, and their south division is the same as the north one, I think. Is 1 extra anti-tank, if I'm not wrong. Let's check, yes. And if I'm not reading it wrong, south here just means that they're going to be the guys holding out here, yes. They're going to hold out against Leningrad, where there might be a Soviet tank push. Because this sort of line along the coast here is pretty much the only part in Finland where you can drive a tank without just getting stuck in the woods. So that is the Finnish situation. And then let's check out Bulgaria, the final player country, and let's see if we can get perfect intel on them this way. Yes, we can. Good, good, good. I'm such a hacker. Once again, like all of the other Balkan countries, they have slightly stronger civilian economy than military economy, and once again, they are building for the long game. Like before Soviet Union happens, they're probably just going to be part of pushing a little bit into Greece, maybe doing a few pokes on the islands. But mostly the first part of the war is going to be carried by Italy and by Germany. So there is nothing weird about them having a mainly civilian-focused build. It is a little bit interesting that they seem to have limited exports, because they don't have that much to export. They have a total of 33 airplanes. We are not seeing an Air Bulgaria, which I think is very normal and good. And on the infantry side, we are still sort of small-ish, 10 plus 2 divisions. More than I have seen many times, but nothing impressive yet. But they're, as I said, building for the late game. Of what they already have, it's 18 withers, so they're probably going to start sprinkling artillery in here. We can see what they're producing. They're currently producing trucks, radio. They are not building artillery. So maybe they're hoping to get a lend-lease from another player, or maybe they're just going for a really long game and just not trying to sprinkle artillery into anything yet. But these divisions, they look like they're supposed to be filled up with something that actually does damage. And yes, they do also have one division currently of trucks. They are building trucks. They already have more than 1,000 trucks in stockpile, so I guess we're going to see a bit more of the completely legit Mercedes divisions coming out as well. They have almost 4,000 horse equipment, so maybe they can put a little bit more horsepower into those cars. But this is they are still very clearly in the phase where they are building the infantry part of their divisions, and then they're going to smack in whatever sort of presumably artillery they're going for. Oh yeah, oh here we have it. Sorry guys, they are taking rocket artillery. Rocket artillery is really good. They are also taking mechanized equipment. So rocket artillery is very interesting in this game because it's 1940 technology, so you get it rather late. But once you get it, it has a good amount of soft attack. It is as good as fairly high level regular artillery, and it's cheap to produce. So presumably what they're doing is they're delaying the artillery part in order to get rockets, and then they're presumably going to get rocket as well as motorized rockets and just have infantry with shit tons of soft attack. So that seems to be the plan here. And that is all of Axis in Europe, and now there is slightly less people behind me. Can I sneak a peek here at Paris or at France? Yes, I can. So guys, this is going to be our little secret. I'm going to have to whisper, I'm going to have to point at the screen, and you can't tell the Axis about this. So this is what France is doing. Check it out. 30. These are big numbers. These are many things. These are anti-tank. They are prepping to hold the line. Well, this is something as well. And this is also something. Yes, France is definitely building up. They are also building up a very interesting template here, which I really can't talk about because that would be a secret. But just look at it. Look at it. This is amazing. I have no idea what they are planning to do. But it's as we are speaking during the pause, they just shifted out all. That is remarkable. You got to see that happen live. You got to see the evolution from I can't say it with the people behind me, but you got to see a true miracle of evolution from animal to mech. Cool indeed. Here things are truly happening. Very interesting, and I really can't spoil it for the players behind me, so we are not going to check them out anymore. Instead, we are going to do a little bit of a dip into Asia. And I've also been told that we might have a game start again at 14:10, so we're not going to be doing this sort of checking around for much longer. We have players hot joining the game, so that's going to make it a little bit harder to look at Japan. But it also means that people are coming back. Soon, guys, soon we're going to get a war. Or perhaps peace in our time. Perhaps this is just a sort of a kerfuffle on the border and everything is going to work itself out when reasonable people meet in private and just talk things out. Surely no one wants to invade Poland. So yes, we are getting a few hot joiners, I think, and I am currently getting Sorry guys, this is always a little bit stressful because during hot join it sometimes looks like the game is crashing. It did that for me for a few seconds there. Very nervous there, but it seems to be working again. And we have quite a few people hot joining, and so far no one is spamming hate speech in the chat because we are a very cozy community. So excellent. Here you can also see us, PT, Victor and me, the studio guys. We have already joined up and are ready for the game to get started. We have Mongolians swearing at Mongolians, and I guess South Africa is going for a peaceful build with Mr. Mandela. So we are back and we can look a little bit at Japan again. We started off this break by talking about how Japan is either failing, throwing, being slow and methodical and careful, or possibly farming experience. So they are very close to closing two fairly decent, not massive, but fairly decent pockets. 20-ish divisions here. I think it might be 10 or 15 divisions here. And I think once they do that, they are very close to another wave of Chinese troops spawning in. Possibly they're going to be able to push the border quite far after these two pockets close, before the new Chinese troops actually gets to the front line. So I think we're going to see a jump here. What we didn't look at before was what Japan is doing technologically-wise and army-wise, because I've been holding it for you until now. Or we could do a deep dive into the international market. Nothing is happening on the international market. So let's do the research part. So this is what we have in Japan. They are updating everything just to sort of be on time. They are building out the fire control and the radars, which is a clear sign that they are prepping for a naval warfare path, which is very normal. Because if they don't, the United States are just going to surround them and kill them. Economy-wise, nothing remarkable. They have a lot of different airplanes. They have both heavy fighters, attack bomber, transport planes. They are not that far into the naval bombers, though. This is interesting. It might mean that they're doing something against Raj and wants to be able to bomb out the fort lines. Or they just want to bomb the islands, the forts on the islands, to make it easier for them to land their navy out, well, here. I can't tell for sure just yet. Returning and looking at their boats, they have gone into light guns and into torpedoes so far, but they have not really gotten that far, not nearly as far as Italy, with the heavy and medium guns. And once again, it doesn't have to mean that much. Let's see what boats they have. So they have researched the 1939 destroyer hull, so we're probably going to see a lot of destroyers. They do have heavy ships, and they still haven't gotten the 1940 submarine. So I'm terribly sorry. If you have a theory in chat on what they're doing, please tell me, because I am actually very unsure. I'm very unsure what the plan for their boats is beyond having a lot of destroyers and sinking submarines. I don't know how they're going to win, and we're going to have to get a look at their fleets to see what they have. Okay, let's do it like this again. So now we have perfect intel on their boats. So, yes, 113 destroyers, 75 submarines, a pretty decent amount. Not very many heavy cruisers, few super heavies, and then 9 carriers. And I think that might be the answer, that they are doing a bunch of carriers. Let's go back to research menu and see. We can perhaps look at it this way. Carrier close air support. Yes, they are doing aircraft carriers. It's going to be very interesting to see how that stacks up against what is brought to bear from the United States. But this is essentially the state of play with Japan right now. I'm not entirely sure. If you have any wishes for me in the chat, please type them out and I'll see if there's something I should look a little bit deeper into. I also realized that there is an extra chat which I'm not following right now, but it looks sort of empty. So if you have any wishes for me, please tell me. Otherwise, we are going to do something we're going to be able to start the war almost any minute now, so I don't want to deep dive into something that's going to get me excited and take time. we can see that Japan is building more shipyards, so yeah, I think they're going to pivot into ships quite soon. If we look at their production, they have a lot of military factories. They're building a lot of everything, but let's see what they're building ship-wise. Yes, they have truly gotten going. So they are spending a lot of resources on their dockyards right now, which probably means that they're probably feeling quite certain that they're going to win this war soon and are transitioning into the boats. If we look a little bit on the situation here in Manchukuo, they still don't have an army. I think... Yeah, sorry, that's the... I honestly don't know exactly what Manchukuo's plan is going to be. I haven't asked them, and I need to do that once the other studio gets going. I'm going to go and have a small chat with them and see what their plan is, so that I... This time around, I'm not going to actually go into Poland's screen, so I'm not going to be kicked out when Poland is capitulated. They have lost Warsaw. It's looking bad for Poland. They might still be able to turn it. They might still be able to eke out a peace, but we probably can consider that unlikely. Hungary is getting some slight experience, but only as Poland is pushing down on them. This is Germany's game. This is Germany's fight. German tanks are just rushing through the Polish lines. Very much expected, unfortunately. No surprises here, and we shouldn't expect any surprises when Poland is run by the AI. The surprises come when we put weird creative players on Poland, and today is not that day. Germany has full air superiority, so we're not getting an air Poland from the AI either. It's just, in general, they're being run over. So yeah, this is they're not being run over as fast as I thought, but they are essentially being run over, and at the same time this means that the true main war is essentially started. If you look at the war screen, Germany is at war with the entire allies, but we have still not seen any action on the French border, so they are waiting. That means France will be going defensively. They won't be trying to push in or do any raiding or any cheeky stuff. We are not seeing very much happening in general here in Europe. And no one is doing any surprise stuff in Africa either. Italy should not be in the war yet. No, they are not. They can be called, but they are not called. So far, only Hungary has been called and have been able to get some farm. Not as much as I thought, but still some farm. And Poland is very close to capitulating. And there we have it. There we have it. Oh, yeah, so like 1 or 2 victory points from capitulating. And as you see, the Polish infantry can't hold a candle against the German army, which means we can go over and look a little bit at Japan. And here we have it. Exactly what we suspected. Pockets and then melt. And the Chinese front has melted and Japan has pushed far ahead from where we last saw them. The new divisions have spawned in, but you can see on... let's look at the China screen instead. You can see that the Chinese troops are they're in a poor condition. They have lacking supplies. They have a high or decent level of attrition, around 7%. They have spawned in, but they don't have the organization to actually hold the line. So Japan still has some time to just push through them for free. And that is what's happening. I think we're actually going to see China fall very soon, which means that Poland in 13 more victory points. Poland and China are probably going to fall almost simultaneously. Poland has fallen. China is not far behind. And with that, I think we can transition to the main studio.
Thank you so much, Andreas, and thank you for that break that we needed here in the main studio. As you may have all noticed, the war has started and Poland has already fallen, and the Axis are gearing up to turn their forces westwards. We have paused again for some reason. At first, they unpaused the game without asking us in the studio if we were ready. Very rude, but now we are ready. As you may see, I am alone here right now. It's because I've sent Victor out into the field to report from the ground, so to speak with the man on the street to see what's going on. And yeah, as Andreas was saying, we have Japan still slogging on in China. And they are still a ways off. China has 13% left to surrender. And I can hear myself now, a bit annoying, but I suppose I will manage. So 13%, that's a few more cities that they have to take. And their losses are at 400k, which is a bit on the higher side that you don't like to see from the Japanese player. Germany, though, in Europe, Folk and Sticky, they made quick work of Poland. Hungary has become slightly greater than before, and you will now see them turning westwards. As you can see here, all these divisions are turning west. We were waiting for a hot joining player, so that was why. For all of you joining us, watching the stream from Paradox channels, it's very nice to have you with us. Unfortunately, we cannot read the chat, or I think the chat is disabled on Paradox channels. So if you want us to read what you're typing and respond to it, you can head on over to Hygge's channels. So on YouTube, we are called Hygge Gaming, and on Twitch, we are called Bergagårdhof Gaming. So if you switch over there, you can chat with us and yeah, maybe give us a follow or a subscribe or whatever it's called. So we have our man Victor on the street right now. I think reporting on the weather, perhaps. Victor, could you tell us what's going on the ground?
Hello, and welcome back. We have had a nice hot lunch, and the lunch was hot, but this weather is not. I would imagine that the soldiers outside of Danzig in 1939 had about the same weather as we have here today. We have the storm Amy with us here in this cold area of southern Sweden, and now we're doing some live interviews. We are going to check out how the Allied team is doing here on the top floor of the studio bunker. And to all of you allies, a good cheers! Goal! And indeed, we have with us here the whole Allied team sitting here fighting for their lives in the Axis onslaught that is to come on the European mainland. And let's go over here and check out. We have Badger here, for example, playing the United Kingdom. You are still in the lobby, I see here. But how do you feel about your chances? Do you think you will be able to stop the Allied war machine from running over France in a timely manner?
I don't hope the Allied war machine will run over France, but
the Axis war machine, sorry. Fair enough.
No, but no, we have very limited hopes of France surviving.
You do, but Sari...
we will help him out.
Yeah, well, that sounds nice, but I see that Sari has some... you have some plans, right? Is that correct? I've seen a little cheeky naval invasion here.
Yeah, so the plan is go win.
Yeah.
No, but if they invade the lowlands, naval invasion behind them, maybe push up and hope for the best. And if it doesn't work, yeah, it's just a normal France game then.
But is it just to annoy them, or do you have a plan to let them push for a little while and then like do the surprise invasion? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna let them push into Belgium. I'm gonna go in as well and hold the normal like river line. So there might be just a small encirclement, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Do we have Holland over here somewhere, right? Where do we have Holland? Over there. Oh yeah, that's the hardest place to reach, but you will get a prime view of all the other players. Here we have the Soviets, here we have the United States, and I will go and annoy Holland a little bit here. So how do you feel? You're about to be invaded, it seems like.
Yeah, I'm feeling as good as you could be in this situation, I guess.
Any particular plans? You're going to escape to Indonesia, I would imagine?
Yeah, we're gonna relocate.
You are? But do you have any defense plans, or are you just gonna try to lose as little as possible?
Try to lose as little as possible, but we have some traps set.
Well, it will be interesting to see those traps. Perhaps you can coordinate with Hygge and his little naval invasion.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah? Well, good luck to you. Here we have also sitting here, we have Brazil and we have South Africa, the Commonwealth nations close to their overlord, the United Kingdom. Here we have Canada? India. Raj. To be precise. And we have the United States here making up their plans. You're going to go a little of an arsenal of democracy build, if I recall correctly, to support the allies.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, we'll mostly be supporting the communists, but we'll be sending a lot of tanks to Russia, and hopefully we can do a difference ourselves as well.
Yeah, if they say thank you.
If they say thank you,
yeah. We were considering actually that there is a lot of newer players playing minor nations, and meanwhile you give a lot of support to the minor nations. Do you think that they will be able to utilize that in a good way?
We will trust our allies. We will be there with our boats and maybe some soldiers as well.
Yeah.
So most of our support goes to veteran players, though. So I don't know. We'll be fine, I think.
But if I understand correctly, Canada also had a plan to do a more supportive build. Let's go over here and check. I heard something about armored support companies.
Oh, yeah.
Would you like to elaborate on that?
Well, we just invented it, so we're gonna have to find out how we're gonna implement it into the templates. So far, not so good. Maybe.
Well,
in the future, in a year maybe.
Yeah, but it gives like some good bonuses for the companies.
Yeah, a lot of good bonuses.
And you send them to your allies as well, then, or is it just for you?
Just for me.
Just for you.
And this big blue neighbor of mine.
Yeah.
He's gonna send me a lot.
Yeah, so we heard.
Accept. There we go, perfect. Thank you.
The first Lend-Lease is coming into Canada here. We can see live on the screen right now. Yeah, amazing. And, well, I think we've gone through most of the countries. We see the war is kicking off in earnest here. A lot of stuff going on. Let's check in with the Soviets.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah?
Finland is retreating.
You've already put through the line here. We have the Finnish Winter War has broken out, and as we said in the studio before, it's going to be quite hard for them to hold against all of these light tanks.
Yeah, probably. So we're kind of confident. Now I'm confident when Sean has making this breakthrough. They start retreating here very well.
Yeah, we might see an encirclement going on here, actually.
And now they're starting to retreat. Let's see if I can get through now.
Yeah, this is looking... I might have predicted it wrong in the quiz here, because I always stand up for the little guy Finland here, but this is looking grim for Finland indeed.
Yeah, this will be amazing.
You think you'll get the encirclement here? I can see these tanks moving up there.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Perfect. Sean is really going to Lappeenranta.
Oh yeah, this is a disaster for Finland.
Yes, I think so.
Let's go up here. We see in France we have the naval invasion going on here,
We're gonna do it.
yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see here. You might get it from Peter's perspective as well, but I'm here live in the action. It is a red bubble for Hygge here, but yeah, it's not gonna land, right? Unfortunate. I really like the idea actually, but yeah, we see. We have. What do you feel about that? Did you?
No, it was expected. It was if it worked, it worked. If it didn't work, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you have some green bubbles on the front here, though. Do you think you can hold out for 100 days? I remember that was the bet.
Let's hope so.
So we're seeing some movement down in Africa here. Let's go around here.
We are in the middle of the action right now, and as you can see, Finland just managed to escape this encirclement by the Soviets, but they are being pushed back very quickly, and they are very, very close to surrender, I would say. And they are better off surrendering than losing a bunch of troops. Looks like now they've consolidated some kind of a front line here. There's a lot of impassable terrains in the land of the Thousand Lakes here, so maybe they can manage to hold out this line here. But as you could see, the Soviets seemed very... oh, there we go. The peace is signed, and Finland lost the Winter War. And back to France now. You can see that France, they tried to do a naval invasion, but it was repelled, and then they couldn't even return to their original port. And we see here now Paris wide open, about to get lost. So far, the Axis are having a great time here in France. The UK was not sending any troops to support the Free French here, and oh, look at this! Half of the French army, at least, will get surrounded here up in the north, and yeah, look at this! The armored spearhead, Falk, of course. Oh, look at this! They cut off 3 German assault guns. And you can hear yelling from the Allies because the door is open. Oh, this is a bit dicey for Falk, but there he goes. He managed to save them. He managed to save them. So the assault guns there are a variant of the medium tank, which is heavy on the soft attack, so good against infantry. Infantry being most of what France has. And if you look here at the here, let's have a look at French losses now.
Is it going to be 100
already
days?
at 190, but that's about to climb a lot. 190, and now we're at 246. The Maginot is holding, but that doesn't matter if the entire northern France is open for conquest. So we will see what happens, but it seems to be a fairly quick war in France here in the west. Meanwhile, the China War finally ended. I think the Japanese casualties in the end were around 400,000. Not too bad, but not too good either. And in the meantime, while Germany almost single-handedly is mopping up France, the Balkan Bros and Italy are free to focus on Yugoslavia. So so far, rapid Axis advance. The only setback, of course, being the Winter War, but the Winter War is very hard to win as Finland, and he didn't lose too many troops, so no disaster there. So far, advantage to the Axis, at least in the West, like we said, because the China War was not the fastest or smoothest China War that we've ever seen. So now, as look at this, Falk and Sticky's tanks, they are unopposed here. I'm a bit curious where they're headed. Let's have a look. Let's see. Okay, we have some of them down here in the south, continuing the advance. Yeah, and they've managed to encircle the entire Maginot army, and that's basically it for France. So France will continue in exile. In the meantime, it looks like France is actually pushing into Italian North Africa. Sometimes we see the reverse happening, which can be really good for the Axis, because as soon as France capitulates, all of this territory will become Vichy France, which will be neutral for quite a while. So the Axis are unable to use these ports. But if the Axis manage to actually take some of these ports while still at war with the Free French, then they get to keep them. But so far we don't see any such advances from the Axis. And yeah, indeed, France is falling, but Italy is a bit passive here. I would expect some naval invasions onto these North African ports. That could be quite useful later on. I'm just having a look in the chat here. Read the chat, they say. Okay, I'm reading the chat. I could have taken the car and driven there in like 20-30 minutes. Okay, we have the wrong video. Okay, it seems like we have the wrong video showing on the stream. I'm hoping that gets fixed up. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I think now that I've notified the technicians, we should be looking at the right screen again. Shit. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Yeah, and there we go. France has surrendered, as you can see. I hope this time, as you can see. Oh, hello, Seve. Nice to see you. Yeah, so Vichy France is here. Free France actually managed to take enough of French North Africa to have this be Free France. Otherwise, most of it is Vichy, as you can see, and the Free French will take back that territory. Yugoslavia, of course, is getting chewed up. They are, of course, controlled by the AI, and they will soon become part of the Axis. So the next focus for the Allies will be to defend in El Alamein. And as you can see, they are putting all their tanks in the front row, which is one way to do it. I don't say it's the wrong tactic at all. They don't have much in the rear lines, and there's not too much defending. For example, a concerted naval invasion here of Tel Aviv with submarines on the sides could definitely break through this sparse defense here. But on the other hand, yeah, Australia has mopped up together with the Raj, or India as they're called now. They've managed to mop up Ethiopia, so they're moving up towards Egypt as well to help. So we are looking now at North Africa. Let's see where Germany goes now.
Indeed, France has fallen and capitulated to the Axis onslaught, and we just saw you here putting up the flag of the Free French that will fight back in exile and hopefully get their homeland back. How do you feel about this? Did you perform as expected? Did your plan pan out?
While the plan itself didn't work out, the plan never works out when meeting the enemy. So the plan was just be a nuisance for the Germans, and I feel like I did that. And we did take some Italian lands in Africa as well. So yeah, while it could have gone better, it could also have gotten way worse. So yeah, I'm happy with my performance so far.
I thought you almost encircled 3 light tank divisions there. That was a close one, right?
Yeah, that would have been very nice. But yeah, their panzers way too quick, way too heavy to punch through with infantry. So it is what it is. France is supposed to fall.
Yeah,
you can't do much more.
And what are your plans now for their continuation? You will fight back in exile.
I'm gonna be the biggest nuisance the Axis have ever seen.
We're looking forward to that, and you put up a good fight, and I'm sure we'll see you on the front line further on. And vive la résistance, and back to studio.
Thank you for that. We just missed on screen a cheeky attempt from the Badger to bring 1 garrison division and take Berlin, but Volk was wise to it, and he managed to catch up to it before it reached Berlin. Of course, it wouldn't have too huge consequences except for the loss of prestige, but yeah, he managed to stop that. Maybe at the expense of actually delaying his his move down to North Africa, because we see them now. These are the assault guns, and he just got some new panzer divisions out. Look at this, they're down here in Italy. So 2 medium armor panzer divisions. It was actually fun. I talked to Badger yesterday if he could predict what Martin was going to do, and Badger was like, yeah, I know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to have medium assault guns for France, and then he's going to build medium tanks. They're going to be named Marm, as you can see here. He always thought the same thing, and now they're preparing to go down towards Egypt. He is converting, as you can see. These were medium assault guns just a few seconds ago, and now they're turning into medium armor divisions as well. And this is, of course, in order to be able to contest with the Canadian and South African armor who are here at the border. And this is always one of the classical jousts of the game, and quite significant, because if Germany manages to break through and take Egypt, that in essence makes the Mediterranean an Axis lake, which makes a D-Day a lot harder. Then you have to fight your way into North Africa, or go against the Atlantic Wall just to get inroads into Europe. So we will see how that face down goes in a bit. Meanwhile, Yugoslavia has been taken care of, and Greece is next on the chopping block. Also AI, of course, and there are no plans or no movements from the Allies to go and help the Greek people at this time. But there is, as we talked about earlier, a plan from the Badger and the Allies to be able to re-invade Greece later on. So we'll see how that goes. But right now, the Greek AI is, of course, fairly outmatched by the combined might of the Balkan Bros. So yeah, they're about to capitulate. Let's see now how German tanks are doing. Yeah, they're moving down towards Sicily here, probably waiting for the all clear from the Italian player, making sure that they have the naval support needed to not get raided on the way over. And yeah, Victor is joining me here again in the studio soon, back from his time in the wild. So far it looks like 6 medium armor divisions, and let's have a bit of a look at their stats. Let's see here. So you can see he has an armor rating of 7.4, a piercing of 11.3, mostly soft attack, a bit of hard attack, but this was not full strength. Let's have a look at the division in the template designer here. Okay, that's bugged out. Never mind then. But let's contrast it a bit against the Allied tanks. So we have the, let's switch over to the Canadian point of view. He's got 5 of them out now. Not a bad number at all. 5 medium tanks, and the template is it's quite squishy at this stage of the game. Motorized infantry and some medium tanks. So nothing to write home about really, but he has 5, and South Africa has, is that? Oh no. Okay, so 3 heavy tank divisions. They're in the same army as his garrisons back home. Not sure about that. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm back from the front lines. You saw the intense going up there on the second floor. I do appreciate now when I get back here the overview you get of the war when you sit here in the studio. Because up there everyone is just, oh, this is happening, and then someone caps. And
yeah, I can tell you, you were talking to Canada while France and Finland were dying. So
well, that's fine. Missed opportunity on my part. But we did see like quite a handy Soviet victory in the Winter War, right? I saw from Dan's perspective up there that they did some. I mean, the light tanks were no problem.
Very true.
Right?
They managed to break through the front lines, and then it was just full-on retreat from the Finns. They did manage to break out of that potential encirclement next to Leningrad, which was vital for
definitely.
Rosen.
That would have hampered Finland for quite some time.
And I think his total losses were not that bad, so he just pushed that surrender button before it got any worse. Let's see now. Have the Germans crossed over yet to the other side? No.
We see Greece falling here. It's only the last little island left here. Kalamata is
Yeah, Greece is doomed, and there's no movement from the Allies to take any of the islands. Or maybe they will just keep this island.
Yeah, we did hear something about an early invasion of Greece.
Yeah, but after their Asia invasion, though, and that is contingent on them not losing in El Alamein, because then I think it will be all hands on deck to prevent that disaster from happening. It looks like...
How is El Alamein, by the way? It was one of the things we never really covered upstairs.
Yeah, it looks quite solid, I would say. They have the tanks arrayed in the front line, and yeah, a solid amount of infantry in the back. Now that the Australians have come up from Ethiopia, it looks a lot better defended. I still think it's a bit weak over in Israel, Palestine, whatever you want to call it, sensitive issue. The British Mandate of Palestine, let's say.
Yeah, British Mandate of Palestine.
Yeah, let's stay in history where it's safe and secure. With the Nazis and the communists and whatnot.
Well.
Yeah. Well, let's not go there. But yeah, they have their tanks in the front line mostly. One South African tank here in reserve, and even some railway artillery here in the back. That's nice.
Yeah, railway gun, and they have committed quite a lot then.
Oh, it looks like they've already taken Denmark. And
yeah, Denmark has capitulated. I guess we're going to see some fighting in Norway then, I would imagine.
Yeah, I did see the Badger on the UK preparing some troops for... yeah, here they go. Straight from the beginning. He's got some exiled Polish troops as well as the 6 divisions that he had prepared in the Orkney Islands. Or Shetland Islands, sorry. I'm very sorry, Sticky and Rosen. Shetland Islands. And they will reach Narvik... no?
And the Brits are bouncing here, it seems. Or, well, now it's green. And
it's the Germans.
No, this is the Brits, right? Or this is British perspective.
Yeah, but it's the Germans invading Norway.
Oh yeah, of course.
But the Brits are fortifying in Narvik before the Germans have a chance to get there. So they will probably hold on to that for a while.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, it's not very hard to get to, or it's rather very hard to get to Narvik, because see, this is impassable terrain.
Yeah.
So in order to get to Narvik, you actually have to go by sea. So
has it always been completely impassable?
I don't know. They have landed here now, the Brits, but they have landed from the sea. I don't think you can walk here.
Yeah, that will make it really hard for the Germans to take it. Meanwhile, down in Sicily, the German tanks are just hanging out. All of them are now converted into medium armor templates. But they are not at full strength. They are missing some equipment here.
Interesting. Yeah. They have some medals as well to dole out here to get that little extra bonus. We're getting some posts in the chat here about chest hair. I'm not really sure, but it might be a camera issue.
Yeah, I don't have much to
yeah,
show
we're not showing any.
I'm sorry. I don't have much to offer in that department.
I have some chest hair, but now it's very covered up.
Yeah. Maybe later. Who knows? Okay. So
yeah, we hear from
our technician has shown his chest hair on screen. Well. We never know quite what you guys see. Oh, look at this, Germany.
Oslo has fallen to German invasion. It's quite a lot of troops they're ferrying in here. Why did you make Trøndelag unpassable, says someone here in the chat. And I don't know if it was we or if it was their finest Braga.
It's definitely the finest Braga, guys.
I don't think it was our idea.
No. But yeah, that's a...
It isn't the part. I mean, they did like this raid thing, right, in history. But that was not up there, though.
Yeah, where was that? No, there was some fighting in Narvik. You had French and British troops up here losing, but still they were there fighting. Until they had better things to do with the fall of France, but now France has fallen, so they don't have better things to do, I suppose.
Indeed, we see like no real reinforcements here. There is no defense from the Allies here trying to shore up any defenses in Norway. It's just Norway falling to the might of the Axis, and then I guess that the Brits will try to claw back later.
Looks like the Germans are actually contesting air superiority in the English Channel, here called the French Channel. I wonder if they are considering a sea lion. That would be absolutely epic. But...
Looking at the planes here, we have 1,800 currently active fighters from the Axis side, and we have around 800 currently active fighters from the Allied side, which means that it's a complete domination in air superiority across the Channel.
Yeah, and they are trading favorably. more Allied planes getting shot down than Axis planes.
If they actually do a Sea Lion, that pulls America into the war very early, so we might see an entirely different game if the Germans actually tries to do a invasion of the UK proper.
Yeah, that would be epic for sure. Let's have a look now down in Africa. No, are they? No, they're still hanging out.
Yeah, nothing new there.
And they're not getting their medals either.
We have a question in the chat. Is anything happening in Indochina?
Nothing yet. Oh well, I say that, and
quite a lot has happened in Indochina.
Yeah, Japan has through decisions through decisions they have taken over both French Indochina and Siam, so they are poised to strike against the Allies. I wonder how close that could be. We're only in 1940 though, so maybe it's still a year off or so. They haven't selected their focus. Let's have a look at the Allied. Let's see how they're arrayed. Yeah, still a bunch of forces up in China, so it doesn't look like Japan is poised to strike.
They need to either expand the army or expand the Marines, but then they can technically strike the West. They need to wait until January 1st, 1941, but that's only half a year away. So if they want to go early here, they can strike quite early as well.
Yeah.
And this is quite a beefy Japan at this point. Looking over at their infantry divisions, it's still the same, right? It's
the 32.
The 32 with infantry division, with artillery, and just a lot of them. But all of them are veterans now. Look at this. It's just a full stack of veteran troops that can be used to great effect.
That is scary. But they have no Marines yet or anything.
Yeah. We are getting information from the Axis here that there will be no Sea Lion invasion. A bit sad for you viewers out there, but I think that's probably the reasonable way.
I think it's weak, but it's a classic Folk. He's not an unconventional player. He doesn't take many risks. He plays safe and secure, and he's really dangerous while doing it.
And
I was telling the viewers earlier, I spoke to Badger yesterday, and I was like, do you know what Folk is doing? And he said, yes, I know exactly what Folk is doing. Folk is doing medium assault guns for France, and then he's going to convert them into divisions called MARM, medium tank divisions called MARM. He called the name correctly. We finally see them moving up towards the front line in El Alamein, and here is the showdown.
We are about probably a month or so away from North Africa. We can also see that Italy has taken Malta, which gives them an airfield quite close to the zone where they need to be. So we are going to see some fighting breaking out around El Alamein rather soon.
We just saw Spain sending volunteers. I hope he's not reneging on his promise to actually join the fascists, but maybe that's just temporary.
Yeah, he could do volunteers first, right? There's nothing stopping him from going volunteer Spain and then going Axis Spain.
Yeah, I think so.
Or, I mean, I guess there is a focus at some point which locks you out of the other route, but...
So I'm hearing things in my earbud. It's a bit myself and... but maybe that will be taken care of. Okay, so Norway capitulated, but the Brits are still up in the north, so that will easily get mopped up and reclaimed by the Allies. And this threatens Finland in a way from the north. It forces Finland to take some of their very few divisions and send them up north. So that's always a good idea, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have no defense up north, especially like this little tile that is quite close to Petsamo, where you can move down. You need to shore that up a bit.
Yeah.
But, we are getting information from our war correspondent that attack lines are being drawn up at El Alamein. And we'll see once they fire. But it shouldn't be too far off until we see some fighting in North Africa.
And for you people just joining us, this is a Hygge cast of Bergagårdhof 5, which is one of our yearly live events. We have a LAN multiplayer going on with the Allies sitting in one house and the Axis sitting in another house just 10 kilometers away. And let's see who wins. So far the Axis seem to be doing quite well. I would say in the east they were a bit slow with the China war, but in the west everything's been going perfectly according to plan.
Yeah, it has been going the Axis way quite historically, right? I do think that France actually managed to hold out for more than 100 days, though, if we're going to close down that prediction.
Oh, you think so?
I think so, actually. They did manage to encircle some German tanks up north, and they broke out, but it took them some time. It slowed them down a little bit.
Maybe we'll have to ask later. It seemed pretty fast still, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's nothing like the Axis have nothing to be ashamed of here. They have performed well so far, both the Spanish Civil War. I guess the good thing for the Allies is that the Finnish Winter War went quite quickly in the favor of the Soviets, but they did not manage to encircle any significant amount of Finnish manpower, so those will come back in the continuation war.
Yeah, very true. Let's see if everyone's moved over to war economy. No, the UK is not on war economy. Let's see, Canada. Yes, Canada is on war economy. South Africa is on war economy. Let's see, India, no, not on war economy. So there are, Canada, India is lacking some PP, so maybe they're just waiting for the political power. The UK, though, should really go
the UK could go war economy. If they just click it at this point, they could even go total mob, but you don't want that weekly loss in war support and stability, I guess. But
yeah. So let's see if the Germans will actually try to go after Narvik right now, but I don't know how they will.
We have a regular joining us in chat here. We have Mortal Vision.
Oh,
hello. I
Mortal.
missed the first 2 hours, but as usual, nothing special happened, right? And as for now, World War II is moving quite historically, and I would say that's a correct analysis. We've had the Spanish Civil War, a quite comfortable Axis victory with no great casualties on either side. Sino-Japanese War went in favor of the Japanese after some things not going so well, but yeah, pretty much what you would expect. Finnish Winter War won by the Soviets, and France getting invaded quite timely, and no sea lion. So we are looking at quite a historical World War II. And these games we do are actually historically correct in a way that we have historical rules. So certain things have to happen at certain points. So for any of you joining us now today, that haven't seen it before, we are going to have like an Axis with the traditional Axis countries and an Allies vice versa, but then we don't know who will win, we don't know what tactics they will use, but it is going to be somewhat historical. We have a question from Steel here. That's a pretty cool concept. Do you play more than one game or just the one? And I mean, this takes quite some time. We're doing this all day, but we're doing it like once a month, and we're doing this physical LAN event with a lot of production value once a year. So please join us on our Patreon and our YouTube channel. On our YouTube channel, you can see all of our old Bergagårdhof and all of our old multiplayer games, and also a lot of guides if you want to get into multiplayer Hearts of Iron 4 to learn how to handle different things. And the meta is always shifting, and Boppus and Badger is always staying up to date for you guys at home.
Yeah, they are on top of the specifics of the game. Okay, so we see Falk, he's in no hurry to reach El Alamein. He's moving there quite slowly, but the Allies are in control of the air so far.
Yeah, the air over northern Egypt, but the Axis are not
even
contesting it at this point. Meanwhile, they have 500 fighters over Libya, 200 over the Eastern Med, and 200 over the Central Med. So if they moved their air over to northern Egypt, they could probably contest it.
Yeah, if you have a look here, Romania and Italy are planning to take Cyprus as a first step, perhaps attacking Tel Aviv later on. This is not a stupid idea at all. And as we talked about before, Badger playing the UK, he said his fleet would be quite late to the party. Let's have a look at where his fleets are situated. No, I'm looking at Germany right now. That's not interesting. Let's have a look here. There, and over to the fleet view. Okay, so we have, he's keeping them down in the Red Sea where they are safe and secure from Axis bombardment. But that also leaves it open for the Axis to do whatever they want in the Eastern Med at this moment.
An interesting choice. And we have a question in the chat also, how is the Italian Navy doing? And I mean, that's quite a broad question, but they are doing somewhat well. 6 battleships, 8 heavy cruisers, 34 light cruisers, 84 destroyers, and 52 submarines. So I would say that that's kind of bleak in comparison to what you see on the United Kingdom side. The United Kingdom already has 5 carriers, 23 battleships, 3 battle cruisers, and so on and so on. So if you were to have a proper showdown between fleets, I don't think the Italians would come out on top at this point.
No, right now the Italian fleets are in port, and the main battle fleet is down in Taranto in southern Italy, but they are ready to move out at a moment's notice. I would bet we will see some Italian fleets move out soon to give supremacy in the Eastern Med to allow those naval invasions to take place. And yeah, look at this. The Germans are at the border. I'm gonna change perspective.
Looking who peed on Crete, and I would say Romania peed on Crete. Because Crete is now occupied by legionary Romania. Crete in Romanian hands, which is not the historical part, but still.
Look at this. The Allies are pushing the German tanks, just shoving them off the border there. And
the German tanks are not doing too well on the El Alamein line. Here we see South African tanks. I wonder if they're going to move up, though, or if they're just going to push them off the front line.
No, they're just...
They are moving up.
I was saying they weren't going to move up, but looks like they are. But that's
a bit of a gamble.
That's risky. One common strategy is just to give them a shove, so they don't get any planning bonus, and they will have a hard time attacking. But now the Canadians actually followed through and went.
And they might get pushed off the line here, because now the Germans are poised to counterattack, and we have even more fresh Panzer divisions coming in here.
Yeah, there are only 4 at the border, but there are 2 more in reserve. Let's see now if they. No, yeah, they're getting pushed back again. We're going to see a bit of back and forth here on the line in El Alamein.
We have a question here. Where are the supply depots near Egypt? And we have Alexandria and Cairo and Port Said, which is the main ones. Meanwhile, the supply lines are significantly longer on the Axis side.
Yeah, the Germans so far are having no luck. There are more Axis planes coming into the area. Look at this now. Yeah, they're really contesting now. So there are 1,200 fighters from the Axis and only 800, around 800 from the Allies.
And now the air superiority has turned yellow, so it is now contested. And the thing is that the Allied have much more anti-air guns. We have 20 anti-air guns from the United Kingdom, and they have also more active bombers.
But look at this, the Germans are trading well. If you look at the losses here, it's like 4 or 6 or 8 for every 2 or 3 Germans. So they are trading favorably, and as long as they're trading favorably, that's an air battle that they want to take. It's still red though, so this means that the German tanks won't be able to make any inroads. The naval invasions are still not moving out. Let's have a look if the Italian Navy is doing anything.
The Germans are not really in a hurry, though, I would say, because when they're trading at this point, you might as well fight them in there, right?
Yeah.
Fight them until they don't want to fight anymore, and then they pull back, and then you win the air zone anyway.
Yeah.
And once you have the air superiority, then you can start working on pushing with your tanks.
Yeah. And we are in September 1940, so there's about a year before Germany is expected to do Operation Barbarossa against the Soviet Union. So this means that they have plenty of time to work on this problem.
Indeed, they do. We do see Germany, as we have said before, a bit off on the military factories. We have above 10 military factories not being used at this point.
Yeah.
It's a pet peeve of ours, but when you have many people controlling a nation, if you have a co-op, you should really have one of the co-ops actually managing the factories so you don't lose that production. Because if you have like 20 factories more than the Soviets, if they are not put on anything, then it's like you don't have them, right?
Yeah.
So it's always important to keep an eye out on these macro things that you might lose out on otherwise.
Yeah.
Dockyards also, for example, empty research slots. I understand that they have a lot to do, right? But still.
Yeah. There are some Bulgarians heading down to North Africa, which is not something you see every day.
We see a push being made now. The Allies in El Alamein is pushing them off the line. I don't think they follow it up still, but no luck so far for the Germans at all here.
Yeah, I think Oscar on Canada got yelled at from his teammates for actually following up and allowing Germany to push him back. That risks the entire Allied line. Unless you're planning to actually go for it and keep pushing, which is a risky move, then you should just stay in your spot.
Air superiority is now in Allied hands, though, and they are still trading unfavorably. But as long as they can keep it up, as long as the air is green in favor of the Allies, the Germans won't be doing much here.
Yeah, it looks like it's just the Germans building fighters, so no Italian fighters. Let's have a look at the number of fighters. Let's see now. So on the air overview, we have a total of 3,000, a nice even number on Germany. And on the British side, let me just switch over here. There we go. They're just at 2,250. So
but they have a lot of other support planes. They have close air support, they have bombers, they have anti-air companies in these ones down here. The Axis need to have a bigger advantage on fighters if they're going to use just that fighter advantage in order to project air superiority in northern Egypt.
Yeah. Yeah, so far it looks good for the Allies.
But we do have reinforcement coming in here from the Allies. We see an Italian railway gun hitting Tobruk, and the Axis are definitely not done with North Africa. They are just preparing their next strike. We see they're making a probing attack here, red bubble though, and now they are getting pushed back once again, and they're probably going to have to retreat to their backline.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tug of war here.
Now, though, but,
a bit of back and forth, nothing real surprising going on. And you can see here on Italy's construction
we
screen.
see now, this is interesting though, they are trying to push up a little bit here. They're not trying an encirclement though, there is nothing on Marsa Matru, and they don't want to risk the Allied line, but the Germans are getting pushed up.
And now they're moving back again. The Italians are repairing a bunch of the infrastructure and so on in North Africa to be able to field more men on the front line. As of now, let's have a look at the supply map mode. Yeah, as you can see, the supplies are not really good. They are fully occupying this supply node, so they need more supplies coming in order to get more troops on.
I mean, the supply situation is easier for the Allies because you have Alexandria, you have Cairo, you have Port Said, and the front line is much closer to those railway stations. Meanwhile, the Axis, they have this supply hub, and then they have Tobruk, and then it's Benghazi, and it's just the one railway line. We have a question: was there combat on Crete? And no, I wouldn't say so, because since it's occupied by Romania, I wouldn't expect them. If it was garrisoned, I don't think Romania would have landed. So.
No, Greece was AI controlled, and there were no allied troops helping them out. And I don't think even AI Greece had any troops there.
I'm quite impressed, though. Romania is fielding a lot of divisions. We do see.
Italy is moving to take Rhodes now, so they're doing a bit of a careful island hopping. Still no move towards Cyprus, though.
They did plan a naval invasion on Cyprus, but they seem to have cancelled it at this point.
Yeah, the Italian Navy is now controlling the Eastern Med. So let's see if the Badger on UK, if he actually moves his fleet inwards. They are still chilling out in the Red Sea, and as you can see, they are down on organization. So I think they are. Are they refitting or what's going on?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think also one thing that we are going to touch upon more later, but it's interesting to talk about even now, is how the Suez Canal impacts this. Because if you push very fast as the Axis, you have a decision here. If we go over to the Allied side, you can actually decide to blow up the Suez Canal. So if you know that you are going to lose in El Alamein, you just blow up the Suez Canal so the Axis can't use it, right? And it takes a lot of civilian factors and time to rebuild it. But if you lose too quickly, you won't have time to blow up the Suez Canal. And if the Axis controls the whole of North Africa and the Suez Canal, they can start to threaten the Gulf of Oman, the Horn of Africa, and by extension even the Raj later on. So that's going to play a key role in North Africa.
Yeah, we have a question if Italy is preparing sea bombardment. Not yet, but I bet if they're trying to take over, for example, Tel Aviv later on, they would deploy their troops that way, their fleets, I mean.
They also have 47 resistance strength on Corsica.
Yeah, not much moving at the moment.
No, quite calm actually to be at this point in the game. We'll see what ends up happening in El Alamein, but there are no plans for any major shenanigans either. Usually you see like naval invasion plans of Tel Aviv, trying to land on the coast behind, or like invasions of Tobruk from the Allied side. But
Yeah.
people are quite content here with letting El Alamein be a stalemate for a little while.
Yeah, it's quite curious that the Romanians have not yet launched their attack on Cyprus, because Cyprus is undefended. No, it's okay. I was speaking too soon. It's not
I got
undefended.
also the technicians in the chat told me that now when we're in North Africa,
Yeah,
it's time for the tropics hat.
It's not a safari yet, but we are in the right area, so why not? Why not, eh?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Are the European navies all done? Is the bit later gone after a year of war? I'm not really sure what you mean, but the European navies, right? I would say that the naval supremacy is firmly in the hands of the UK.
For sure.
Britannia rules the waves, and there is nothing that seems to be changing that at the moment, at least. In the Pacific, we haven't really seen the war starting out yet, but at some point they are going to meet each other. Are you not allowed to drink beer yet? Yes, we are, and we've had some.
We've had quite a few, Francis, but mine is running out actually. Now that you're saying.
Ben is saying here in the YouTube chat that a Mediterranean sea battle, I think, would decide North Africa because of supplies, and that's not entirely. Oh no.
Oh, you lost your microphone. Okay, I will speak instead. So this is an opportunity for me to speak uninterrupted. It feels great. And here we can see the Romanian naval invasion finally being launched. But it is being defended here. Let's see from the British point of view. They have 4 colonial garrisons. And these are not shit garrisons. They have some artillery in them as well. And they are defending so far.
Yeah, this naval invasion seems to be bouncing. It's only colonial garrisons, though, but the invasion from the Romanian Marine is kind of half-hearted.
It's a bit touch and go. Now it looks like the Romanians are actually able to land. But
the air superiority is being contested here. We see 2,300 German fighters in the air, 4,000 bombers. But now the Allies are moving their entire air forces to the Eastern Mediterranean Sea in order to try to protect Cyprus from this naval invasion.
Yeah.
But will it be enough? Doubtful at this point, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's a bit curious that the Italians didn't help. They're just hanging out in Rhodes. They do have some Marines there, and not bad Marines either. Okay.
Yeah, Cyprus did fall now, but if Cyprus had not fallen, it would have been the Italians' fault.
Yeah, very true. Okay, so the Romanians managed to do it without any help, and somebody pissed on Cyprus as well. As you can see, it's now yellow.
I have to say I'm quite impressed by the island hopping of the Romanians, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, Romania is not... as far as the Balkan bros go, obviously Romania is the one with some naval prowess, but you don't usually see Romania island hopping to the Aegean Islands, Crete, and then later to Cyprus. It's quite an impressive marine feat by the Romanians here. We have PT crashing, so now I guess you will come over to my screen here.
That's embarrassing, to say the least.
We're waiting a bit for a hot joining player here, but luckily only the game crashed, so we still have PT with us here.
If you have a look at the chat there, Latvian farmer, that's, is it Einar?
Yeah.
Yeah, Einar learned the bad word in Swedish.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed he did, but... yeah, I don't think they have anything to swear about yet, the Allies. Obviously, the islands here, of course, losing both Malta, Crete, and Cyprus is a bit of a downer for the Allies, but El Alamein still holding firm.
Yeah, and I mean, Malta, it may seem like a strategic position, but it's classic Badger strategy to let Malta go, because if you keep Malta, you have to keep supplying it with convoys, and those convoys are very, very easily sunk by the Axis, so... yeah,
that's true. And I mean, at this point, it's basically not worse. Like even keeping Cyprus is the same problem, right? Because if you only have Cyprus left and you're going to garrison it, the guns that are going there is.
Usually, Badger puts all his efforts in keeping El Alamein and Gibraltar, and so far both of them are standing strong.
Looking at Gibraltar, we have quite a few. Like this is, it's only garrisons, obviously, but it's with full support companies and artillery, and it's like 16 of them and a railway gun standing on Gibraltar. So Gibraltar is not going to fall without Spain actually joining the Axis. Once Spain actually joins the Axis, they can really help the Axis get control of Gibraltar. But as Zimmerman asked in the chat here, does the Axis plan to catch the Allies off guard in Gibraltar? they would probably like to, but Badger is not off guard here. This is a very well fortified Gibraltar.
A key factor in trying to take Gibraltar is whether Spain joins the war or not. Because if Spain joins the war, in this mod, if you zoom in on Gibraltar for a bit, you can see that in this mod, Gibraltar is actually 2 tiles. And one of the tiles is only accessible from the Atlantic side. So to attack that side for the Axis, they would need Spain to actually be in the war. And so far, Spain has gone the cowards route.
Indeed.
They are just volunteers. We are hoping that they will join the Axis later, as they said they would. But we will see. We will see what happens.
Well, yeah, indeed, we will see. Looking over at LAN again, I'm trying to keep an eye on it here, but the Italians have moved up the railway gun to the front, so we might see some sort of push here. But 2 of the German tank divisions are all the way back here, and the Allies are significantly more well fortified along this line. So if they do not plan anything extraordinary here, it will be hard for them to push out the Allies of LLMA.
And now we have a hot joining player, and that player is me.
Indeed, PT is getting back into the game here.
Feels good.
Yeah, let's see. No crashes from anyone, so that's nice. Looking over in Indochina, nothing significant have changed. Japan will be able to join the war at this point. At the 1st of January 1941, they can take the focus strike the West. It is early, but they have done all the focuses before that. So it won't be very far off until we see Japan joining. It depends on how they want to play it. But we haven't looked at the United States in a while. So we don't really know how ready they are. But...
No, and as we were saying before, the United States actually plan to contest the Philippines and defend the Philippines, which is allowed by our rules. You're not allowed to pre-place in allied countries before you join the war, but Philippines is not an allied country, it's a puppet, so you're allowed to place troops there. And this is not something we see very often. Usually the US stay quite passive and let the Japanese tire themselves out before they join the fight. But in this game, the Americans will be in the fight from the beginning.
Can you ready up?
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah, you have to press the... There.
Here we go. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize.
I was delaying the game. Yeah, so we actually have a couple of comments that we haven't addressed. Mojo was complimenting that we dressed up for the occasion, and it gives this stream some kind of classiness. Thank you. We think so too. Nice to have you joining us, Mojo. And okay, so we have an interview with Ivan, I think, actually right now. I mean, stationary, which is our Japanese player. So that means our Axis correspondent Andreas is ready for an interview. So over.
No? Yeah. So we have with us one of the players from Japan. Because I know during the lunch that there was a lot of question in chat about what was happening with the China war. It was going slower, but it was also going kind of well in terms of manpower and stuff. So what was the plan? Do you want to tell us a little bit?
Well, I had an awful start to the China war. I had to ask for special permission to break a rule.
What happened?
I tried to put my general on an air defense order in Mongolia, and apparently I had like an old order of air defense in South Korea. So my whole front line went to South Korea, basically.
Ow.
And then I had to start a war while they were still like strategy deploying to the front, and basically couldn't break the front. It was disorganized, and I ended up getting pushed. It was a disaster, honestly. I was freaking out. But eventually we managed to clutch it out. Like, I mean, it happens sometimes. You don't get the perfect China war.
That's so interesting. I'm gonna on my screen there, but I actually thought that it was a plan, that you were sort of backing off in order to drag the AI, because almost all of the AI divisions were stacking up in Beijing. So I thought you were actually sort of baiting them.
Right. It could have worked if we then had built like a railway in the north, because we got cut off on all our supply when they did that. So it was not ideal.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
But you managed to turn it around. I think the war went quite okay in the end, right?
Yeah, it was like 2 years, which is not ideal, but it's not the end of the world either.
Some people accused you in chat of doing experience grind. Did you get enough experience from it?
Yeah, I have two. I have a level 8 field marshal now and a level 7 general. The field marshal is pretty cracked, to be honest, so I'm pretty happy about that. He has like 10 attack.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's pretty strong. You have been opting for the big Japan build. Does that mean that you are going to go into India?
Yeah, we're planning to either go into India or Australia. It depends a little bit on how Africa turns out. If like a lot of Indians die in Africa, we're definitely rolling into India. If some Australians die in India, we're definitely rolling into and battleships and light cruisers.
And I saw you had a lot of destroyers as well early on.
Yeah, these destroyers I will use. I mean, they're speed max destroyers, so they'll be able to dodge torpedoes. They might die.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome back to the main studio. We have some beer coming up here. Amazing. Now you will get a very rare view of some technician arms here. We are so professional now. So
yeah, put your face in front of the
camera.
camera.
We don't have people.
Put your face in front of the camera.
He won't do it. He's too much of a pro. There we are. There we are. Amazing.
Yeah.
We were just considering, now we had some time to look over the chats. We realized that Paradox, they have shut down the chat on YouTube, but their chat on Twitch is active, and we have like 300 viewers there as well. And thanks so much to Paradox for believing in us and the community and this event and allowing us to stream on their official channels. It really gives us an outreach to all of you guys at home watching this amazing game. And we haven't really looked at the Paradox chat for that reason, because we have our YouTube chat and our Twitch chat to look at. So if you want to ask initiated questions, you can come over to the Hygge Gaming stream and ask them there. But I see a lot of you people have been writing in the Paradox chat as well. And we also see a pinned comment that you can watch more of this content on YouTube if you want to. And that is very true. Come over to Hygge Gaming on YouTube, and we have guides for you. We have all our old multiplayer games. If you become a Patreon, you can get the save files, you can get extra guides, and really get into the nitty-gritty of Hearts of Iron multiplayer gaming.
Definitely. And going back to the game, as you can see here on my screen, the Italians and the Romanians are planning naval invasions onto Egypt. So this is the big gamble from the Axis. Just having a look here at the air screen, the Allies are still dominating the air, but maybe it will be enough anyways. Let's see how the sea looks like. Okay, they're keeping their fleets back, a bit passive at the moment. But if you look here at the British defenses of North Africa and Egypt, you can see that Port Said, which is being... Oh, look at this. They're planning to retake
But this is interesting.
Cyprus.
They might meet each other on the island. You know, while they're driving past each other and they look at each other awkwardly. Oh, are you going?
Yeah. Lucas, find that meme quickly and adapt it to these conditions.
The thing is that Tel Aviv, right? Tel Aviv is quite well defended. So the Romanian naval invasion will probably bounce, having 4 people assigned to it. But the Italian naval invasion of Port Said, with these 7 quite stacked marine divisions, to be honest, invading, will probably land.
And there are no offensive troops in the area prepared to throw them out again. So, I mean, I guess the British Marines could head over there if they're not already in Cyprus. But if they manage to hold Port Said for a while and the Axis start throwing in troops here, this situation becomes untenable. The Allies will have to fall back from Egypt.
Yeah,
altogether.
and also the good part for the Axis point of view, if you land in Port Said, make a successful naval invasion, you won't be able to blow up the Suez Canal either. So you can control.
Yeah.
And this is what we said, that we have seen El Alameins going the way of the innovative player, the one that does a daring naval invasion,
Yeah.
a weird trick, some sort of misplay or capitalizes on something. That
But
is what's decided.
What is this? I think Folk is actually evacuating. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, Folk is going home with the German.
Boring. I mean, he's a very competent player, but he's a very boring player. And yeah, he's already given up on El Alamein. He's saying, yeah, let's not bother. This is not going to go
I think the
anywhere.
Italians are going to try, though.
Yeah, but alone, what can they do? I mean, they don't have enough anti-tank in their divisions.
They
do
wouldn't throw away all of these Marines.
No.
We have a question in the chat. Where do you hold this event? At which nation? And it's actually the west of Sweden.
Yeah, if you couldn't tell from our accents, we're Swedish. Not everyone in our community is Swedish, though. Here, physically, in the south of Sweden, we actually have two people. One person from the Shetland Islands, one Brit living in Berlin, one Dutch person, and two Latvians.
Yeah, and some of us here are actually living in Copenhagen. Hence the name HOI4, because Hygge is a Danish word, right?
Yeah.
As has been pointed out in the chat by Pettersson-gubben here. And that is why we're named HOI4, because we want to emphasize the Hygge. We're having a nice community. We're not tryhards. We're just nice people that you would like to have a beer with amazing production value.
Yeah, and I would like to have a beer with you, Victor.
Yes, I would like to have a beer with you as well.
And cheers to all of you at home.
Indeed. Yeah, here we are.
Here we are. And so, as we were saying, the Euro Axis are giving up on North Africa. Perhaps Jonte on Italy will still feel brave enough to try it on his own.
It's a bit sad. I would like to have seen them try this naval invasion.
Yeah.
Because if they could see the Allied perspective, if they would have known that there is literally only 2 garrison divisions on Port Said,
yeah,
it's really a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
You could take out so much Allied troops. You get the railway gun, you get the Suez Canal.
Yeah.
But they're just worried. What if they have reinforcements? What if we're not able to? And
I mean, if nothing else, if these 7 Italian Marines, if they had landed here in Port Said, this would cause absolute panic here at the front, and a lot would get pulled back, and that would give Folk's tanks an opportunity to break through. But now they are no longer here. Okay, so we are in April 1941. So Folk is saying, yeah, we have to do Barbarossa, and I guess that's the sensible choice, even if it is the boring choice.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he is a very reasonable player, Folk. He doesn't make like. He's not like Snistan that like tries out something strange, right? He's like, okay, Barbarossa is coming up. We're moving home the tanks.
Yeah.
And it might play out in their favor, but I would have liked to see North Africa action. And I'm still not entirely convinced that Italians won't try it alone. Because now you have 2 railway guns here. You have both a German railway gun and an Italian railway gun. And you have some motorized divisions from Bulgaria. I don't think it's smart to go at it alone, but it's not certain that they won't.
Yeah. I'm actually having a look.
We have Cyprus back in
Okay.
the hands of the British.
So, as we were saying before, I don't know if you heard me, but one of the plans of the Badger on the UK was to invade Greece already in 1942, maybe 1941. But also another one of their plans was to attack Burma. We've seen no movements from them yet, but of course Japan is not in the war yet. So
yeah, but once they are, it's probably going to go pretty quick in the Pacific.
yeah, let's see if we can see on the Japanese focuses here. No, nothing warlike so far. Air invasions.
We have Ectohunt here in the chat that said that he just bought this game today and he's a bit overwhelmed and asked if we have tutorials on our YouTube channel.
And yes, we do.
We do indeed. And as Mortal Vision answered here, they are fitted towards multiplayer. This is a mod we're using, their finest brass, so I would suggest playing like the main game just to wrap your head around all of this advanced systems and stuff. But
yeah, but a lot of the guides are applicable in the base game as well, and very informative. And there are lots of guides made by Boppus playing the Soviet Union right now, and Badger playing the UK. and they go through every different subject of the game, and they can get quite nerdy.
Yeah, we have even started out by doing like long form, more podcasty type of content.
Yeah.
And I have long said that I should do a cooking thing.
Yeah.
I would try to cook like for the different countries. I cook like apfelstrudel and like pasta carbonara. And again, what do they eat in Finland? Morotslåda, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. So we're seeing some pinging here from the Allies.
Yes, indeed.
It
What's
looks like
happening here?
it's German submarines sinking Allied shipping.
We can watch the Navy actually a bit. Let's check the Navy overview. If we look at Italy, for example, they have been sinking 3 cruisers, 9 light ships, and 2 heavy ships. But that's from the Free French, though. So we haven't seen any major naval engagements from the Italian fleet. If we click over to the United Kingdom here and look at their lost ship total, they have actually sunk 6 German submarines this last year and 12. The current month's 6 submarines and 12 in the current year. And it is only April, so they are doing some work at the seas, but no major naval invasions, no like decisive big battles on the high seas as of yet.
Okay, so the Spanish volunteers are actually returning from Germany, and it looks like the Spanish are actually arrayed at the Portuguese border. So maybe they will not take the cowards route after all, and actually join the war like proper.
Yeah, looking at these war plans, this is not a Spain that wants to stay out of the European conflict.
No. If I was Portugal, I would be a bit worried at this moment. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. I would send a diplomat to ask, like, hey, what's going on, right?
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasa?
Interesting. Yes. We will see what happens, but this very much indicates that they are going through their original plan to join the Axis in earnest, and that's something we really like to see. We see some new divisions coming in from Franco Spain here with a shark on them.
Oh, interesting.
What is this? 30 combat with Marines and infantry with anti-tank?
What kind of abomination is that?
This is a very interesting division, right? Well, it's jack of all trades, master of none, right?
Yeah, but I don't mind it. I mean, if you mix up your special forces and regular infantry, that means you can have more of those divisions, as opposed to if you have more pure special forces. So this means, he can have a bunch of beefy divisions and be able to attack and still get some of the attack modifiers from his special forces. So I don't mind that actually.
Yeah, nothing too much going on now. El Alamein seems to have been given up.
Oh, look at this.
The Brits are getting Crete back. And they are doing it. It was reinforced a little bit, but only with like some piecemeal garrison divisions. But we did hear about Allied ambitions towards Greece early on, and it seems that they are actually making them happen at this point. And it will be interesting to see how that affects the war, but the gains made by the quite daring Romanian island hopping campaigns have pretty much been reversed entirely by the Allies. It's just Dodanesco and the Aegean Islands that are still in the hands of the successful Romanian and Italian Marines at this point.
Yeah. So the British Navy in the Med is finally refitted and ready to go. So if you look at the Eastern Med and the Aegean Sea, they are very green for the Brits. And this is a bit, if you didn't know, Badger is the big brother of Jonte playing Italy. And this is just big brother beating on his little brother right now. Jonte's Marines in Athens are just watching, powerless to do something about it. He's trying to plan a naval invasion back at Crete, actually. So we could see some real brothers fighting in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. The Brits are not going to move these 5 Marines from here. Yeah. But they are planning to invade Dodanesco with these 5 Marines.
Yeah.
And if they invade Dodanesco and Italy invades Crete, then they're just going to trade islands, basically.
Yeah, but it would have to be preceded by a naval battle. Right now, the Italians, they have a secondary navy in Athens, while the main navy is being trained in the Adriatic. So I think they are preparing for a big naval showdown, and this could decide the fate of the Mediterranean.
We have the UK main fleet on task force, on strike force in the Mediterranean here. So they are looking for a decisive battle with the Italians. They have even cancelled central Mediterranean Sea, so they are committed to making the Mediterranean fall into the hands of the British Navy. Meanwhile, looking over at the Italian Navy, their main fleet is still rolling around in the Adriatic Sea, not going out. But once they run into each other, which they will need to do if they're going to do the naval invasions, we're going to have a fight. Perhaps this might even have been a smart trap, to be honest. Like, if the UK, they place their main fleet in Crete, right? And then they do a strike force in the Aegean Sea.
Yeah.
And then when the Italians come to support their different naval invasions to get their stuff back, then they're going to run into the British fleet, right?
Well, I mean, they will have to face the British fleet sooner or later. We can see now both the Romanians and the Italians are planning naval invasions onto Crete. And this must mean that the Italian Navy is preparing. They're still training, still getting that last experience in before they face off with Big Brother Badger. And most
8
of them
divisions from Italy and 4 divisions from Romania prepared towards Crete naval invasion.
Most of the Italian ships are already regulars. There are still some ships being trained, but most of them are ready for the showdown in the east. And let's hope that we don't miss it, because that will be a thing that people talk about tonight.
Indeed, it will. We have a question: is it vanilla? And we got an answer: it's not. It's their finest brew, with some Hygge HOI modifications.
Yes. Okay, Barbarossa is going.
Indeed, it is.
Here we go.
Ah, well.
Well, we are in June 41. So
somewhat early Barbarossa. I remember when they were talking tactics yesterday, the Allies. They said, like, we're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna have an early Barb. I mean, are they prepared for this?
I think the Soviets are quite prepared. Or do you mean the Axis?
Yeah, I mean the Axis are. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fired it off, right?
Yeah, I guess. Falk has 8 panzer divisions. 8 is not a huge number, and it doesn't look like he's staying true to his tactic of not building any infantry at all. He still has. Okay, but it's still quite a small number.
Yeah, it's a big wall here in the Soviet Union.
He's got 40 more just garrison divisions ready to put out in different places.
Looking over at the Soviets here, actually 270 garrison divisions. 30 light tanks, 16 light infantry, 13 medium tanks, 6 paratroopers, actually, and 3 railway guns.
He already has twice the number of medium tanks that Germany has. That's significant.
This is a bit like, looking at Germany, they have 8 medium tanks. Looking at the Soviets, they are up to 13 medium tanks. So the Soviets out-tanks the Germans at the outbreak of Barbarossa.
Yeah.
That's not something you see every day.
Yeah, and here's a bit of a hard thing for the Soviets, because you never know quite when Finland is going to join. So ideally you would want to crush Finland, a small country, quick and painless. And there we go.
Yeah, they're Finland.
They joined the Axis.
They have some stuff now. I mean,
they haven't joined the war yet.
But they have divisions with anti-tank. They are lacking a bit in manpower, but it's pretty much the same divisions though. All of them are this template with 20 combat with some anti-tank.
Yeah, it seems like the Soviets are not going to try to hide their medium tanks. You can see some of them are arrayed here down in the south. About 7 of them. And
the Soviets are trying to push into. They are trying to make quick work of Finland here. Actually,
look at this. They even have some medium tanks back here. I don't know, to protect against the naval invasion.
Oh, Finland is actually pushing up a tile or 2 here.
Yeah, or being pushed.
Yeah, they are being pushed at one place, pushing up at one place. But yeah, this is from the Soviet point of view. They are getting pushed back here. They should be careful so they don't get encircled in Viipuri, but I don't think the Finns have the raw manpower, right? You can't cover everything. The Soviets have like 10 times the amount of divisions. Not at this front, but in total.
Usually you need Germany to send some help to hold the line, but right now I can't really see any help coming for the Finns. They are left to their own devices, and
yeah, they are, but they are holding though. Like the Finnish territory has not necessarily gotten smaller. We see Viipuri is actually falling to Finnish troops here.
But yeah, I don't know. I still think the Soviets are pushing in the east. They just took a tile, and they only need to take a few tiles, and then they are through those thin lines.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
Mortal Vision saying that Soviets even have a railway gun at the Finnish front, so they are engaged in this. They are committed.
In the meantime, this is what we usually see. The Soviets, they don't array their forces straight on the border with the Axis, but they are a bit further back on the Stalin line. So they've evacuated completely the Baltic countries. And this means the Axis have to first take the territory, then rebuild the infrastructure to be able to sustain an assault, and then actually attack the Soviets. So the only place we're seeing fighting now on the Eastern Front is up in Finland.
The Germans are moving in towards Kiev at this point, but they are not getting through this. The Soviet light tank divisions are holding out here, and they do not want to give up the left bank of the Dnieper here around Kiev, because if you look, Kiev is an important supply hub, and if you can keep the left side of the river, you kind of want that, especially around Kiev. Otherwise, the big push is usually coming through Vitebsk and Smolensk here, because you have like 2 plains tiles here between the rivers, because it's very hard to push across the Dnieper, but this little one here is where you can punch through some beefier German tank divisions, and the Soviets know about that.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look at the supply map mode from the Axis perspective. And yeah, as you can see, the closer you get to the Soviet front, the more red the color gets. Let's see again. Let's not miss the death of Finland.
Yeah, I'm checking. I'm not sure it's going to be the death of Finland. We are seeing they are pushing up here.
But he has to get help sooner or later, I think.
At some point, like if the Germans doesn't send anything to Finland, they're going to have a hard time at some point. But they are holding out somewhat at the moment. They have anti-tank in all their divisions now as well. So, I mean, the Soviet won't send any medium tanks to commit to Finland.
No,
the light tanks are simply not going to get through.
Yeah, mostly mountaineers leading the assault on Finland. And let's have a look. Okay, so the Axis are almost up to the border now with the Soviets. There's some fighting around Kiev, which is on the other side of the river here.
Yeah, we see Kiev. We have green bubbles now for the Axis around Kiev. Looking at the air map mode, though, it's firmly in the hands of the Allies. We have 800 Soviet fighters, 500 Soviet fighters. I mean, this is not a lot, but if there are 400 Soviet fighters and 0 Axis fighters, you're going to have air supremacy, right?
Yeah.
Looking here, for example, these 400 planes that are dominating the Eastern Balkans, that's not going to do anything. But Kiev is soon to fall here, and the left bank of the Dnieper will be in Axis hands.
I'm just going to make sure we're not missing anything in the med, but it looks like the Italian fleet is still they're stopped training. They're stopped training, so maybe they are preparing to move out.
You keep an eye on that. I'm actually, Mortal Vision said that the Finns are already down to 42k manpower reserve, so they will not hold long. And to be quite honest, they are now down to 27k manpower reserve, and this was just a couple of seconds ago when Mortal Vision wrote it. So it is a valid point. If Finland doesn't get any help, it's going to be troublesome for them. They seem to be capturing Viipuri, though. So
actually, Italy moved all of his Marines up to the Eastern Front, so he's left the Mediterranean idea as well. There will be no fighting in North Africa, but which is interesting because the Allies have quite some forces here. There is a sneaky naval invasion planned, just a couple of garrison divisions or port guard divisions, but they are planning to invade Bulgaria, and Bulgaria it's not completely undefended. There are still some Romanians there, but yeah, the main action now is on the
Japan is in the war now.
Okay, here we go.
We are going to see some action in the Pacific. You keep an eye on the Pacific, and I will see if anything happens in Finland.
I'm going to see where the Allied tanks are positioned right now. Yeah, they are in India. So Canada's tanks are in India at the moment. And what about South Africa? South Africa. Yeah, they're also in India. But they're not in a position to do a naval invasion or anything. They're very far into the Indian mainland. So it seems like they're staying true to their plan to basically do a push onto Japan. As soon as Japan engages too far into Burma, they will try to do a naval invasion into Burma here and try to cut off as many Japanese troops as possible, which is a daring strategy and something I've been talking about.
Yeah, it will be interesting. It's a bit of a hit or miss one, right?
Yeah.
If it fails, it's a lot of commitment for very little gain. But
yeah.
if it succeeds, then then it will be interesting. The Finns are going to break here at some point. Are you seeing any encirclements further south on the front?
Nothing as of yet. They are still making their way towards the main Soviet lines, so the only real fighting going on is up in Finland, and Finland is cracking somewhat slowly.
The thing is, once the line really cracks, it's going to go pretty quickly, but as of now, they are every time the Soviets take a tile, the Finns take the tile back, and then it's basically a back and forth. Looking at the air here, it's actually contested, so the Axis have really sent out a lot of air over Finland, but that means there is no air over Novgorod, over Belarus, and Ukraine is contested. So
yeah, but there are 40 garrison divisions and 20.
This is interesting, though. We might see an encirclement of some Soviet tanks in Kherson here.
Oh yeah.
If this actually pans out in the Axis favor, it might be the first significant Axis victory on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, let's have a look.
We are paused now, and I'm not really sure why. Probably for preparing in the Pacific War. But looking at this, like Kherson falls in less than a day, and then we're going to have some Soviet divisions. I mean, you don't want to lose this, right? Georgy Shukov's medium tank division with all support companies and
no, definitely
motorized, mechanized infantry, mechanized support companies.
These are the pride of the Soviet Union. So this could be a significant
and looking
step.
at it, like if they lose this and this, that's them down to 13 medium tank divisions. And looking over at Germany, they have just been producing this time.
Yeah, but I think
Germany are now up to 12. So
I want to call your attention to look at this. If you look in the middle of Germany, you have 40 garrison divisions and 25 infantry divisions just standing there.
Why?
These guys could move over to Finland, I think, and should.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Why do Germany have like 40 garrison divisions just standing in Carlsbad instead of supporting their Finnish brothers in arms in dire straits against the Soviet onslaught?
We were talking earlier about Hungary. Hungary is not doing a tank build as you usually see. They're doing an infantry build, and right now they have 750,000 men in the field.
We have German tanks in Finland now.
Oh, okay.
Assaulting towards Viipuri.
Okay.
We have a question from Eddie as well. Naval invasion of the Soviet Union is forbidden, right? And no, it's not forbidden, but since Turkey is neutral, you cannot run troops into the Black Sea, right? So you can only naval invade with what you have, basically. So we have seen a game decided by a naval invasion of Baku.
Yeah, but it's up to Romania and Bulgaria to build a fleet large enough to actually beat the Soviet fleet, and that usually doesn't happen.
The Soviets did get out of this predicament. They saved Shukov's 2 medium tank divisions, which lived to fight another day, but it was close call for them, I would imagine.
Yeah, but it looks like the Germans, they are all tank micro all the way. So you have German tanks far down in the south and German tanks far up in the north in Finland, and that's what they are doing. They don't have much attention left for anything else, it looks like.
Yeah, the Germans are finally assisting Finland a little bit, but I'm not sure that what Finland needs is big push medium tanks. They would need some infantry, some meat on the line so they don't get encircled. However, Viipuri seems to be going back in Finnish hands now after a long slog back and forth. And the way to Leningrad is rather open. We only have 2 small infantry front divisions defending Leningrad at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing up close to the Finnish front that can contend with German armor right now, even if there are only 2 of them that I can see. Only 2 of them. But still, these light tanks and these mountaineers, they cannot face up to German armor supported by Finnish infantry.
We have to keep a look on the Pacific as well. Singapore is...
Very true.
We have naval invasions going out from Japan towards the Dutch East Indies. Singapore is the only thing left standing in British Malaya. And British Malaya on top of this island. British Malaya now fell. Singapore has fallen into the hands of the Japanese.
Yeah, and Borneo is about to fall, and they have already fired their naval invasions towards Sumatra. and there we will have to see if Hygge, playing his first multiplayer game ever in his life, yeah, he's giving up Sumatra. He's going to defend Java, where his capital is, which is probably a smart move, because these are Amtraks that are coming. The Japanese are using Amtraks, which are formidable. No, wait, maybe
Yeah,
not
this is.
Amtraks. No,
I
just
mean,
Marines.
the Dutch East Indies is going to fall pretty quickly. I don't think they have anything really to stand up to this. Only one division here. Only the rest of the divisions are in East Borneo. Spain is going, Saxeliv says in the chat, and indeed Spain is going. I would say that Portuguese are not existing anymore, and that's Spain into the Axis with the entire territory.
Thank you for notifying us, Saxo.
Now we will have some worries about Gibraltar from the British side, I am sure.
Yeah.
We should look at the United States.
Yeah, are they in the Philippines as they said they would be? Let's have a look. And yes, they are. And the Manchu are actually planning a naval invasion from Taiwan onto Philippines. And you can see here, this is a lot of American presence right here. They're moving up north, and here comes the naval invasion, and they are defending.
Looking over at America here, they have 126 dockyards. Meanwhile, Japan is sitting at 90.
Yeah.
And looking over at the fleet, we have the Japanese with.
Oh, look at this! Look at this naval invasion. Look at this.
Oh no!
Tvorik and Luis, this was their time to shine, playing Manchu. They have landed, but they do not have a port.
They have landed. A very daring naval invasion from Manchu here. They landed next to the port. Can be smart sometimes because it's not defended. You can attack from different directions and get it back. But this is looking grim for the Marines of Manchukuo.
Yeah.
This is going to be a lot of dead Manchukuo Marines. They just
but the
fell
Americans,
into the trap here.
The Americans are having supply issues. As you can see, these men here in Aparri, but they are going to kill these 3 divisions right now.
Yeah, they kind of fell into the trap here, right? They are thinking like, oh, the Philippines is an easy target. They never defend that. They land on the Philippines and it's like almost 20 Americans fully decked.
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
And that's it for Manchu. Looking at the losses now in the Eastern Theater, it's
only 30k, which means though they still kept those tiny marine divisions from before, which is I don't know why they.
But Manchu now has in the Pacific War, Manchu has higher losses than.
We're hearing something in my ear. I don't know what.
Yeah. Oh, we are having a breakthrough of the front in Ukraine. They have crossed the Dnieper. We do see German tanks here doing a major encirclement. We have some Soviet medium tanks, some Soviet light tanks here. If the Axis manage to close this encirclement, this is going to be a disaster for the Soviet armored corps, basically. I don't know if they will be able to, but they are certainly going to try.
It's a counter-encirclement.
Counter-encirclement, though. Here we see 2 of the Germans' prime divisions being encircled by Soviet garrison forces. Now the Soviets are leaving the front, though, and if the Romanians here click, if they need to click...
And the Italian Marines...
They are kicking now.
The Italian Marines are standing still on the front line, not doing anything.
Dangerous. This is very dangerous for both the Soviets and the Axis. It's going to come down to a hair, this encirclement.
Yeah.
We are seeing that the Axis might actually come out on top with 12, 11, 10, 1 gone,
but
1
look at those.
German,
Oh,
one
yeah,
out.
they saved them. And
1 out. 1 German tank division lost to 4 Soviet tank divisions lost. Massive Axis victory outside of Poltava, and the Dnieper is crossed by the Axis forces. And this is a good trade for the Axis, rather.
Did they actually lose any tanks?
They did lose 1 Panzer division, which is of course a good consolation prize for the Soviets, but it pales in comparison to what they paid for it. The Germans are now down to 11 medium tank divisions then, from the ones they lost there. But meanwhile, the Soviets have, that's the Navy overview. The Soviets are now down to 12 medium tank divisions. So the deficit we saw before has been pretty much equalized by this push by the Axis around Poltava.
Yeah, and this is the reason why people dream nightmares about Falk's tanks, because they hit hard and they hit fast.
Yeah, and also the trap, right? He did lure them in a way, right?
Yeah,
they got the counter-encirclement, and then they committed everything to the counter-encirclement. They left the line, left themselves open, and even though they got the German tanks...
Yeah, we see another one on the way here now. As soon as the lines start breaking, and now it's just ripe for the pickings, and the German tanks are just cutting through.
They are cutting through the Soviet lines like a hot knife through butter at this point. We see the Romanians moving in behind this one tank here. It might be overrun, it might not. It didn't get overrun, so that's one. We do see 2 German tanks encircled here, though. 2 Marm tanks in a little encirclement.
Oh,
this
snap.
might be the payback from the Soviet side.
Yeah, they're left alone down there.
But I think they will be pushed out. 1 is gone, and 2 is gone.
Oh, wow.
We have a bite back from the Soviet Union.
Oh,
here.
yeah, heavy hits from both sides.
Now
I
we
think
have-
there was just another encirclement closed up there, though. Let's have a quick look at the losses. Let's see
looking
now.
at the Germans now, they are down to 9 medium tanks. So those 2 that they lost there, that was not something they would have wanted. Still 12 medium tanks in the Soviet army. So the Soviets actually managed very well to bite back against German tanks there. Now it is a bit in the Soviet favor again on the tank side.
Yeah,
But the
just looking at the Soviet losses compared to the German losses, they are trading about 2-1. But I'm not sure that's good for Germany. They need to be
it's not,
trading.
but they are closing in. Here is one Soviet light tank seeming to fall to a German encirclement again. And the encirclement has been somewhat favorable to Germany, but not that favorable after the Soviets got that little counter-encirclement there.
Yeah.
So this is anyone's game still, but I would say that Axis managed to cross the Dnieper in a very, very good way. They encircled Soviet tanks, they broke the lines, they got a bit cocky, and then they lost 2 of their medium tanks, which is not good for them, right? But still an Axis push on the Eastern Front.
Just having a quick look in the east, the Philippines are holding, Sumatra has fallen, the Canadians and the South Africans, they are not doing any naval invasions, they are simply on the line in Burma, which is not ideal, but it makes it really hard for the Japanese to push out. But that means they won't be able to do any super encirclements, I think.
Yeah, we have the Dutch East Indies are quite soon to fall. We did have a question, who is the first player to capitulate? Discounting France and Poland and so on, of course. But
unfortunately, I voted for Hygge here on the Dutch East Indies. But he's holding Java. That's where he's concentrated his troops. And look at this. Australia is actually up in Sumatra fighting the good fight.
Yeah, Australia has gone up to support their allies in the Pacific, and that
Enos
might
is actually holding Sumatra. This is interesting that he's choosing this arena to fight, and there's also heavy fighting going on in, but this is mostly from the AI.
Yeah, we have Ritsin Ritarit saying 7 panzer divisions for the cost of river crossing and some number of Soviet infantry divisions. We'll see if that ends up biting them in the arse. And if that was true, I would agree with you, but they lost in total 3 panzer divisions, and the Soviets actually lost 3 panzer divisions of their own. So I would say that still was a bit in the Axis favor. However, this is very interesting. If these 6 medium tanks get encircled, it's going to be a real disaster for the Soviets. They are not, however, they are just driving back from Poltava now.
Yeah, the Soviets are down to 8 medium tank divisions, and the Germans are, let's see how many
the Soviets down to 8 medium tank divisions?
Yeah, the Germans have...
they have 12.
Oh, very true. The Germans have 9.
Yeah. So it has, I mean, the advantage is still in the Soviet hands to about the extent that it was before.
Well, in the start of the war, they were like, I don't know, 13-6 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Axis have managed to claw their way back here, but the Soviets doing that counter-encirclement, actually getting some tanks back in return, made a big difference. Now we have a naval battle going on outside Singapore, I hear in my ear.
Yeah, we have to get to the right point of view.
Let's go target the Japanese, I would imagine.
Here we are. It's yeah, okay. Was that just the? I just saw the Australian Navy getting hammered.
Yeah, we're checking outside Singapore. Nothing too fancy going on here. We have 2 combat results in this region.
Yeah,
the Japanese main fleet is doing work here, but I don't see them actually going into contact with any major naval powers here. I'm looking at the ship overview from the Japanese perspective. 4 convoys sunk, 11 submarines of the Dutch East Indies, but there are no major naval engagement. But we are going to see that at some point.
There actually is a naval invasion planned now of Rangoon. Australian Marines getting ready to attack Rangoon. And if we look at the Japanese perspective, there are no defenses in Rangoon. So this could actually be the opening that the Allies are looking for.
This is interesting. We have like the entire Japanese front is up here in the mountains, and the entire Allied front. And if this naval invasion actually lands to the satisfaction of the Allied side, this can really break the entire line and cost a lot for the Japanese player.
Yeah,
I'm going back to the Eastern Front to see.
But the South Africans and the Canadians would need to get off the line and get to a port to be able to exploit this this opening if it actually fires.
Yeah, that is correct. Looking over again, 9 medium tank divisions in Germany, and still we have 12 in the Soviet Union. So nothing changed there. We do see the Soviet Union are currently producing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 medium tank divisions that will be finished training. They lack equipment at this point. They lack medium tanks, which is the thing you really don't want to lack when making medium tank divisions.
But they are receiving, I think, medium tanks from the United States. The promise was that they would get 60 factories worth of medium tanks.
This is somewhat dangerous though for the Soviets. Looking over here, we might see an encirclement of some Soviet tanks here. I am going to go over to the Axis point of view here. Now I'm in Poland. Now I'm in Axis. This is an interesting play by the Soviets. They can get like 1 Romanian infantry, but they are at danger here of being counter-encircled. The Romanians are moving into the 1 free tile here, and there we have 3 Soviet light tanks encircled, but they got out right after that, so no disaster for the Soviets outside Sumy. But it was a daring snake. We might still see them encircled, actually. We see German infantry moving into Sumy here. And we see the Soviet light tanks, but they are moving slow since they have no fuel, but they got out in time and will live to see another day.
Yeah, we have a really mobile front on the Eastern Front, especially down there in the south, but Finland is now quite safe.
Looking at the Germans here, they are producing 7 new tank divisions, and they have all the equipment they need, right?
Yeah,
all of these are fully equipped, so they are just waiting for them to be trained. So on the 9th of February 1942, you're going to see 7 new German tank divisions. Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union, they do not have the equipment, so they will never be finished if they don't get the equipment. So
yeah, there are still lots of medium tanks in reserve for the Germans, so they can keep reinforcing their medium tank divisions.
So I mean, once like if you wait for half a year or so, the Germans are going to have a quite significant tank advantage over the Soviets if the Americans don't manage to bail the Soviets out with some Lend-Lease.
Yeah, and actually right now I can't see the Soviets getting any Lend-Lease.
I'm looking over at the Americans here. They have a, if we look over at medium tanks, they have a surplus of 91.
Yeah.
It's not a lot, but they are producing 3.6 medium tanks per day.
Yeah, but looking at their, let's have a look at their Lend-Leases. They are Lend-Leasing, but not to the Soviets. They're Lend-Leasing to the UK and to Canada, but nothing to the Soviets, which they promised.
The United States are producing a lot. Their navy is very big. They have 8 carriers. They have almost 1,000 factories, and they are producing to a large extent. We do see things happening here at the Burma front. We have the British Raj, along with allies of a lot of different countries.
Yeah, France is here.
South African tanks pushing in out at the border to the Japanese Empire. We have Free France. We have India. We have Canada. There is a lot of stuff going on over here. We hear screaming from the upper floor.
Yeah,
here.
it sounded like the Soviets screaming.
Indeed, it sounded like the Soviets screaming. What did they scream about?
They have 4 German tank divisions encircled, but they just got saved.
4 German tank divisions almost getting encircled here. They might still be.
Yeah, they are still not safe.
They are not safe by any means, but they are
they are going to get. Oh, this is 4 of them. That's disastrous.
Yeah, if they get encircled here, that's
trying to move back.
He is moving back. They are retreating out. I think they will be able to save these 4 tank divisions. But that was a close call for Germany.
Just by a hair.
Very close call for Germany. If they had lost those 4 tank divisions, then
now
advantage from the production.
6 tank divisions in 1 square there.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been a disaster for the for the Axis, rather, if they lost that. They didn't, however, and looking over, it's still 9 medium tank divisions. But, I mean, if they lost those 6, that means they would have 3 left. So that would have been an absolute disaster.
Yeah, definitely. But that's what happens on the Eastern Front when the front is so mobile like it is right now, that you're trying to go for an encirclement and you get counter-encircled, and then the counter-encirclement gets counter-encircled. And it's very mobile.
Looking over here at Finland, we do see that the Soviets have actually started to send up medium tanks towards the Finnish front here. They really want to be done with Finland, because once you are done with Finland, all of this gets freed up, so you're able to use it on the Eastern Front. And they know that the Germans will outproduce them in tanks around these years. We have an early Barbarossa. The German industry is still big, up and running. There is no threat of a D-Day for a couple of years to come. And this really sets the Germans up for a steamroll if the Soviets cannot get these divisions away from Finland.
And I want you to have a look at the Finnish divisions. Almost all of them are under strength. He does not have enough material to properly reinforce his divisions, which makes them much weaker. He
doesn't have the manpower either. 6,000 men are free.
Yeah. What manpower?
And he's already at service by requirement, right?
Yeah.
So he can't go up in conscription law. He only has 8,000 men in the reserve. I see him doing a focus here, Pyramid Devils, which is going to give him some manpower, but only like penal divisions and stuff.
Yeah,
all the manpower focuses are pretty much taken.
He's lost 144k and he's managed to kill 196k of the Soviets, but that's not a good enough trade for Finland.
Yeah, it's not good for Finland, and also he has done all his manpower focuses, and at some point he will break, right? He needs the support, otherwise he will be gone. We see medium tanks driving down here towards Viipuri. He will not be able to stop them with the men he has. So Finland might not be long for this world if they don't get German support. We see, though, that the Soviets have actually pushed across the Dnieper around Kherson and gotten back on the left side of the riverbank. This is not something you want to see if you're a German in 1942.
Yeah, it's mostly Romanians here, but the Germans are moving in to reinforce, and we see a lot of medium tanks there. Six medium tanks.
You keep an eye out there, and I will go over to the Pacific and see what is going on there. We did have some interesting naval invasions going on. I'm going to tag over to the United States.
We see 6 German medium tanks. They're reinforcing in the south, and it seems that they are holding. They're staying back in reserve while the Romanians are holding the line. So the Axis are advancing, but it's not going as quickly as they would hope. They've been stopped at Leningrad, and the Soviets are actually pushing into Finland, or at least almost. It's anyone's game on the Eastern Front right now.
We'll see. Where are the carriers? They're holding position in Java Sea, the American carriers. Okay. So the main fleet is ready to pounce if the opportunity arises. And I think at this point they will beat outright the Japanese Navy. So we have 8 carriers, 3 battleships, 25 battle cruisers and 19 heavy cruisers, and some change for the Americans. Meanwhile, the Japanese are sitting firmly at 9 carriers. They have built up their fleet quite significantly. 4 super heavy battleships, 2 battleships, and 3 battle cruisers. It might not be in the bag for the Americans, as I said then.
No. I'm looking at the Japanese naval losses, and they haven't actually lost anything aside from a few submarines and convoys. So it's still anyone's game in the naval game there.
Yeah, the Japanese have really gotten back in the game. I'm surprised, because they had significantly lower amount of dockyards. They had a significantly smaller navy before, but it seems that the Americans' very self-sacrificing support build might be coming back to bite them if the Japanese navy outpaces them on the field.
Look at this, though. The Japanese have taken a few islands right outside of New Zealand and Australia.
Things going on in India, and we have tagging over to
here comes the naval invasion, finally.
The naval invasion is going. I am going to go over to the Philippine perspective.
It's being spearheaded by Hygge, the Free French.
The Free French are biting back. Poor Hygge. We saw him take down his French flag, putting up his new one. I tried to sing the national anthem, but I think you were the one in the mic, so no one heard it. But it's a very green bubble here. 1 Marine division from Japan, and if they land in Rangoon here, this line is going to fall.
But what is there to reinforce? That's the question. There are some South African, at least one South African tank. Big surrounds in Ukraine. Okay, we're going back.
We are checking out here. We have Soviet tanks.
The Soviet front in the south is completely collapsing here.
Indeed, they are. no major encirclements. There is a medium tank here that might lose his life.
Crimea is falling.
Yeah, Crimea is falling. German medium tanks driving into Sevastopol at this point. Looking over at the Soviets, still on the army overview, 12 medium tanks. So they have not gotten encircled, but rather close. Now we see a little German pocket here. One German panzer division in the hands of the Soviet Union. I don't think they will be able to get this out.
Yeah, it's going to fall, definitely.
This is definitely going to fall. It's just the one, but it's still a sad day for the German war effort here on the Eastern Front. Also, the Romanian infantry divisions are falling, which is bad for them since they don't have too many of these. We see, though, that the Germans have produced more. They have 15 medium tank divisions now after the last production line hit the front. Now they have 14, obviously. But still, they are at 14. The Soviets are
still at 12.
12. So Germany now has more medium tanks on the Eastern Front than the Soviets, but they really should have had that from the beginning.
Yeah, I suppose. I suppose. We have some questions in the chat that we haven't had time to deal with. Mortal Vision asks if Guam is still in U.S. hands, and I think so. It seems like the Pacific Islands have been completely left to their own devices. Let's see, where is Guam now again? That's Iwo Jima. Saipan, Guam, yeah, still in U.S. hands. The battle is entirely down in the South Pacific, and let's have a look now at that naval invasion. Okay, so more Allied troops have filtered in.
Yeah, do we have reinforcements on the Burma line here? I'm tagging over to the India perspective here, and Rangoon has fallen, and they are expanding this with the Free French. Hygge is really biting back here. He's getting revenge for the fall of France here.
Yeah, but this is where we would like to see the tanks come in. The tanks should not be slogging on the line up in the mountains up here. They should be down in Rangoon to exploit this advantage, because now the Japanese are able to fill up the line with some troops and stall this advance.
Yeah, they should really do something with this, and I think this really emphasizes the point I was making when France fell, right?
Yeah.
That the interesting part about being a government in exile, you might think that France is weak, right? They're going to fall, they're going to get invaded by the Axis. But once you're a government in exile, you never know where they're going to appear, right? You don't expect the French to take all of their government in exile and invade Rangoon, right?
No, that's true.
And suddenly you have the French in Rangoon. If they had been in France, then you know they're in France, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm having a look now at Java.
Oh, we have big naval invasions of the Chinese East Coast here, coming in from the United States. They have island hopped from Taiwan, and they are going from the Philippines up to Nanjing.
And in the meantime, the Japanese are on the offensive. They're planning naval invasions of Java, where Fidde, playing his first multiplayer game ever, he's holding out in his capital here in Batavia. So both sides on the attack. This is what I like to see. It's not like one side defending, one attacking. Both sides
and
really
they're on the attack at different points. Look at this. We have the Rangoon pocket. We have Americans in Guangzhou. We have Americans in Xiamen. And then we have Japanese that have taken Singapore, that are invading Batavia. They're pretty much driving across each other, right?
Yeah.
Because there are no defenses anywhere. The Americans landed uncontested.
Yeah, and they do have 21 line divisions in the Philippines, so they could actually open up a new front in China right now.
Keep an eye there, and I will go over to the Eastern Front and see if anything has happened. Nothing too exciting going on here. There is a possibility for a large encirclement around Rostov, but I do believe that the Axis miners are going to move out of this. We have 2 German medium tanks getting encircled in Kharkiv. Will they be able to get out of this? They might.
Is anyone coming to their aid?
Not. They are getting out. They might actually counter-encircle, to be honest. We have 2 Soviet medium tanks here outside of Kharkiv on the wrong side of the Dnieper River. Will they be able to get out? This is a back and forth indeed in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are getting information here that the developments in Rangoon is not necessarily going to the advantage of the French, and the developments outside Kharkiv is not going to the advantage of the Soviets, because these 2 tanks might actually be caught here between a rock and a hard place, or between Kharkiv and the Dnieper River rather. But we have Soviet garrisons coming in to save them, and instead killing 1 German garrison. A trade that I'm sure that both sides are quite happy to accept by the looks of things now. But once again, a very close call for both Germans and the Soviets at this point. And it might not even be over yet, actually. We do see that the Germans are driving in the snake. This is a very, very daring move, because now the Soviets are coming in behind. Why would the Germans actually do this? Why not just retreat? But yeah, it seems like the Soviets are retreating, and both the Germans and the Soviets are going to be getting away unscathed from this engagement. And we have the Germans still sitting solidly at 16 medium tank divisions. Meanwhile, the Soviets are sitting on their 12. So very, very exciting developments, but outcome not as exciting.
Yeah, so the Allied invasion of Burma, of Rangoon, was a failure, and the French lost about half their army. The rest are still slogging on the line up there in the north.
Yeah.
I'm still curious if that invasion of Greece is coming, and yes, it is. Look at this. Here the invasion of Greece is coming, and there are a bunch of Italian troops here that may be cut off from home. It's just the UK alone right now. The Badger taking his own initiative since his little friends are busy in Asia, but he seems to be able to take care of the Italians on his own.
Yeah, very interesting. Badger opening up the front in Greece here. Meanwhile, the Italians are still down in El Alamein looking at their belly button, basically. You have 15 infantry divisions just standing in the desert while Greece is falling.
Yeah, I think Italy is very focused on the Eastern Front now. He's got his tip of the spear, his 8 Marine divisions fighting on the Eastern Front. Maybe he hasn't even noticed Greece is falling, but he needs to get his troops out.
But Greece is falling, and I mean, this is the thing, right? It might not seem like much if you lose like Athens, but I mean, if they push up here, if Albania falls to the Allies, then you're
and Bulgaria is close, and there's not much in Bulgaria to defend either.
Yeah, we'll see if they manage to bail this out. Meanwhile, looking over at the Eastern Front, we have so routine players, like both Folk. We do have Soviets encircled in Finland, so the Finns are pushing back. Only garrison divisions, though. But I mean, when we have these very good players, we have Folk on Germany, and then we have Boppes on the Soviet Union. They're not going to make those major mistakes that results in like 8 tanks getting encircled. I said now, seeing that two Soviet tanks are in dire straits here again. They do have Sumy held, but if the Germans can get up behind this line, that's actually 6 Soviet light tank divisions, though. But still, this is an interesting encirclement if they actually manage to get it. And
and the German medium tanks are not even involved. There are 14 medium tanks from Germany in total. 8 are in the far south, and 6 are up in Finland right now. And those 6 in Finland are not doing anything. They're sitting in Helsinki and just waiting to get out of there.
This encirclement is big, right? This is 14 garrison divisions from the Soviets and 6 light tanks.
Let's have a look at losses.
And the encirclement is made entirely by Hungarian troops, Italian Marines, and Romanian infantry. I think this really goes to show that the miners playing their country for the first time, just joining the community, participating in the game, have actually been able to use this very supportive Germany that delegates a lot of responsibility to their miners to their advantage, because this is a major encirclement, and this is going to hurt for the Soviets.
And we actually see Italian tanks on the line, so Italy does have some tanks up there. And there are some Axis troops moving down towards Greece to plug that gap opened by the Badger.
Falling. Yeah, sad times for the Soviets in Ukraine, and the way is open now to Moscow, basically, because, I mean, you say that...
Italy needs to evacuate.
Yeah, Italy is one.
We just got a word that Italy just now saw that Greece happened, and he just evacuated his last troops there from Thessaloniki.
Yeah, but he did manage to evacuate, and they can push back, they can hold the mountains, so they did avoid the worst disaster possible in Greece. But
meanwhile, in the west, Spain is exploding.
Oh, what is happening here?
Well, Spain has taken all of West Africa and is now threatening France at his home territory, or well, his new home territory. Yes, the safari hat is
Spain is on safari. Spain is cleaning house in West Africa. They have taken pretty much all of Morocco, pretty much all of this part of Africa, and they are moving up towards the middle of Africa.
Yeah, this is threatening the Free France and forcing the Allies to spend their attention here. But as we were saying with the Eastern Front, like there is always a distinct micro disadvantage for the Comintern, because they are three Soviet players and 1 Mongolian, which is 4 players, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now Italy 7 players against them. So 4 versus 7, and attention is also a resource that is very scarce in Hearts of Iron.
Indeed, and we see here, speaking of attention, we have Romanians pushing out the last Soviets on the Crimean Peninsula. out of Kerch, and also looking at the factories, for example. We do see that the Germans are using all of their 582 military factories. Looking over at the Soviet Union, they are also doing that, it seems. So people are keeping an eye on the factories, people are keeping an eye on what they have, but the Soviets are in a equipment deficit that is not good for them. They have 1.1k deficit of light tanks expected to last for 634 days. 673 deficit of medium tanks.
Yeah.
600 deficit of mechanized. 2k special forces equipment. This is going to really hurt them in the long run. Meanwhile, looking over at Germany, they pretty much have surpluses in everything. It's self-propelled anti-air, and that's basically it. They have 22,000 trucks not even being used for divisions. 1,700 medium tanks that they can just put at the field. That's going to hurt for the Soviets, because they don't have the factories to produce that deficit back.
Small encirclement of Soviets down in the south, mostly garrison divisions, but still.
Yeah, that's some garrison divisions. The thing is that you might look at it like, oh, that's only 10 Soviet garrison divisions getting encircled, and they have 5 million manpower, right? That's not going to matter. And while that is true in like the macro sense of things, it's not true in the micro sense of things, because it takes time to train 10 new ones. And now they don't have much on the road up to Moscow. If they push through here, there is nothing standing in between Moscow and the front.
Yeah.
Because training up a new division here, they are recruiting Red Guard tanks, for example, that are fully equipped. And they will be fully equipped and trained on the 13th of October. And it's the 4th of July, right?
Yeah. I just had a quick look at the numbers of men in the field on the Eastern Front. And the Soviets are fielding 2.4 million. Which sounds like a lot, but the Germans have 1.4, and then the Hungarians have 800, so that's 2.2, and then Romanians 400, 2.6, Bulgarians 170, so we're up to 280. So they are outnumbering, and that's not even counting Finland. So they are outnumbering the Soviets right now, which is not a good sign for the Soviets.
And that's interesting, because we've looked at the Axis and said, like, oh, they have too little tanks. The Soviets have much more. They're going to be in trouble. But they really have taken to heart this delegation of the responsibility of infantry and stuff like that to the miners, because the miners are feeling a lot.
And in general, the quality usually favor the Axis on the Eastern Front. The Soviet troops are generally not better than the Axis.
And now they don't have equipment either.
Oh, wait, look at this. What happened to Hygge?
Hygge is dead, it seems.
Yes, the Dutch East Indies, they fired their naval invasion, and it looks like,
and also the Americans are actually giving up quite a lot here, look.
Yeah, but they're actually planning a naval invasion on the home island right now.
Well, that's interesting. But I mean, looking here, they lost like 11 submarines in this fight. That was the fight. They lost 2 convoys here. The naval development, looking over at Japan, they are thinking, it's not that much, right? But they've sunk 36 submarines during the current year, and it's still summer. It is America, right? So they can build new ones, but...
Yeah, I'm having a look at the naval losses here. So the Japanese have lost 110 ships and sunk 300 ships. So they are trading good. Let's see about the Americans here.
Yeah, I'm looking, having a little look over in Africa.
The Americans have lost 141 ships and only sunk 62 ships. So the naval war so far going in Japan's favor.
Things are happening. I'm looking here in Africa, and we have Brazilian cavalry fighting Spanish, whatever the fuck, this area. What's it called?
West Africa? Or the Gold Coast? Ivory Coast?
Ivory Coast. Gold Coast is not anymore.
Not anymore?
No, it's the Ivory Coast.
Oh, Ivory Coast, yeah. The Ivory Coast or Ghana, that's where we are seeing the fight here between the Brazilians and the Spanish.
I'm hearing some rumors that the United States have sent their fleet out to try to find the Japanese.
Ooh, interesting.
If we get a big encirclement, we see they are going along the Hawaii Ridge, the Pacific Line Ridge, West Polynesia and Tasman Sea to try to find them here. And looking over at the Japanese, they are in all the other zones. So they are not going to be able to find each other by the looks of things now. Maybe if both of them end up in Eastern Micronesia, but it's still no major naval engagement. To be honest, it's
the American fleets are still quite far off. I mean
they're kind of crossing each other, right? It's.
But the Japanese are. You're looking at the Japanese point of view.
I'm looking at the Japanese point of view.
Yeah, and I mean, they are dominating Southeast Asia right now with their fleets, and the American fleets are very far behind.
And I mean, the Americans have even, looking here at my view here, you can see that the Japanese have Eastern Micronesia as their easternmost point, but tagging over to the Americans and looking at their navy, they have even blocked off Micronesia. So they are actively saying, don't go here, right?
The Tasman Sea, though...
and they are avoiding Eastern Micronesia and Bismarck Sea. So how is he going to find the Japanese fleet if he doesn't dare to go close to Japan?
That's a very good question. It does look like Hygge on the Dutch East Indies or the Netherlands is not having a great day. I'm wondering how many troops he actually still has. He has 0 troops? Yeah, he has 0 troops left. So
the Germans are up to 16 medium tanks divisions again, so they have produced some. Meanwhile, we see the Soviets producing a lot of infantry front, and they have these Red Guard tanks in production. What are these?
It seems pretty good tanks. I think it's some. Is that heavy tank destroyers?
Yeah,
to the right.
Medium tank destroyers, medium tanks, and mechanized. And these are 6 of them, and they will hit the front in 17th of October 1942. Looking at the German production line, we are seeing 1, 2, 3, 5 Panzer divisions, and they will hit the front in 28th of February 43. So we will see a power spike in the Soviets in a couple of months, right? Because once October hits and the Soviets feel those tanks, they're going to have the advantage on tanks again.
Yeah, and those are fully supplied, so they could actually produce those. Meanwhile, the German tanks are down in Greece, attempting to throw out the little British incursion there. But that also means that the German tanks are not on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, we have one little
those
German
are not
tank.
German tanks.
No, they are
Italian and Bulgarians.
Bulgarian tanks. This is interesting. We see a very daring little German snake here. They are just counting on the Soviets not being focused, basically. Because if I were a Soviet garrison now, I click this, and they die.
Yeah, but this is what happens as the Soviet Union.
Yeah, they realized Falk is not caught off guard. Yeah. He is not one to be caught off guard by this type of shenanigans.
But as the Soviet Union, you do not want to be outnumbered. The Axis actually outnumber the Soviets right now, and that is a big problem for.
I mean,
for
if they carve up right, Moscow is not that far off now.
No, and there's not much in the way.
And the thing is, like, this might seem like a lot of land, but looking over at the Soviet perspective, there are not many troops here.
No, there are not.
If the Germans manage to drive this salient towards Smolensk and Vitebsk and stuff, then there is not much sitting between Moscow and the German Panzer Corps, and they outnumber the Soviets.
They have a new army around Stalingrad. I'm not sure if it's a spawn-in. They are all greenhorns, but they are not up around Moscow, which is being threatened right now. And this looks pretty gnarly for the Allied side.
German tanks just driving up towards Moscow. We do have Seve saying Germans sending tanks to Greece is a mistake. And yes, that would have been a mistake, but they didn't actually. We saw wrong on the flag.
Yeah, that was a mistake by us.
It was a mistake by us. They did not do that.
Yeah,
that would have been very un-folk-like, to be honest.
Yeah, it's Italy cleaning up its own mess with the help of Trana.
But the mess is indeed being cleaned up. There is not much Allied control left in Greece. And once that's done, all of these troops going back to the Eastern Front, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I mean, we listened to, during the lunch break, we listened to the Allies talking to the Soviets, and they said, you cannot expect a D-Day in 1942. 1943 at the earliest, and as you can see, there are no Allied attempts to make a D-Day anytime soon. I think about now the warning calls have gone out from the Comintern that, guys, we're going to need a D-Day pretty soon, because as you can see, the road is completely open towards Moscow.
And looking over a bit at the United States at the moment, we have no major naval combat still. They are going into the Coral Sea, and they are starting to move up a little bit. But looking at the naval report here, they have sunk 6 Japanese submarines, 32 light hulls, but these big carrier engagements have still not been seen. And that is one of the things, like, once that is done, if you have one big engagement, it's going to be like the Battle of Midway, right? If one side loses, that's it for them on the Navy side for the game, right?
Yeah. And we see the Japanese navies are doing pretty much what they want around the area. So far, Japan is taking his time. He's doing some cute little naval invasions, taking some islands here and there. Not the important islands.
The Manchukuos are trying to get Taiwan back. And I guess Manchukuo actually managed to squeeze out the Americans that landed on the coast, even though we have very small Manchu this game.
We can actually see here what Luis is controlling. It's Luis Gossard here, but they're on the front to Burma, into the meat grinder here in the mountains. At the same time, it looks like Tvorik, these are all half strength. Look at this.
Yeah,
that's not what you want to see.
I can't really invade with this. Looking at the logistics, you are down in the barrel 8k infantry equipment deficit in Manchu, right? Looking over at the production, they are...
they are Amtraks, but they don't have Amtraks in the divisions.
They're producing too little as well. This is...
They should probably disband half of them.
Yeah, there is no reason to have all these troops, to be honest. I'm going over to the Eastern Front again. We do see that the Germans have started to go up more towards Smolensk. We might see big encirclements of Soviet infantry here on the Western Front. At some point, the garrisons start to count, right? Because if they encircle like 25 garrison divisions, then it's starting to hurt. In Finland, the Finns actually have managed to push out a little bit. They have gotten the north of their counter back. Viipuri is still in Finnish hands. So, and we have Soviet medium tank divisions, 4 of them up in Finland, that could really be used somewhere else, to be honest.
Spain, August, he's actually doing a really good job in West Africa. He's managed to push the Brazilians and the French back. He is being pushed back a bit now. Looks like he's got some sneaky little naval invasion plan, but yeah, he's doing a great job just slogging it out. And there's no D-Day coming when the maps looks like this.
No, definitely not. And I mean, looking at Spain here, they've actually managed quite an impressive amount of divisions. We have, I mean, this is regular infantry divisions. It's no support companies. It's 20 combat with, but it's 40 of them.
Yeah.
Right?
And we see the brothers fighting each other in Greece. So sad to see. The Brits are actually holding. And there we go.
Dutch East Indies.
F's in the chat for Fidde. Dutch East Indies.
Indeed, F's in chat. I'm out of beer, actually.
Me too. I was going to fake it, but no, I can't do it. Fidde, he played his first game with the community and actually his first game in multiplayer ever, and I think he did a great job. He concentrated his forces. Okay.
We're going to the Axis.
So things are happening on in the Pacific, as you see, or as you saw, they just capped the Dutch East Indies. Hopefully we're going to get to talk to them soon. What is very interesting is that the Navy of Japan has also been pushing in and contest the Bay of Bengal a lot. Right now they are pushed out and losing for a bit, but they have more ships and they have had it green numerous times. So it looks like Japan is actually prepping for taking the entire sea, possibly actually naval invading against India. So this is very exciting. We should follow this a little bit closer because their submarines are going to get them superiority soon again, and that could be a massive shakeup, in particular since India doesn't really have enough forces to both hold the line and defend the mainland. So the moment now that they don't have to worry about the Dutch East Indies, they have an opportunity to actually keep. Yes, here it's gone yellow. It's gone yellow. So they have opportunity to keep pushing the entire naval battle further and further towards Europe rather than towards the United States. As you can see, they also have green systems around Australia. So sooner or later, Japan is definitely going to have to do something in terms of naval invasions because they have a lot of good opportunities to in it now. Which means that I'm hovering here right now, so if we want to go back to the main studio, we can definitely do it. Otherwise, this is what we're going to keep our eyes locked onto for a little bit. They managed to take back the Bay of Bengal, but it's very tight all the time. You can see, let's have a look at, yeah, we have naval battles across the entirety of this area, so they are definitely prepping for a naval invasion. Meanwhile, we have a landing from the United States, or rather we have a landing against the United States on Taiwan, which, well, as you can see, there's a lot of troops, but they can't seem to actually make it. And we should look a little bit on the Manchu, what they're calling them Marines. They don't look like Marines. I want to have a short gander on what they're actually fielding here. Well, provided I can mark it, their rocket artillery unit. So for some... Okay, so they have Marines, Amtraks, and motorized rocket artillery. This is a really cool and really weird template. They have pretty poor stats, so I don't think this is actually... I want to see how they look fresh, but I don't think this is a good build, actually. This is just an insane build. These numbers are weird. I have no idea what they think these divisions are supposed to do, but I don't think they're doing it. Because when you show up with tens of Marines, you should be able to land. Now Japan has landed instead, so the landing is still happening, but not with the Manchu Marine rocket motorized thingies. And I think they're being kicked out as a consequence. So... So let's move back to the other fronts again then, because we keep having pockets and we keep having movement in Soviet. So
de här sakerna så är farliga.
Vichy-France.
Här uppe. Den kommer ut. Yeah. All right, and we are seeing here, we have the Eastern Front is actually completely collapsing for the Soviets. I guess we got reports from the Axis house here that this is going quite well for them. The deficit in medium tanks, for example, have panned out to 18 medium tanks for the Soviets. That's more than they had before, but still. Moving over to the Germans, only 14 actually. It doesn't look that much to the Axis favor then. But the front is collapsing.
Yeah, the front is collapsing, and if you look at the total, number of men in the field, the Soviets have almost doubled. They have a bunch of different decisions to get spawn-ins, and they've spawned in a bunch of troops here around Moscow, as you can see. And maybe this can be their saving grace, because it was an open road towards Moscow just a moment ago. Also, you can see on the Axis side of things, the front is looking a bit sparse, and this is always a drawback when you push too far into the Soviet Union. You need more troops to fill the lines, and yeah, in the meantime, Trana here in Bulgaria, he's pushing hard to reach the Black Sea and get to the coast, and that would seal off the Russian oil.
Yeah, I say, like, the thing is, the production of Soviet tanks have reached the front. It's like we said before, they had a line of Red Guard tanks being produced, but now they are produced, and they are done, and they have no more to produce.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Axis have in production a deployment of 7 Panzer divisions that will be out in like 2 months or so. So this Soviet advantage is just on paper, just for now. The Axis are doing proper work at the Eastern Front by the looks of things now. And it's only December 1942.
Yeah, this is still anyone's game, I would say. The Allies are still very much focused in Asia, in the East. And as long as they are focused in the East, they cannot do a D-Day invasion in the West to put pressure off the Soviets. We are in December 1942, so almost 1943. And the Allies must start to consider to move over to Europe, because this is where the war will be decided. It doesn't matter if they lose completely in the East. I mean, India can be capitulated, Australia can be capitulated, and they can still win if they manage to take Berlin. So yeah.
And the United States have so much stuff. Like their fleet is so big. They have so many factories. Not that many divisions, though. To be fair,
No.
but they are building a lot, and we still haven't seen any. I'm going to check on the lost ships here. No major naval engagements. Just light hulls, submarines, convoys. Like I would go on the offensive if I was an allied player at the moment.
Yeah, but the US, they actually don't have too much in the stockpile. Having a look, okay, so they do have a bunch of infantry equipment. What they're doing is they're producing some Amtraks and a bit of an island defense, but they're lacking radio equipment. They are lacking a bit on their micro right now, because you can see they have a huge surplus in certain things, and at the same time they are lacking radios.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing myself now, which is a bit it's a bit confusing. The US is doing some counter naval invasions here, though. Let's see what the Japanese are doing. No naval invasions planned at the moment.
Not that much happening. On the Eastern Front, just as Ritzin is saying in the chat here, that the Axis are focusing on that sweet, sweet Baku oil. And indeed, they are looking. I'm going to tag over to the resource map mode for the people that are not that initiated in Hearts of Iron. You see here, 2,450 oil in Azerbaijan, 800 oil in Dagestan, and 286 oil in Krasnodar. If the Axis get all of this oil, you're basically going to be running a massive deficit on the fuel side as the Soviets. And considering that they are somewhat focused on a big light tank fleet, a big medium tank fleet, that is going to hurt them a lot.
Yeah, one thing I did notice, though, which I think is due to the mod, is if you look a bit further south towards Persia, you can see that Tehran and the northern part of Persia belongs to the Soviet Union. And this means that even if the Axis managed to cut off here towards the Black Sea, there is still a route to the capital of the Soviets around the Black Sea, which means they won't lose the oil immediately. So the Axis will need to capture all this territory in order to cut it off from the Soviets. So we have a hot joining player. Rosen is saying Perkele, which means damn in Finnish. And yeah, indeed, he's having a game, I would say.
Yeah, Finland has been performing well.
Yeah, but it's no cakewalk either.
No, it has been hard fighting over in Finland. They even had like some of the Soviet medium tank divisions up there, which might have been a bad decision, right? Because they could have been used elsewhere.
I don't know, maybe that was what saved Finland.
Yeah, that's true.
So in the south, the Axis are doing just fine. And just a moment ago, the road to Moscow seemed very open, but the Soviets managed to spawn in a lot of troops. Meanwhile, Spain is having a heck of a game and in West Africa, and they are pushing and threatening Free France's home territory. The Brazilians are there to help. Anderson is there to help Sarge. But yeah, August is really having a heck of a game, pushing hard towards the French territory. It looks like maybe there's an encirclement here. We can't really see now where they're joining. But yeah, he's trading beneficially, I think.
I would say so as well. There is someone that needs to ready up in the queue, but otherwise we're ready to go.
Oh. There we go. We are back in the game.
There we go, indeed.
Let's have a look if that actually was an encirclement.
It doesn't seem like it.
I can still hear Andreas breathing in my ear, which is it's nice in a way, but also distracting.
Yeah, I get their output. There's so much running here, but
we have a comment saying "wet rocket." I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah,
maybe
wet
it's something,
rocket, like...
maybe something dirty.
No, but wet rocket. It's like when something is underwhelming.
Ah, right, right. All right. I was thinking maybe red rocket.
Oh, yeah, that's
dirtier. Let's see. How is Greece doing with the brother battle in Greece? Yeah, Italy is moving in more troops. The UK has moved in a lot of troops, and they are just staring at each other here. It's a bit of a stalemate, and yeah, I don't think Italy minds really. I mean, if Italy has to defend Greece down here or Greece up here, it doesn't really matter, and it's not really an opening for a D-Day.
It was an invasion with rocket artillery, Jameson says.
Okay.
I'm just making up idioms.
Sorry, Jameson. Okay, I'm still hearing Andreas in my ear. I'm going to take this out now.
I'm not hearing Andreas in my ear anymore.
Okay, maybe.
But that means that this has been disconnected.
Yeah, probably.
Which is also worrying. But yeah.
Having a
we
look
will
here.
solve this later. But looking at things now, the game is paused. We have hot joining players. And
let's have a look. Is anyone saying anything in the chat? Latvian farmer is saying, I don't like this game no more. And that's Einar's on Australia. Let's see.
yeah, things might be looking grim for him in a while here, to be honest.
He does have some...
Under pausen. Vi kör
Va?
Touch English, så vem man vill ta den intervjun.
Vilken
men tar du den här?
Touch English.
Ja. Ja.
Almost died with half of my army without knowing it because I was so excited in the Eastern Front, killing Soviets.
Oh, yeah, we were looking at that. You managed to escape from this harbor, right?
Yeah, just luck, just luck. They were in the harbor and I just pressed out and I managed to escape.
But in the meantime, you have had a very active fleet game balancing with the UK. Have you had any real fleet battles yet that we have missed?
No, I have my good fleet now. I have 4 good battleships. They're standing in Venice, and a good amount of light cruisers. And I'm just using fleeting being. We have a lot of air in Greece, and I'm thinking of right now where the tanks of the Commonwealth went. So I'm thinking about doing Africa push, but it's like 50-50. Either they're coming to Africa now and I'm screwed, or they're not coming to Africa and I win in Africa. That's my discussion with myself right now.
Are you coordinating anything with Spain, who has been doing a bit of pushing in Africa as well? Or are you doing something
We're talking, but we're like more, should we defend for D-Day or are they coming in Africa? So he's still going in Western Africa.
And do you have any plans for the fleet game versus UK, or do you think that's
I'm thinking it all depends on the air, but Martin, he's talking about switching from Greece on my command, but switching from Greece to Eastern Med, and then maybe try to get out in my fleets. But you know, it's a gamble. But right now it's a stalemate that I think I could exploit. So.
And how do you feel about your current build? Is it playing out the way you intended?
We had a tactical fail or a prep fail where I thought I was going to build German tanks, but we couldn't. So now I'm building Italian tanks, and they're soon I have 5 divisions. So hopefully that's okay. But it's not really according to build, but it's okay.
The Italian tanks still they can get pretty good, right?
Yeah, but they're not as good. But they're okay, I think. I haven't really thought about that much, but.
I just looked at the template. They're pretty decent. So you're gonna bring them to bear in Africa, or? Yeah. So I know you need to get back to the games. Maybe we should cut it short there, so you get to play again before they, or rather, get back in your seat before they press play.
Yeah. Thank you, Andreas.
Thank you.
Final engagement again. Yeah, start projecting. So I'll try to.
Okay, so I'm here with Hygge, the controller of Dutch East Indies, or rather the Netherlands, who just got capitulated. How does it feel now, Hygge, after your defeat? But it was a valiant defeat, was it not?
Yeah, kind of. Hindsight is 20/20, as they say. There were some mistakes made that I realized.
What were the mistakes?
I destroyed my focus tree.
You destroyed your focus tree?
Yeah, so I blocked. I did a focus point that I shouldn't have done, and I blocked a lot of progress for myself.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
but strategically, it looked like you were on the right track. You were focusing on defending Java and just letting Sumatra go, and you were defending Java, which was the right way to go. But then they broke through anyway somehow.
Yeah, as Netherlands, I didn't have the manpower to deploy any more troops, essentially.
Yeah.
So I did what I could with what I had.
Yeah. But you don't have have too many hours in this game, do you?
No, this is my first multiplayer game ever. So I've been diligently listening to the advice of my fellow generals.
Yeah. And considering that, I think you did a damn good showing. I mean, you held out for a very long time, and the opponents on the Japanese side, they're not easy to face. So I think you did a great job, anyways.
Yeah, that's.
So I hope you're not too downcast that you don't want to play again with us.
Yeah, that's soothing to hear.
But it looks like you're still playing. Do you still have anything to bring to bear? You have some navies, I see.
Yeah, I have some navies. I'm thinking of starting with heavy fighters just to contribute with low manpower. And see what I can mess up for the Axis.
So where is your capital now? In Guyana?
It's in South America, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So you are down but not out.
Exactly.
I like that. Never surrender. Never give up. Great. Well, the people in the chat were really encouraging and thought you did a good job as well. So, yeah. Well fought, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that was the Dutch East Indies, Fidde Bakken.
Gun, DEI, which is illegal in the United States right now. So the game is almost back on. There is a lot of interesting things happening here. We have a lot of open fronts. We have pushes in Soviet. We have opportunities in India, and well, we're all psyched to get going, aren't we? I hope you guys really appreciate the way we are casting this game, because we think it's incredibly fun, and we are kept calm essentially. So this is like an 8-hour stream. It should be slow TV, but it's so intense that we are essentially as kept calm by our beer. So that is how we keep going. I don't know how you guys keep going. Please drop some comments in the chat and tell us how it's been watching this stream. And I think we are sort of ready to move. We are not ready to move on to the main studio. Then we can actually look a little bit at one of the miners at Romania. I don't know if you can call them a miner anymore. Look at how they have grown.
Okay. Oh, are we both muted? Okay,
We're not muted. We're fine.
Keep talking. I think the audio is out. No, it's not.
Or it's definitely, but I think they will fix it.
Yeah. Anyways, as I was saying, the Americans are looking for the Japanese fleet, and Badger has now given the order. He's now given the order to his tank miners to leave Asia. You have to get back. You have to get back to Europe because the Soviets need us. So you can see here the Canadians are heading back, and the South Africans, I think, should be. Oh, he's got nine heavy tanks. Yeah, they're already here. They're already in Greece now. So this is the main staging area suddenly for the Allied D-Day. Yeah, and as you can see, they do have some naval invasions planned here on the sides. Let's see what Italy has to.
The thing is, they can't really wait for a proper D-Day, right? They need to use what they have at this moment, and what they have is the south of Greece.
Yeah, and facing them is Jonte on Italy. He seems to be quite alone, but on the other hand, he does have a fair amount of infantry and some tanks here in the back lines.
Just to say, Jameson, DEI in this case is Dutch East Indies. What does it stand for? Diversity, equality, equity,
and inclusion. Yeah.
Of course, inclusion is important as well, right? But in this case, DEI is Dutch East Indies.
Yeah.
And they are dead, much like DEI in the American public sector.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the set of values is a bit different in the DEI and DEI.
Probably, yes. Then, moving on. Now we are in Athens, and we see that the Allies are making a push up here, and bubble is green from the Axis point of view. Now it's red. It's a bit back and forth, but it is notoriously hard to push through in Greece. You have the mountain ranges, and you have railway guns and a lot of infantry now on the Axis side, and it's gonna be hard to get through here.
Yeah,
it might be better even to like stick to your guns, plan a proper D-Day invasion, because the Atlantic wall is quite small at this point, right?
But I mean, if they manage to get these naval invasions off, they could cut off the Italian defenders, and if they take out these Italian defenders, there is nothing to hold them back.
That is true.
That means the Axis would need to pull back from the Eastern Front, and that would be the objective, really, of the D-Day. So.
That is correct. And I mean, Moscow, they are so close to Moscow, right? They can basically see Moscow now, the Germans.
Yeah, spitting distance.
The Soviets have so much troops here. You see here, they have just big defense in depth. There is like hundreds of bodies on the way between the front line to Moscow. So Moscow is not going to fall anytime soon. It might fall eventually. It will fall eventually if the Allies don't do something. But they do have some time. It might be deceptive for an observer when you look at Moscow. If I'm in the Axis perspective, for example, it might be like, oh, the road is open, let's go to Moscow.
Yeah.
And then you tag over to the Soviets and you realize it's like 1 million men here.
Yeah, and I mean, they almost doubled in the amount of army in just a short while. They had like 2.4 million, and then they were up to 4 million. Now it's down to 3.8. But still.
However, though, like once the Axis actually reach these oil fields.
Yeah, but will they though? Look at the amount of Soviet troops here now.
Yeah, that's true. They are actually trying to defend it. They need to, I mean, this one, especially this node here.
Yeah.
If I go over to the resource one, because the big oil is down here in Azerbaijan, right? And that's quite far off.
It's a bit off.
Because they already lost this oil, right? But that's 143 oil. Obviously, that's bad, but it's not a disaster.
Oh, we see the naval invasions down in Greece.
Let's see how Greece is going.
So the British Marines are now heading towards Thessaloniki. It is defended by the Romanian Marines.
But it's not defended enough, I would say. A little Romanian.
Just a horsey.
Yeah, they even have... the Romanians actually have a proper horse division here.
Yeah, and this is going to force Jonte on Italy to move back.
We have 6 divisions of Royal Marines against 1 Romanian horse, and the Romanian horse seems to be on the losing end of this battle.
Yeah, he's going to be galloping out of there quite soon. And at the same time, they're trying to push with the South African tanks straight into the hills here, which is a harder task, but this might open the lock. Yeah, the British Marines are just spreading out now.
Yeah, and this entire front line. Look at this Italians here. It's like a railway gun. It's motorized.
He's noticed. He's moving. Or no, it's just the Bulgarians moving so far.
But they will have time to move. If they move now, it will be fine for the Italians. But they need to move now. If they move in a month, they're dead.
They have to really move. And if I were the Allies, I would put some tanks into this naval invasion here.
Yeah, the Italians need to move. Now. But
and the second naval invasion also landed from the other side, so they are about to get cut off.
A second naval invasion have hit the Athens or the Greek west coast, and this is going to be a gauntlet, right? 6 Italian Marines here, fully decked. And they need to run the gauntlet here if they're going to get out of here in time.
Okay, so we have.
They are not going to get out of there in time.
This is disastrous.
This is a very big disaster for the Italian army.
And this is a very unconventional D-Day. We don't usually see Greece being the deciding factor. But this is,
Yeah, this is a big D-Day. They might get counter-encircling from the back, though. The Bulgarians are coming in with heavy motorized.
But do they have a port here, the Italians, in Larissa?
They do not have a port, but they can hold out. They can push some last stand. This is not over. It's looking very bad for the Italians, though, at this point.
Yes, it is. It is. Let's see. No,
Yeah, they are getting absolutely spun up here, and if they lose all of these Italian troops down here, it's going to be hard. This is a proper D-Day. The D-Day is not in the north of France anymore.
Yeah,
the D-Day is in Greece.
Trana is here, Bulgaria that is, and he's got some pretty hard-hitting divisions. He's actually put some tanks. No, okay, he's just using the tank logo, the tank icon. It's mechanized with rocket artillery, but those are pretty hard-hitting, and they're actually taking the port from the British Marines.
They are taking the port. No one has a port anymore.
We have British Marines being encircled here.
Yeah, British Marines being encircled.
But at the same time, the Italians are encircled down here. So
yeah, this is a battle against the clock. This might be as one LOL 1-1, right, Francis?
Yeah.
This might be the play of the game, but it's only the play of the game if they win.
Exactly.
The winner write the history.
Okay, so Trana is he's hurrying down to save
overrun.
Jonte, but
overrun division.
Yeah, Jonte's troops will not be saved in time.
Yeah, they will lose Italians, but how many Italians will they lose?
Yeah,
and how
we managed to save any of them.
How many allies will be lost after? We see Italians' infantry divisions are falling. They are gone. These ones over here, they will be gone as well. Now it's way too far to get. Might have seen the play of the game right there.
Yeah.
As we said, we have one little counter-encirclement on a Royal Marine here.
Yeah.
He will die for the cause, but this is a massive Allied win, and the proper D-Day is not taking place in Normandy. It is taking place in the south of Greece.
And immediately you see the Allies try to... No, wait. This is the Axis trying a counter attack. So Italy is trying to fight back, and of course the Axis will be able to hold this line. Most probably they will be able to stabilize.
Yeah,
but this means
a lot of Italians are dead now. Looking at the war here, looking at the Germany-Soviet war, we have 350,000 Italian casualties, and once this pocket
let's see.
It's going to increase, and it's going to increase dramatically, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. I'm having a look here. Yeah, Ben is saying Italy was probably focused on the Eastern Front, and he might have lost a couple of battleships in the naval battle west of Greece. We missed the naval battle.
Let's check out the losses report from the Italy. They lost, only cruisers and light ships still. Cruisers, light hull. They sunk 2 heavy ships, but those were 3 French.
Okay,
which is sad for Sario, of course, but it's not the main fleet.
Yeah, so what we were saying 350k losses.
This is interesting, though. They are going out to this island because they are escaping with all the troops to this island. No, it doesn't have a port, but he can close off the strait if he has naval supremacy.
Yes, that's actually true.
Because
does he, though?
Yeah, that's doubtful. But because I remember when I played Greece, right, I managed to get my troops out because we sat on this island with all my troops.
Oh, look at this.
We closed off the strait.
Yeah, he lost a lot.
Oh yeah, he tried to get naval supremacy, but this is actually the big naval battle. Major defeat for the Italian fleet.
This is the big brother beating up on his little brother right here. And he's going to be real smug about this.
Admiral Andrew Cunningham have sunk the main Italian fleet, and they will no longer be safe on this island because they will not be able to get the naval supremacy.
Yeah, exactly.
And these Italians are soon to die, and it cost them the fleet in the process. Very bad for Italy, very good for the Allies.
He is holding for now.
Meanwhile, the Soviets are pushing out of Moscow now. We see that the Axis they had to move troops down to Italy, right, in order to combat that. And now the Soviets are biting back outside of Moscow.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a quick look. We have the Germans with 17 medium tank divisions, and we have the Soviets with 18 medium tank divisions. But we are in March now, and the German medium tank divisions will be coming out at some point, but they have lost the equipment.
I can actually only see 8 German tank divisions in the field.
Yeah, they have 18 in the army. I don't know where.
Where are they?
Good question. Looking over at Germany, they are on the front somewhere. They might be down in Greece, actually. Yeah, they are in Greece, obviously. And I mean, I think the Allies will be able to stabilize, they will be able to hold this off, but now they have to have troops down here.
Yeah.
Because now they have to watch out for the Allied D-Day, and the Italians lost their entire navy. It was so important for the Allies to get a win here, and looking over here, we have Italy at 584k losses now. Almost
Yeah, so that's 200.
significantly more than the Germans. Also, the Hungarians significantly more than the Germans.
Yeah,
Even
200.
the Finnish.
200 and something k lost there.
Yeah, that was a disaster for Italy, and we see now the Allies are actually being pushed out of Moscow. They are not close to Moscow anymore, and the Soviet wall is still very big. Yeah, the Axis are getting beat back a bit here.
Yeah.
This is really hurting for the Allies, and even the Spanish in Africa has lost some of their momentum. We have the Free French and the British beating them back. Franco with Spain in the Ivory Coast. Japan is trying to make inroads into India, but this is still a dead front. They are doing some paradrops, though. This will be interesting to see how this pans out. That might actually be
interesting. That's interesting.
That might actually be really impactful.
Because of course, when the Canadians and the South Africans left to fight in Greece, they left India to fight on their own. And right now, there are only Indians on the line.
Basically, all of this is an advanced game of whack-a-mole, right?
Yeah.
No one can be everywhere at once.
Yeah.
So they go to Greece, and then the Germans abandon Moscow. And then you can suddenly push as Japan in India. And,
it's like the Allies are basically trading India for the Soviets.
Worthy trade, I would say. And,
yeah, of course. Because if the Soviets die, the game is over. But you can lose India and still play. Yeah.
We have actually the Americans have lost one carrier, so some type of engagement has occurred. Nothing incredibly major, but the fleets have been able to contact each other on the season.
Yeah, they did go looking. Let's see, there are some naval battles.
Now we have a broad front push by the Soviets here.
Yeah, they are feeling emboldened.
They are, and they should actually. The Greece play opened up the entire south for the Allies. They are just running in reinforcements here. We have 5 South African tanks, 4 more South African tanks. The Canadian tanks are running circles around the Axis. This is the proper D-Day. We won't see a D-Day in France, but this very big, Hungary is the infantry motor of the Axis.
Yeah.
If the Allies capitulate Hungary and Bulgaria and start threatening the Romanian capital, if they close in on Bucharest with the Canadian tanks, then you have to abandon the entire Eastern Front because the infantry is delegated to Romania and Hungary.
Yeah, it's
even the oil fields in Baku are not safe.
It's a different dynamic because you're closer to the Eastern Front with this D-Day, so that means that the Axis can transfer back and forth quicker. But on the other hand, you're really threatening the home territory of the Balkan Bros.
Yeah, and we will see how the India front is developing. I'm very interested in seeing all of these orders. This is a big plan from the Japanese. Once they execute it, we are going to see either an epic fail or an epic win.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at this. Attacks upon attacks. India is naval invading Burma again.
India is sending in 5 divisions of chicken curry with its infantry template.
But if you look at where they're naval invading onto the tile where 17 Japanese Marines are waiting to naval invade.
But if they have their wits about them, they're going to be like, oh, why is 17 divisions standing in the port?
Wait.
And then they're going to think, oh, they're up to something. Right?
Yeah.
So this is like the mind games here, because if India invades Rangoon and they're like, oh, that bounced in 2 seconds because they have 17 divisions there, then suddenly they're going to be like, okay, what are they going to do with those 17
But these paradrops, though, are making me nervous because there is nothing defending here. There is nothing defending from India, and they have lost air supremacy.
And they're dropping on all the supply hubs as well. You see, they have, with Minute, they are dropping 1 airfield, 1 supply hub,
and
one
it's basically the entire line. I mean,
also, the little railway junction even. They
will cut off the entire Indian army in one fell swoop.
Yeah, and then they have the naval invasion here. This is so well planned. Look, like every invasion is spot on. A railway junction, a major port, a supply invasion. If all of this goes through, they are basically dead.
Have a look down south. India is about to naval invade and see what's going on.
Yeah, India is about to discover what's
it's
going
like,
on.
holy shit, that's a lot of Marines. And he instantly turned back.
What is happening?
What's going on? And this is when...
Are they wising up to this?
They should definitely fire this now. I wonder if...
yeah, they need to click now. If I was Japan, like, it's time to go.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
definitely time to go.
even without... No, they have naval supremacy in... Okay, now they don't. In the Bay of Bengal, I was about to say. But even without... Okay, it's going.
It's going?
The naval invasion is going. What about the paradrops?
Send them. It's time. Jesus Christ,
definitely.
they need to go now.
Definitely. Okay, so this could be the death of India.
You keep an eye on that. I'm going to go over to the Eastern Front and see what's happening. The Soviets are pushing out a bit. We have... I'm just looking at the weight of the forces. We have 21 medium tanks now in the German army, and we still have about 17 in the Soviet army. So no major encirclement, but the Soviets have regained the initiative on the Eastern Front.
Small encirclement, looks like.
Yeah, is there?
Yeah, they just took a small chunk of Soviet infantry. And now the Japanese have landed in India.
Now we have to go over to Japan. This is where... I mean, if they execute this properly, they need to do the paradrops. It's time to send them.
Okay, so the air is contested now. They're outnumbering them 2-1. It's the United States and Brazil who are actually mostly Brazil there.
The Brazilians might be saving India here.
Yeah, Anderson he's got a lot of fighters and he might save India, but still the naval invasion has kicked off and the Marines are heading out of the port.
Naval invasion is probably dangerous enough on its own, but
and still,
also these supply hubs can be taken by the naval invasion as well.
Yeah, and still no response from Hygge on India.
Yeah, I don't know.
He needs to fall back.
Yeah,
but he's just attacking on the line.
seriously needs to react here. And Japan really needs to win back this aerial superiority. And I mean, the Brazilian fighters are really doing the God's work here. This is an incredible commitment. Like Brazil, at this point in the game, they can punch well above what you would expect. But now the paradrops are firing. We have a paratrooper landing in Punaka. And
because that's a different air zone.
Oh yeah, it's a different air zone, of course.
So in Bengal, they still don't have supremacy, but
but now they can move on the planes
and they can basically take over the airfields now with the Marines. So the entire Indian army is about to be encircled because they are not moving, and they are about to be all of them killed.
Looking insanely bad for Hygge and the Indian army. This is a complete disaster for the British Raj, or India rather. They have grown to gain independence.
Good on him, but he might not be independent much longer.
Yeah, it's hard won and easily lost because the independence of India is very much in question now, as the Japanese forces are surrounding pretty much the entirety of the Indian army. Tagging on to the Indian, they have one division here. They have one submarine in Bombay. They have one railway gun in Delhi, and that is it.
That's it.
What do they have in training? They have one mountaineer in training, two unequipped.
That won't
infantry.
do. That will not do. He's got in total 860,000 men in the field, but all of them are on the border to Burma, and now they're still not moving.
Yeah,
they are still not moving. They should have been heading back to Delhi a long time ago.
And if they get encircled here, like chicken curry won't save them this time. I'm not being racist. That's the name of their infantry division.
Okay. So the racism is on him.
But it's Eastern Front is kind of going back actually.
Okay,
in the
so we will move over to Europe.
Look at this. Medium tank killed by the Axis.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at the balance of power again. Now we have the Soviets with 17 medium tanks. They lost one there. Looking over at the Germans, they have 21 medium tanks. So they have actually lost like one as well, if I recall correctly. So, yeah, no actually major things. But the Axis are actually gaining back some momentum on the Eastern Front. So they at least managed to stabilize the pushback. In Greece, though, fighting is still intense and it is still continuing. But it's very hard for the Allies to push through this.
Yeah, maybe they are regretting their choice of D-Day location at this moment. We'll see.
Yeah, moving over to India. This is where they
look at this! Look at this! A sneaky move here from Jonta and India, and actually Spain as well. So they are doing a naval invasion in the back of Greece.
Oh, look at this! Yeah, Italy here. They are invading in the back of Greece.
Yeah, and this could be game winning.
There is no one here.
This could be game winning.
Counterplay of the game.
At the same time as India is getting trounced in the east, the Allied D-Day on Greece might get cut off here.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. If this actually lands and they surround this line at the same time as this whole line is surrounded in Japan, that is indeed a disaster.
And the Allies have not kept anything in reserve back in Thessaloniki.
It's going to take a long time to clean this up, though. It's mountains, it's a lot of troops, it's mostly infantry, so they're not reliant on fuel.
And these Spanish Marines seem to suck, actually, because the lone garrison is actually holding. So they managed to land outside of the ports, but that is not enough.
Yeah, but they can just push into the port. Or
no,
do
they can't.
How hard do they suck?
They suck quite a lot. I think it might be that...
But they need to click the middle, right? Because UK doesn't have micro. It's one player, right?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Look at it. I mean, now he's moving back some stuff. And yeah, I think
he can go to August. If they fumble this...
that was a sneaky attack by August, but somehow...
Yeah, but they don't have the support for it.
Somehow August's Marines sucked too much.
They're just too bad. They don't push through.
Yeah, now they're completely out of supply and they're about to be...
Yeah, and now they wised up to it. They're not going to let them do another naval invasion in the south of France. Or south of Greece.
I think we have seen August Spain peak, actually, because they're being thrown out of West Africa and their attack on Greece just failed.
Spain is on the back foot here. Morocco is they are getting pushed out. They're even getting a circle here. Or they can escape from Banjul, maybe, but...
yeah, he's moving some troops down south, but it might be too little too late.
It's hard micro for one player.
So the Allies are still in the game. They are still...
Oh, look at this. Look at this. We have some snakes going on.
Oh, that's a long snake.
That's a long snake by just one little infantry.
Okay.
So, yeah, the Germans will cut him off, obviously. But still, though, Sumy, Kursk, the Soviets are on the... They're not on the back foot anymore, like they were before. Even Viipuri is threatened now. Might fall to the Soviets at some point.
Let's have a look at India again. So their entire army is surrounded, like we said, and there there's a port there. There's a port in East Bengal, and
they need to get out, but they will not.
They're losing the port.
They're losing the port. If they had escaped with all of this through the port, they might be able to put up something, but. Yeah, India, this is looking very bad, but it is a long way to
managed
Delhi.
to get something out. The question is if they have enough to put up a line of defense.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like Luxembourg, right? India is... You have to go to Delhi through the jungles and through the mountains. It will take a long time for them to
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, this is a very, very big win for the Japanese. We have seen very good, daring naval invasions this game that have really been decisive.
Yes.
In the different fronts.
Speaking of daring naval invasions, Einar, the other Latvian player who's playing Australia, he's actually planning a naval invasion to save his friend Yugi here. He's taking back Java. So that means that Fide is back in the game. He's reclaimed his capital, Batavia.
Yeah, actually. Dutch East Indies is back.
I mean, I'm going to have a look if Fide actually has any troops right now.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing this naval invasion because if they counter-invade
He's got 2 divisions. They're called American garrisons. Okay, yeah, okay. Nothing to write home about. But,
yeah, but look at this though. Calcutta there is nothing there, right?
Yeah, for sure. But the road is open to the east. So at this point, I don't know.
Where is the United States?
That's a good question. They are actually transferring over to India right now.
They are, and still, like looking at the Navy, still no major naval engagements. Current year.
I'm looking at their training divisions.
They are sinking convoys, though. 1,100 convoys they've sunk on the Japanese, and they have 1K.
That might actually cripple Japan. But
they have 1,000 convoys still, but
yeah, the US has macro problems. I want to illustrate
this is an insane encirclement. To see this encirclement in a multiplayer game, this might be the biggest we've seen so far, actually.
I don't know. It's like 870,000 men.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally an insane encirclement. Even on the Eastern Front, you don't see this.
Yeah, but I want to pull your attention to the American macro right now, because if you look at their recruitment and deployment tab, you can see all of these are paused because they don't have the right equipment. But if you look at their logistics tabs, you can see that some things, like they have 50K surplus infantry equipment, 49K horse equipment, 6K special forces gear. 18,000 trucks.
Look. Eastern Front.
Okay, let's have a look at the Eastern Front.
This is bad.
Oh, is that the Germans?
That is the Germans. That is indeed the Germans. That's a lot.
No one is coming.
That's 3 medium tanks. They might be able to actually push out this little Soviet medium tank and get out of here, but it will be by the skin of their teeth if they actually manage to escape from this, and they need to escape from this because
there are no
if they
tanks
don't,
in there, but
it is
a lot of
disaster.
infantry.
All of the Hungarian tanks are in this pocket. Lot of German infantry. If they don't get out of this, this is going to shift the momentum on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, they won't get out.
This is very, very bad.
Yeah,
for the Axis.
The Axis are looking
very, very
staggered
bad
right now. Yeah, Finland is being pushed back, and this huge encirclement there in the middle. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Yeah, this is very bad. Looking over, I'm tagging over to Hungary now to check out what they have to field even anymore. It's basically nothing. They have 33 infantry divisions. That's all their tanks gone.
Yeah. Well, Hungary was an infantry country, so
they
fair
had
enough.
some motorized. Greece is still stable, but the Allies are steadily pushing, right?
I mean,
Germany
Germany still has 19 medium tank divisions.
Bulgaria is making a push for the south of Italy here, or Greece. If they actually get this airfield and this harbor, they can start doing something. If they had been able to capitalize on this naval invasion, that would have been a decisive play,
And
but they weren't.
there is a plan to move to Taranto to invade Italy proper, and that would make it from a hobby. And there's no defense here. Italy has no defense in Italy proper.
But the port, the Axis are actually managing to make a breakthrough in central Macedonia here. I'm just looking over quick at India, seeing the pocket is being closed here. These Indians will not survive, and that's possibly the biggest encirclement in Hygge HOI history being made here in India.
Yeah, look at that in the field number there, a bit from the top. It was at 870. It's now down to 600. You can just see it plummeting.
Yeah,
oh, look
an
at that
insane
Look at
game
that
we're
number.
having.
Look at that number. Oh, it's down to 477. Oof.
Oh, yeah, we're having an insane game here in the Bergagårdhof. Another grand game cast by the Hygge HOI community. We're glad to have you with us here at home watching this historical development in our community. Because that is probably the biggest encirclement we've ever seen. Will it decide the game? Remains to be seen. It's still in India. And the Eastern Front has steadily shifted back to the hands of the Soviets, especially with that encirclement we just saw of the German troops there. But the Germans are still holding on. Finland is still going somewhat strong, even if they have lost the initiative in Karelia. But yeah, still anyone's game.
Yeah, we have
and
a couple
El
of...
Alamein, still as it was before. Nothing here. They should just, why not move?
I mean, why move? We have a couple of questions and comments in the chat. So first, Mojo says it's a high-quality broadcast, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, and also a very big thanks to our technical team. Like,
yeah, definitely.
This production, like the lights and the big camera and the different shifting between the studios, it takes so much work, like 90% of which we do not understand. So it's an incredible work.
Yeah, but if you like what we're doing and you want to see more of it, you can check us out on YouTube at Hygge Gaming or Twitch. Yeah, not too much going on Twitch except when we do live streams. But we are also on Patreon. If you go to patreon.com/Hygge Gaming, we now have a huge backlog of Patreon exclusive guides because aside from these costed multiplayer games, we also have a bunch of guides for you to get better at the game.
And also, if you become like major Patreon, like the biggest ones, then you get to name a general in like a minor country with a name of your choosing.
Yeah,
within reason, of course, but it's still.
We try to keep it politically
correct.
correct.
We need to. Yeah, you can't name it whatever you want, but still, it's a good perk. Right?
Yeah, there was also a question from Ben if there are power drop rules in this game, and yes, there are. You can't really. I think you can't power drop on retreating units, and in the Finnish Winter War, the Soviets are not allowed to power drop.
Look over in India here, like the Americans tried to help. Everyone tried to get in, like, oh, we need to bail them out, we need to do something, right?
Yeah.
But now they are getting encircled instead because it's panic. They did get Calcutta though with at least 4 Australian Marines, so this will need to be cleaned up by the Axis, and it will take some effort. But the Americans are losing some troops here, and the Americans, they have a very big industry, but they have basically no troops, right?
Yeah, and they are slipping on the micro. They have huge, I mean, they have a bunch of surplus in certain things and a deficit in other things. So
yeah, I mean,
they really
looking
need
at
to
the 55,000 infantry equipment in surplus on America.
Yeah, that could be in the Soviet Union.
And then we look over at the Soviet Union, 40 4,000 deficit on infantry equipment.
If they just sent those over.
If United States, you click Lend-Lease, and then you click, then you ask the Soviet Union, how much deficit do you have? And they say 40,000.
And then you say, okay,
then you write,
take 10K more.
Yeah. Then you write 4 and then 5 zeros, click on enter, and suddenly the Soviet troops are going to just steamroll through Romania instead of dying, right?
Yeah.
This, though, we have some encirclements of Romanian forces. The Soviets might not actually need the help right now.
Yeah, the Soviets are having a hell of a game.
But it is a missed opportunity. We said this before, right? And everyone said that they were going to think about it this time. We were drinking beer yesterday, right? And we were walking around like, we've seen this very big equipment deficits on one side and the very big equipment surplus on the other side. You need to rectify this. This is a great potential for you. And it seemed that they haven't listened. We still see these big surpluses in the big industry nations that are safe from invasion and the big deficits on the nations at the front.
Most definitely, yeah.
It's one of the things that I thought, like, when you are at Bergagårdhof, right, everyone is physically at the same table talking to each other, those things should be easier to rectify, but that's a missed opportunity in the future.
Look at this, the Euro axis are actually falling apart right now. They're having a fallback line down in the south, but up in the north, there is no line at all. I mean, look at the Baltics. It's completely open.
Yeah, they're just trying, like the Soviets are just snaking with garrison divisions and circling like small pockets of Hungarian infantry.
Yeah.
This is looking disastrous for the Axis at the Eastern Front now. Even though they are literally 3 tiles from Moscow, but they're losing everywhere else.
He's trying to do an encirclement here. Falk is, but he has to move back.
Yeah,
he has to move back.
I think Falk will actually be able to save his tanks here, but if he hadn't, that would have been a disaster.
Yeah, he still lost some infantry.
And they can't really afford to lose infantry either, right? Because they need that on the front. The Soviets have infantry. The Germans don't.
Yeah, and these 9 medium tank divisions that I'm looking at right now, those are all the Axis tanks on the Eastern Front, and they are fighting alone. They don't have a front line to work with, and right now they are retreating, and the Soviet tanks are tight on their heels. I mean, will they even get away? They're trying to strategic redeploy.
And the thing is, the Germans still have 19 medium tank divisions, right? Meanwhile, the Soviets only have 17 medium tank
but
divisions.
half of those are down in Greece.
Yeah, they can't be everywhere. You have the Axis have to watch Greece because otherwise they lose. So
and you can't win with tanks alone. You need an infantry line to hide behind. And right now, those tanks are fighting all alone.
The Greek D-Day might actually have been play of the game. They are trying to push toward Thessaloniki because the Axis desperately needs to push the Allies out of Greece so that they can get the initiative back on the Eastern Front and free up those troops. But it's easier said than done. Because they still haven't won in North Africa, right? They're still in danger.
Yeah, and now they are actually threatening Bulgaria.
I'm interested in looking at the Navy. We must have had some big naval engagement at some point now. The fleets must have met.
I did see that the Japanese lost some ships. I'm not sure.
The Spanish
they
lost 2 heavy ships.
I'll have a look at the Americans here.
Looking over at the Japanese, they did sink 1 American carrier during this year. But that's it. So no major naval engagement.
The Americans have lost some, as you said before, 1 carrier, but not too bad. And they are. We looked at it before, and they were not trading very well, but right now they are. I want to have a look at the Japanese.
Yeah. Oh,
convoys.
this is interesting. A little Japanese encirclement here in India. The Allies are pushing back in India. They might be able to save some of these units though, and maybe even all of them by the looks of things, but still, like, the Allies are helping India out. Meanwhile, they are keeping the initiative at the Eastern Front. They are holding Greece. Like, the initiative is not in the Axis favor anymore. These oil fields that were very threatened before are now firmly in Soviet hands, and Minsk is soon back in Soviet hands.
If things continue in this manner, the Allies will win because the Soviets are basically unthreatened at the moment. And,
we do see more encirclements of German infantry here. And Germans doesn't have much infantry.
No,
looking over
the
at
lines
the division,
are completely open.
66 infantry divisions in the German army, 198 garrison divisions in the Soviet army, 114 infantry divisions in the Soviet army.
The Germans, I think they need to realize that the D-Day in France is not coming. They need those troops elsewhere.
Yeah, the D-Day in France they don't need a D-Day in France. The D-Day is in
Greece.
It's in Greece. But I mean, there is not that much here. obviously
the Spanish also need to pull back a bit from North Africa and just bring their troops over to the east because they need a front line.
The Axis are taking the initiative back in Greece, though. The Allies did push up to Albania here, and they did lose the eastern here. So if the Axis actually, because that is the saving grace for the Axis here, if they manage to get the Allies back from out of Greece and get their troops to the eastern front without getting encircled in the meantime, which they are at the moment, they might be able to do something, but they need to do something, and they need to do it fast. And the Axis do not like to be on the back foot.
No, it's
the
not.
Axis wants to control the pace of the war and wants the Allies to react to what they are doing. But at the moment, this naval invasion of Greece might have changed everything in this game.
It looks like the Axis have actually settled on a fallback line, so they are almost to the status quo antebellum. They are back behind the Dnieper River. And they have somewhat of a semblance of a front line here. They're not doing any offensive operations at the moment.
Actually, one Japanese infantry falling to an encirclement, but
and a small encirclement up in Finland as well. So Finland is still holding on.
Finland is
still biting back.
I mean, Finland is Finland is helping a lot here. Like without a good Finnish player, this would have been a disaster, right? Because they are tying up a lot of Soviet troops here. Finland is basically the Soviets' Greece.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the troops that the Soviets have in Finland, all of these tanks, all of these troops, they would have needed here in order to close out the game.
Yeah.
But all the troops that the Axis have in Greece, they would have needed up here to close out the game.
Yeah.
So basically, Finland is doing the God's work for the Axis at the moment, because without Finland, they would have
all the troops would be in Berlin.
Yeah, they would have big trouble. But the Axis have actually managed to make a little encirclement here. They are pushing down, but it's mountains here. It's going to take a while, right? And it's going to take a while in India as well. Like Delhi is still, they are closer to Moscow than they are to Delhi, and that's not looking good for the Axis, right? So
Delhi, I mean, the Indian front, the Allies have a lot of men on the field here, mostly Americans and some Australians.
Then again, this
few
means
Indians.
that the Americans are committing here. So if the Axis actually manage to win in Greece at some point, manage to regain the initiative, the Americans will have blown a lot of steam on trying to bail out the Indians. But by the looks of things now,
the Americans have about 800K in the field. The Japanese have 2 million in the field. But I guess the Japanese are spread out a bit. Yeah, not too much. They have some defense on the home islands, but the rest are on the Indian front. So I still think the Asia Axis are outnumbering the
Interesting though here, the Finns have actually managed to make a breakthrough in the Soviet lines, and there is absolutely nothing in the Soviet northern line to defend against the Finns.
That's interesting.
So the Finns have an open field to Moscow now, because the Soviets moved all their troops from the Moscow line up to the front.
That's a bit cocky though from Rosen, I think.
So the Finns actually, I mean, obviously it won't go to Moscow with this, but this is looking bad for the Soviets in Finland.
But it's a risky tenuous offensive. I mean, it's like 4 guys and a bicycle.
Yeah, that's true. But still, like the Finns, look at this encirclement. The Finns are killing 3 Soviet medium tanks and 1 light tank. Look over here.
Oh wow! Yeah, there you go. Not bad, Rosen.
That's the Finns saving the Axis here. That's three tank divisions from the Soviets just getting killed by the Finns. No one had expected that, right?
I'm having a look now. Okay, Finland has killed 1.1 million Soviets, and
that's a lot, right? They've only lost 4.5 million.
I mean, the Germans have only killed 1.6, so Rosen is having a good game.
Yeah,
it looked a bit hard there for a moment.
To be honest, we didn't react that much to it because we were so surprised. But that is a game-changing encirclement. Looking over at the Soviets now, game-changing, but 14 million
at the same time, all of the world's allied AIs are moving down on Finland from the north. We have the Yugoslavian Confederation, the Kingdom of Greece, the British Iraq, Portugal, Belgian Congo. Everyone wants a piece of Finland.
Yeah, we see here the Belgian Congo has moved down into the middle of Finland here. So we have Congolese troops closing in on Kajani, and Cuipo is soon to fall to the Portuguese Governo Militar Portuguese. So Finland cannot be everywhere. But
does he have any defense? No, he does not.
He does not have a defense. Like Finland has to put everything here. But
he's going all in on offense against the Soviets and just letting.
And he has to,
AI.
as he should, right?
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, the new front line is the Soviets have not quite reached the new front line.
Yeah, actually, I mean, the Finnish on the northern front, they did manage to do something there, but it won't save the game, right? But it did save the Axis momentum, at least.
And it looks like the Axis are focusing very hard on Greece right now, but it's hard.
And obviously they need to, but it's mountains, it's Greek core territory. It's very hard, right?
Yeah,
they need to do some naval invasions, but the Italian navy got sunk.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we should move over to our war correspondent in the Axis in a bit, just to see the Axis morale and the state of things. It would be interesting for the viewers to see Falk's face as his Third Reich is crumbling in front of his eyes. But at the same time, I think
the Axis have a lot of time talking, a lot of things working in their favor. Like India has stabilized now. Like they're still far from Delhi. Yeah, the Allies have shored up the defense, but it's a lot of American troops committed here. If they need to do a D-Day, they need to go from Delhi, they need to go back, they need to go to the UK.
There will be no Americans in the D-Day.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a blessing and a curse, right? But India is stable.
Yeah, and there are no, no naval invasions. I guess they are losing the naval war. Okay,
I would say, looking over...
They're holding their home islands, but...
we do see that the Italians and the Brits do want to have a decisive show-off here. Looking at the UK Navy, it's just going out in the Eastern Med here. And they sunk 2 battleships to 9 light cruisers, 7 submarines, and they only lost some tactical bombers. So, I mean, the Brits winning decisively at sea. I don't think the Italians even have that much navy left.
No, they have a navy, but it's not impressive.
They can't compete anymore, right?
No.
And that's also good for the Allies, because then they don't have to be scared of these naval invasions. That Spanish naval invasion was a one-time deal. They could have won the game, basically, with that naval invasion. They didn't, but now they will never be able to do it again. Right? Because it cost them their fleet.
Yeah, the Axis are in a definite tight spot right now. But at the same time, now Falk's tanks have had a moment to collect themselves. They have an infantry line to protect them, and he's got 11...
Oh, look at here, Leningrad is falling.
Oh wow, yeah, Finland.
Holy shit. Finland, there are no Germans here.
And look at that, it's just like one division here, one division there.
The Finnish have single-handedly surrounded Leningrad at this point, and they might get pushed out.
Pushed out.
Still, though.
He's getting some help from Vichy France.
Yeah, the little Vichy France AI cavalry division with 1 tank in it. But yeah, I mean, Finland is Finland still.
Finland they are running on fumes. Still, all of their troops are under strength.
They're holding this little tile. They have a lot of defensive capabilities. I mean, looking over at Finland, 0 manpower at this point, and all adults serve. They are doing their very, very best with what they have, but it's not going to be
I guess
forever.
They could scrape the barrel as well.
Yeah, they can scrape the barrel as well, but Finland has pretty much used every available man for this, and they have done so to great effect, killing actually 1.1 million Soviets at this point. So very, very good play by Finland. It has been an insane Finland game in the continuation war, but they will not be able to do this by themselves, no matter how much they want it.
I'm having a look at Germany's production and their logistics. Their tanks are in a deficit, but they still have some infantry equipment. They could push out some infantry divisions, but they do not have any tanks left in reserve.
Do we want to go over to the Axis house? I'm just watching these 4 Finnish infantry divisions holding against 3 Soviet medium tanks, but they are going to get pushed out. Let's hear it from our war correspondent, if it's ready.
So 17 ship remains from the proud Italian fleet, and it must really hurt.
Rubbing my face.
Yeah, so it hurts, and it has to hurt extra much that there are 32 decent Vichy France ships just off the coast of Tunis which didn't join because the AI is a dick. So, yeah. So they've been beaten, but interestingly enough, they do have a reserve fleet and they do still have some decent ships in it. They can definitely still project power in the Mediterranean. So Italy is in no way out of the fleet game, but this was a bloodied nose and a few broken teeth. and possibly disfiguration for the rest of their life. Now, what is the situation with the Brits? They are still maintaining supremacy in the Eastern Med, and they are still just by pure, well, amount of corpses. So the game is incredibly close, and you can really feel it here that everyone still hopes to win. So that is pretty much the situation in the Axis house. On the Eastern Front, we have drawn back to the Kiev line, and we are sort of just waiting for things to stabilize and figure out where the next push is going to come. This is incredibly exciting. This is one of the most fun games I've hosted in a long while, one of the most even games I've hosted in a long while. So, well, now we have a hot join, so we get a few short breathers. Maybe people are getting a beer or something. But it's soon going to get started again. The Soviets have reached the Kiev line, so they're going to clash on the Eastern Front again. We'll see if the Soviet pushes Germany back or if they just hit a wall. Depending on which, the mood here is either going to improve. Oh, I have a game crash. So, I currently suffered a catastrophic crash. Hopefully we are transitioning to another screen. Okay, so I'm still running. Fantastic. So guys, you can see, well, let's look behind me instead at the team who are working hard for victory. So whilst my game is crashing, their game is up again and they're playing, and there is action everywhere. Incredibly, we have action in Africa again, and if I lean back, you can actually see it on the screen behind me. This is very good content. We have professional equipment, so this is how we're going to do it. If we zoom, we can probably cast this way. So anyways, I'm going to have to rejoin as the studio, so I can't give you that much more insight. But we have two interesting things I want to talk about. First, Finland is down to 0 manpower again. Not unexpected. Second, Japan is almost done on manpower as well. So despite having a big victory against India, they are also delayed, they are also having problems growing, and they're going to have problems if they want to keep push on that front line, because they don't have the people. Since I am not in game currently, I can't check on what conscription law they're at, but hopefully for them they can still bring out a few more troops. So this is, well, this is just an incredible situation in general. Since we are back and just looking a little bit at Axis House, I just want to take a few minutes or a few moments to promote this event and how cool it actually is that we managed to do this. We managed to gather 2 teams in 2 houses and just play as like 2 proper command centrals. We can have proper tactical discussions, stuff like that. It's a LAN, but it's not the kind of LAN where, well, everyone is just creeping on each other's screen and stuff like that. Instead, we have a strong sense of community as the Axis players, which is going to feel really problematic in the morning. But this is incredible, and we are also very thankful to Paradox for supporting us. So a lot of you guys who haven't seen us before, you probably found us through Paradox live stream, either on their Steam front, where they have had it on the storefront for a while, or online. And we are super thankful for you to be here.
Yeah, welcome back to the main studio. And we're looking at the Eastern Front, where, as we said before, the Soviets have regained the initiative. I hope you saw some great reactions and some great commentary from the Axis House here. And in the Axis House, they should be a bit worried, actually, because the Allies are regaining the initiative in Greece as well, actually. We have We have seen how the Axis have steadily been able to push into Greece, but at this point it looks like the Allies are actually going up here. They are going into Albania, they are crossing over the mountain lines, and once they get into the plains here, there is pretty much nothing to hold them away from the mainlands of the Axis. Meanwhile, the Indian front is actually stabilized quite a bit, even though they did the greatest encirclement in Hygge HOI history. That doesn't help when you just fill everything with Australian and American and, well, new Indian infantry. So it remains to be seen how this will pan out. But initiative clearly in the hands of the Allies as we move into 1944. And moving on, Finland is pushed out a bit. They are wider than they were before, but not as tall, if I put it that way. Here we have 5 German medium tanks in the north of Finland. I don't think they should be there. They should be somewhere else in general, but they might have a plan for them.
So the Axis are actually losing on every front right now. They are being pushed back in the Eastern Front. They are back to their fallback line, and right now they are holding, but holding is not enough. They need to be pushing the Soviets, and they have no possibility whatsoever to be pushing the Soviets. They are losing again in Greece, like you said. Now they are being pushed into Bulgarian territory right here. The Canadian tanks are actually leading the charge. And back in India, as you were saying, the Japanese are almost back to the Dhaka line. So this is...
It's also a weird priority. Why do they have 5 German medium tanks encircling literally 1 division of...
AI.
Yeah, this is like 1 division of Greek motorized infantry getting encircled by 4 German medium tanks. At this point, those medium tanks need to be on the Eastern Front. They need to be making work, or in Greece, or wherever, right?
Yeah. I was just taking a walk, or actually refilling my beer, up among the Allied players, and they are looking really jubilant. The Soviet players are looking super smug. Snistan on the US was like, if you see any Japanese ships anywhere, just tell me, I will sink them right away. So he's feeling really confident, and they are winning now in India as well. Oh, and we lost the server.
Yeah, we lost the server connection. I think the studio will go over to some intermission there. And
maybe Falk, he's actually the host. Maybe he rage quit. Let's hope not. But yeah, this is looking really bad for the Axis.
Yeah, indeed it is. Indeed it is. This is... it's a tough time for the Axis at this point. It really is. They lost everything quite quickly. It was the naval invasion of Greece that pretty much shifted the whole momentum, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't get a breakthrough right away, it's enough just to take away the pressure from the Soviet Union, so the Soviet Union can start cooking. And that's what they did immediately. They started eating up Axis line infantry. And once you lose that line infantry, you're not getting it back, because the Allies have the industrial advantage, like somebody said here in the chat. Seve, of course, one of our regulars. The industrial advantage of the Allies is really shining through now, and it was a brave Hail Mary from the Japanese, but now they are being pushed back, ground down. They have no navy. They cannot threaten any Dutch East Indies or Australia or anything like that. They can't make any more daring naval invasions on the Indians. So. I'm getting ready to almost call it now, Victor.
Yeah, it's looking very, very bad for the Axis. And I mean, we're closing into nuke territory as well. We're in 1944 at some point. Nukes will probably be Allies first, right? They need to do, if they make like a great encirclement in Greece or something like that and manage to gain back the momentum, maybe, because you have to consider also that the Allies or the Axis are actually safe from a D-Day.
Yeah.
So they don't need to worry about the D-Day at this point.
Yeah, the D-Day's already happened.
Yeah. And that is the only thing that speaks for them, right? Because all the American troops are tied up in India.
Yeah.
So if they manage to decisively win in Greece in like the next couple of months, then they might do something, right?
Yeah,
but,
I mean, Falk still has almost 20 medium tank divisions, which is a lot, and you should never count out Falk's tank divisions.
Yeah, that's
like you were saying, half of them are stuck in northern Finland fighting AI Greek troops.
That's a bit why I'm not calling it. I usually call things early, right? But the thing is that they are not out. The German Reich still holds about the same balance of power to the Soviet Union in divisions as they did a couple of years ago. It's just that the momentum have shifted, but the momentum can shift again as long as the balance of power is the same.
Yeah.
The only real shift in actual genuine balance of power has obviously been that the Italian Navy is in the bottom of the Mediterranean at this point and can't contest Brits.
Yeah, as well as the Japanese Navy, it seems.
That's true too.
Yeah, it seems like the Americans are doing whatever they want at sea right now. So I think the Japanese are either sunk or hiding in port. And this is the first time since the war started that the Axis are losing on every front. There are no silver linings at the moment.
No, and I mean they still can technically do a D-Day in France, right? If the line in India stabilizes. They can even give up India. They're like, okay, India, you're on your own. And they take all the Indian troops and they prepare D-Day in France and there is nothing there.
So Francis here in the chat says he would like to remind the studio of the great encirclement at Bergagårdhof 3 with the Try Again army. And yes, that's a great memory that we have. Francis played Hungary and he was completely killed, but then he made the Try Again army. And that brave little army, they actually made a huge encirclement, and yeah.
And the Axis won, right? Because there was a D-Day, even Berlin had fallen.
Yeah, but it was very decisive. The Hungarian tanks actually saved the day. So maybe we have something like that to look forward to. And so far...
there are no Hungarian tanks anymore, but they might do a Try Again army then, I guess.
They might do a Try Again infantry army. But still, I mean, the Axis, they still have their home countries. Their industry is intact. We might see something pulled out of a hat. Now with this rehost, they get a bit of a breather, so they could collect themselves, try to organize a response. But the Allies right now, they are jubilant up there. They are really confident and smug, to say the least.
Indeed, they are. And we'll see here. We're getting the players in now. We're now 21 players in the lobby here. And yeah, just looking at the map, it might seem like big encirclements here, but there are no troops in this pocket. But it's back at the Dnieper River.
Yeah.
It's back where it started, basically. And it has been 3 years.
And we're getting word now that apparently the Allies are talking about the proper D-Day in France, and that would certainly be the nail in the coffin, because...
yeah, definitely. If they land, if the Allies do a proper D-Day in France, that's basically GG, right?
Yeah.
What are they going to do at this point?
I must say, August on Spain, he's had a hell of a game. He's been fighting alone in West Africa, but maybe he overextended a bit. I mean, he got a bit too overeager. You can't keep fighting indefinitely. Eventually, you have to go back and defend.
Yeah, and it's also a point like, what is he going to do with the Ivory Coast?
I mean, if he was able to knock out Free France, that would have been a huge blow.
True. That's true.
But it was evident after a while that, okay, you won't be able to push through. You won't be able to kill Free France, and then it's just a matter of why are you even holding this territory? It's useless territory. But anyways, if you're just joining us, you're joining us quite late in the game.
Indeed.
This is a Hygge HOI live cast where we're having a LAN where we're playing Hearts of Iron 4, and we have the Allies sitting in one house and the Axis sitting in another house 10 kilometers away. These physical LAN games we have once a year, but every month we have a grand game where we have a studio and we have a multiplayer game and lots of good action. And also we produce a bunch of guides every week. Every Monday or Sunday, I think, they release a new guide. So if you go to our YouTube channel, there are a bunch of guides there. And if you want even more guides and even more different perks and stuff, you can become a Patreon on patreon.com/HyggeGaming and help support the channel. Let's see.
Game seemed to have crashed again, so we'll see.
We crashed in the lobby?
Yeah, I don't know. They might have rehosted it, but you see everyone joining up now.
So this is an innovative strategy from Folk. If he says, "Oh no, the game keeps crashing. We don't know who won," maybe that's.
Yeah, I mean that's true because at this point the Axis would win on points.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, actually.
So if we quit the game now, the Axis would win.
Because they hold Singapore, right? And Paris and all the important...
Paris, all the important... Like last time with the Try Again army, the Axis actually won on points. They didn't win on capitulation.
Yeah. Because we have a hard stop this evening because we're having a banquet this night, tonight, where the Axis comes over here to the Allied house and we're going to drink a lot more beers and stronger stuff, and we're gonna sing a bunch of songs and eat good food and so on. But in order to be able to do that, we have to stop the game at some point. So we still have.
That might be the Axis play now. Just try to hold on for the point victory.
Actually, they have to hold out for like 2 more hours, which right now seems like a tall order. But
yeah, I mean, by the looks of things now, possibly not. But if they regain the momentum at some fronts, if they manage to stabilize, like they will, I'm gonna call that they will probably not be able to win the game, but they might eke it out on points actually.
And then they win the game.
And then they win the game.
Yeah, because we never expect them to like invade the United States or anything. We never go like that.
Yeah, that's where we call it, right? Even the grand games, that even when the Axis have won by capitulation, it's at the capitulation of the Soviets, right?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we are back in the lobby. And really nice to have so many people joining us and being active in the chat, asking us questions, giving us comments. I'm sorry if we haven't been as attentive the last couple of hours that we were in the beginning, but there's a lot going on, as you might have seen.
Yeah, indeed, a lot of things happening, a lot of naval engagements. But we do have more information now when we have these little things in our ear that have probably charged a bit now. So let's
so we can get comments back. So we have a comment from Kraby, also a really good streamer in his own right. He's saying that maybe a D-Day attack is out of the question, but Axis could probably try a DDoS attack. Or cutting off the LAN cables, yeah? Why not?
True. We need 10 o'clock to press observer and ready, but then we are ready to go.
Yeah, maybe he's been in the Axis house for too long, turning into an Axis sympathizer. So he's trying to stall the game as long as possible to give the Axis a chance to win on points.
We will see. We will see.
We have an old comment here from Ben saying that earlier Japan was fighting against Brazilian fighters and it was roughly even. Yeah, that was a response to Eddie. Yeah, so the air game for Japan is not brilliant at the moment. But yeah, they were able to get the green air over eastern India. They got a couple of paratroopers off, but not the entire stack that they were hoping for. Okay, so our correspondent is apparently in the bathroom, or he's just stalling. He's stalling. So this will be our theory from now on, that Andreas has turned into an Axis sympathizer and spy, and he wants to sabotage the game so the Axis win on points.
Very sad, very sad. But we have the other technician over in the Axis house that is trying to press observer and ready, and now he has. So we will be getting into the game in a short moment here. We have one more hot joining player. We have Enrico Comandulto de Ferreira.
Yeah, that's Anderson, and Lulu must be Luis on Manchu, I guess.
Yeah, and then we have Luis, and after that we are probably good to go once again. We just need a save game sent over to Manchu, but now everyone is ready. And we can probably go.
And so, if you didn't hear it earlier, we have 3 players who are playing for the first time with the community, and I think for all 3, it's like their first multiplayer game ever. So both Anderson on Brazil, Fide on the Netherlands, and Luis on Manchu. It's the first game with the community and the first multiplayer game, and they've all had a great showing, I must say.
Yeah, indeed they have, and especially like I mean this whole idea of the Germans delegating infantry to the minors. I mean, now it's not looking too bright for them, but they did a lot of work. They have really been playing very well.
Yeah.
Also, the United States support build, where they built a lot of stuff to support. I'm still a bit upset about the deficit in Soviet equipment and the surplus in American equipment. But
the game could have been over if they would have lend-leased some more, I think.
They saved India, for example.
Yeah.
That was looking very grim.
Yeah.
Still is, but...
Yeah. I'm going to have a smug baby brother at the banquet tonight, I'm pretty sure. Nistan is my younger brother. Very nice to see. I haven't seen Jameson in the chat before, but you've been very active. Nice to see you hanging out with us so long today. Yeah. So we're still in the lobby, waiting to get started. We got 29. Yeah, here we go.
Here we
Getting into it again. So let's see if the Axis have had an opportunity to regroup and maybe make something of it.
Yeah, I mean, these small breaks, right? It's they have a time to talk now, right? Because otherwise it's just panic. Like,
Yeah,
oh, they're
yeah.
pushing here, we're getting encircled, what do we do, right?
Very hard to get an overview.
Yeah. But now, when they have some time, they can talk to each other, they can try to plan their comeback, right? So we'll see whether or not that have played out in the Axis favor. I will not count out Falk once he still has 24 medium tank divisions. I really won't.
If you have a look at the Eastern Front, the Soviet medium tanks are attacking at the exact position where most of Falk's medium tanks are. And he's able to push out 3 of them, but this could be a definite point of interest because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 of them just in reserve. So it's 13 German medium tanks in total. And
yeah.
Yeah,
indeed. Let's see here once they unpause. As of now, the game is paused, and what we see here, now I'm watching from the Axis perspective, but if we go over to the United Kingdom, for example, there are green bubbles in Greece. Looking here, they are trying to push out the Axis of Albania. The Axis are having a very tough time in Greece. Now we have another hot joining player, I don't know who, but...
how did they miss the lobby just now?
Yeah, smoke and a pancake. Uh-huh. We have...
oh, yeah, he disconnected, but he's back.
Yeah,
so
we have...
that's Speeder playing the Netherlands.
Holland joining as Canada by mistake, but that has been rectified now. And we have the save game being sent to everyone.
Maybe
and,
he thought Canada looked like in a better state.
Yeah, but now we need T o'clock to press observer again, but yeah.
Yeah, come on, Andreas, you can do it. You can do it. I'm still not hearing anything from my earbud.
No, but Andreas is not in the channel anymore.
Okay, so we're alone in the channel. That makes sense. Makes sense.
No, he pressed it.
We have a comment from Baffy saying, great show so far, guys. Thank you so much. We really appreciate positive comments from you guys. It keeps us going.
Thank you all for your support. Can you try to press this again? It seems dead.
Yeah, apart from the beer, your positive comments is what keeps us going.
Okay, one more time. Because it should not say rrr, it should say
ding. Is that better? Do you like that sound?
Yeah, that's a good.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're back in the game.
I still don't hear anything, but never mind.
We're still paused for a bit. So on the Eastern Front, this is a definite point of interest. We'll have a look at that. And meanwhile, the front in Greece. Okay, we have another hot joining player because Stationary crashed. Okay, so we've been having a pretty stable game so far. We've been pretty mean to Paradox in the past, saying that Hearts of Iron, that's a lobby simulator because we have so many crashes and rejoins and so on. Yeah. And also like the time we have allotted for the grand games in the early days, it was often that like, oh yeah, we won't get finished in time because there's been so many stability issues and crashes and stuff. But it's actually been quite stable today, I think.
I'm seeing here that the forces of Frank with Spain have successfully conducted a naval invasion of the Peloponnese.
Yeah, I saw that, but I couldn't see where.
Yeah, well, the Peloponnese, I would expect.
Isn't that down here in the south? I don't see any Spanish here.
Yeah, me neither. I'm going to tag over to Spain to see what they're up to. That might have been an old one, right? Because the Peloponnese been like...
oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that was the naval invasion where they landed
oh,
with the
yeah, it was that one, yeah.
And they got killed. That's pretty old.
It was a very good thought, though. I still admire them.
And maybe if Italy would have joined him, it could have turned out differently.
Yeah, now it's all red bubbles.
So we are playing again.
Axis. All red bubbles, nothing to gain here from the Axis. Looking over at the air as well. I have the bug, so I can't see who has air superiority over Greece. But it's very contested at this point. So basically yellow air over Greece. The allies are holding, they are pushing out. No major encirclements, but they are making waves in Greece, so to speak. They are pushing out.
In Greece, in the west, it's the British and the South Africans pushing, and in the east, it's Oscar with his Canadian tanks leading the charge. and they're fighting quite well against the Axis there.
I'm looking over at India as well. The Japanese are holding the line, but they are not able to push because there are so many Americans in India at the moment. And they are losing the tile here with the air base up in Punaka against one little infantry division.
There is one crucial number here. If you look at the number of convoys.
They have 0 convoys.
0 convoys is very bad if you're an island nation, because all the supplies have to come from the home islands, and if you don't have any convoys, you don't get any supplies. So right now you can see he does have 324. He does have enough convoys to sustain his supplies, but just about. And it's his trade that's suffering.
The convoys need to go so far, right, from the home island in this case, right? So they can't really...
Yeah, he's really hurting now.
They can't really do anything. We do have the Finns who are trying to make a push for Leningrad, unsuccessfully, I might say. We have 2 encircled German tanks, 3 encircled... No, Hungarian.
Those aren't tanks.
No, they're like line anti-air. It's just using the same... the same thing. It's still bad, though.
It's still bad, because it's the only thing that Hungary has. But Stan on Hungary, he's had a good game. I wouldn't blame him for this loss at all.
This is obviously bad for Hungary, but it is what it is. They are not the tanks that's going to decide the game, but they will, however, die.
Where did those German tanks go?
Actually, we've seen an Axis push in Greece. Look at this.
Okay, so Germany is consolidating all their tanks now. They got all of them in the same place. They have 19 tank divisions. This is their Ardennes offensive. So this
is the last hurrah of the Axis. They are consolidating all their medium
they have a good chance to
they are making another push here. They are encircling 1 medium Soviet tank has fallen to the Axis counteroffensive. We have all the Axis medium tanks just going ham outside Königsberg.
And all of those that were down in Greece are now going up as well. They are making a last push towards the Soviets.
Steiner's tank offensive will maybe push them back.
Yes.
And considering that Königsberg is also German core territory, they have bonuses here. This is not the Soviets' land.
Oh, that's true.
Or well, it is.
They're a bit too far east from Königsberg.
Oh, look here. This encirclement here. We have 3. Fall of Leningrad as well.
Okay, so the Finns are pushing. The Finns are pushing. This is the last hurrah of the Axis. And at the same time,
3
they are
Soviet
holding in
medium
Greece.
tanks getting encircled here.
They are holding in Greece just barely, but if they manage to make a proper push...
3 more Soviet medium tanks falling to the Axis counteroffensive that really came out of nowhere. Leningrad has fallen to Finnish infantry. And something is happening here that we did not expect at all.
This is great. This is great. This is what
the Allies are pushing out heavily from Greece, though. They are now into Bulgaria proper, and Bulgaria might actually capitulate at some point if the Axis don't do anything, because the Germans cannot be everywhere. Right?
But the Allies, they don't have too much stuff down here in Greece. I mean, they are outnumbered on the front here, and Bulgaria is pushing down. Oscar with Canada, he will have to retreat.
Look in Königsberg. We have another encirclement coming up here from the German tanks just doing work here.
Ouch.
This is a lot of Soviet
I'm looking at the losses. I'm looking at the losses right now.
That's 3 more Soviet medium tank divisions, penal divisions, and also infantry. This is very bad for the Soviets. The Finns have pushed out Leningrad, taking away a crucial supply hub. This is very bad for the Soviets suddenly. And the Allies are pushing in Greece, but it's a long way from Greece to Berlin.
Yeah, and they are getting a bit too cocky in Greece as well. I mean, Oscar's tanks in the east here towards Bulgaria, they are alone. They need some help. I mean,
the Axis are just overrunning this. Look at the Baltics here. We have Latvia and Estonia falling quickly to these German medium tanks. And we have the German production is pretty much non-existent, but they do have surpluses. Medium tanks, still a surplus of 321 medium tanks.
Okay, but that's new. They were in a deficit before, but now they are really...
Meanwhile, look at the Soviets, though, a surplus of 1,300 medium tanks. So the Americans have been waking up here. Still lacking
stuff happening in Greece as well.
3K radio.
It looks like it's Jonte's tanks from Italy. They are the ones pushing now. And Oscar's tanks in Greece are being pushed back. So the Greek front is actually stalling at the moment, at the same time as the Germans are making their huge offensive now.
And also the Soviets have a deficit of like 50,000 infantry equipment at this point.
They could be helped by the Americans.
Yeah, the Americans could, like, that could be the saving grace of this game, right? This is, the Greek front still in favor of the Allies, I would say, but they can't really have that much resources here.
Yeah, I mean, they are outnumbered. They are outnumbered in the Greek front as well. And we have a great comment here from Noah. Spreadsheets or micro? Who will win in the East?
Yeah.
Very true, Noah.
Very true. We see that Japan is back on 34 convoys. That's obviously not a lot, but it's not 0.
Yeah, it's a positive number.
And if it's a positive number, that means supply is reaching, but it's going down. You see, they are getting sunk left and right.
And the war will not be decided in the East. The war will be decided in Europe.
At this point, they should probably just give up India, consolidate a bit here, and not waste the convoys. But yeah, it's an interesting situation here. The German counteroffensive have done immense work. As I said before, you cannot count out Falk.
There's a naval invasion on Bulgaria.
3 medium tank divisions dead again.
The Soviets are naval invading Bulgaria.
The Soviets are naval invading Bulgaria, but they lost 3 medium tank divisions again on the Eastern Front.
Oh, wow.
This is very bad for the Soviets.
But there is no defense in Bulgaria. This could be the end for Bulgaria.
It could be.
I wonder if Trana will have to bring all his guys back because, there's nothing.
Yeah, this is okay. It might be very bad for Bulgaria.
There are a couple of Romanian, Marines there, but they don't have any organization.
They can't really do anything. If they can link up with Greece, then you have a broad front here probably. They are having green bubbles though. They are getting Burgas and they are getting Varna, and we do have a motorized division coming down here. I think the Soviets will actually fail this.
Another huge encirclement by Soviet troops on the Eastern Front.
Look at this. Yeah, that's another. How many medium tanks do the Soviets even have at this point? They must be running out, right? 15 medium tank divisions. So they still have quite a lot, but the Germans on 24 now. So the Germans have a very big advantage on tanks. Probably.
Where did those come from? Yeah, and just in the last few minutes, the Soviets have lost.
It's like we said, we had the break. The Germans talked it through, and they're like, we're going to make one big spearhead offensive in the north. And this tank counteroffensive from the Germans, if they link up with the Leningrad front with Finland, we're basically back in an Axis momentum on the Eastern Front again, with the exception of Greece, that is still firmly allied.
The Soviet naval invasion is being pushed out. They're trying to reinforce it, but I think it's too little too late.
Yeah, these Soviets are dying, and that's also 10 garrison divisions that cannot
they're just putting more meat into the meat grinder.
They just put in 10 more.
Look at that.
Very bad for the Soviets.
They did not evacuate. And now they're down to 3 million. They were almost up to 4 million just a while ago.
Yeah, the Soviets are choking hard here by the looks of things. We have the Germans are just making encirclements left and right with the medium tanks here. We have.
I would love to see those smug Allied faces right now.
Jesus Christ, this is a big pushback by the Axis. We did not expect anything of the like. I'm glad I didn't call the game. I was steadily counting on forward.
Yeah, you would never do that. You would never do that.
Look here as well. We have an. That's the AI. But the AI of Vichy France is making a naval invasion of Laura, and they're defending it.
Yeah, imagine if that was a player. Who knows? So we have a comment here by Einrub Erhard. That is an amazing comeback so far from Axis, and I have to agree. Who expected this?
Yeah, that was like that counteroffensive. That was something insane. No one expected that. He was counted out pretty much.
Another encirclement.
India is the saving grace of the Allies, but that's all the American troops here.
Yeah.
Looking over at India, that's like 72 American and Australian divisions.
Yeah, they have to stop flogging it out in India and get to Europe.
They need to do something now because the Soviets are on the back foot again.
Yeah, and this is like they really have to pivot now because the Allies, they were so smug. They were like, okay, just keep doing what you're doing. We're going to win. But now they really have to rethink this and get over to Europe. And we got some information earlier that there were plans to invade France. I'm having a look now in the UK. There's nothing here.
Yeah. It will be at least a year away or something before they do anything in France.
I mean, the French are pushing up through West Africa, but that's a long way off.
Japan now up to like 400 convoys, so they are probably doing, this is something they thought about. They have made a fallback line. They do not want convoys going into the Bay of Bengal anymore. They are saying, fuck India, let's tie up the American troops. But the thing is, the Japanese are needed here, because if the Japanese give up India, that's 77 divisions of prime American troops that are going to go over to Europe. The Japanese needs to keep threatening the India front.
Yeah, but I mean, if those divisions leave, then India will fall immediately.
Yeah.
And back on the Eastern Front now, where the main fighting is happening. Let's see, where are those 19 German tank divisions? They are a bit more spread out now than they were a minute ago.
They're doing like broad encirclements. Look here in Ukraine, around like Cherniv and these places. They are just running circles around the Soviet garrison divisions that don't even have enough infantry equipment.
I remember one game I was playing Romania, and I was playing Romania to Folk's Germany, and Folk had a bunch of tanks as usual, and we were on the Eastern Front, and a D-Day showed up, and he was like, "See you later, good luck kid, you're on your own." And my entire army got wiped, but he killed the D-Day invasion. I rebuilt my army, and I think I lost my entire army 3 times in that game, but we won in the end, and that's the power of Folk. He might be a I don't know, he's a conventional player, but he's a really strong player.
But we do have Norwegian troops flaking through India here. And also...
that's the AI front, the Northern Finland front.
Yeah, the AI front is kind of interesting, right? Because we also have this Iraqi troops.
Yeah.
We have Iraq capturing the north.
And the Belgian Congo was there before.
Yeah, Belgian
Portugal
Congo
is there.
This is interesting. This might be the death of 2 German medium tank divisions. Really the pushbacks that the Soviets needs right now. It's going to come down to a hair. They are going to die. And that is 2 German medium tank divisions gone that they did not want to lose. They are down to 21 medium tank divisions now, but still that's 21. But the Soviets managed to stabilize a little bit with this little encirclement here.
Yeah, they brought 5 of them back to the Greek front now. No,
we have
they changed their mind, so all 21... Okay, yeah,
new Soviet naval invasions of... Romania this time.
But those 5 German tank divisions in Greece.
Yeah, they are going to make
there.
short work of them. But that means that the Allied front is going to advance steadily to Greece. As I said before, the Germans cannot be everywhere.
Yeah, but I mean, the Greek front has been stable for a while now. Oscar has been trying with his Canadian tanks to move forward. I mean, usually in a D-Day, you have American troops in the mix, and you don't have any American troops right now.
Look at Spain, though. The Free French are making quick work of the Spanish territories.
Yeah, Hygge is a strong player playing Free France, and he's pushing up towards Spain. And Spain does not have a lot of gas left in the tank, I would say.
No, Spain is also the Axis are still having trouble in Greece. We said it was stabilized, but it's still moving steadily in the Allied favor. At some point, this is going to make a difference. Nothing much happening on the Eastern Front now. They are just logging it out. The Axis are trying for encirclements, and the Soviets are trying for counter-encirclements, but no decisive battles here. Line around India is pretty much stabilized. I would say that the Allies is pushing in. We have Indian war elephants actually doing some work here in the jungles, taking the airfields.
And there's actually some strength building up in the UK now. So we have American tanks training in England. So we are in June 1944, but the 6th of June is now, and there's no D-Day. There's no D-Day.
Yeah, we got a little encirclement of Soviet troops here around Vitebsk. I didn't see if that was any tanks or anything, but I'm going to check the Soviet. They now have 15 medium tank divisions, so they
are down to 2.7 million men in the field, so they lost 300,000 men since we
last. The
The
Germans, however, are down to 17 medium tank divisions, so they have taken losses as well. Here we see 2 medium tank divisions. They are meeting. Will the Soviets get them? They did. But will the Axis get them out? They did as well. And this is just...
And there might be a counter-encirclement.
This is the micro... This is really the micro and the macro meeting each other on the field here.
Yeah. It looks like the
Finns have pushed out a little bit in here. We do have some AI divisions from Vichy France, but nothing much happening in Finland now. Leningrad is in. If it comes down to points, the capture of Leningrad might be decisive, but from a tactical perspective, it's not. We do have Canadian tanks as well down here in Greece. They might have bitten off more than they can chew here.
Yeah, Oscar is really eager to make a difference, but it's hard. Meanwhile, in Asia, the Japanese are being slowly pushed back, but not very quickly. And they still have convoys left, so they're not about to collapse anytime soon. I'm gonna have a look if what the US is planning. Yeah, no US invasion plans anywhere. I'm gonna have a look with Allied battle plans on. Yeah, no sneaky naval invasions. The Japanese are though planning to retake Taiwan for whatever it's worth.
Here we have this is bad. This is bad for the Axis. We have a big encirclement in Greece.
Ouch.
So this is looking bad for the Axis. They do not want this happening. We have infantry division.
It's infantry
light
tanks.
Yeah, that's bad enough still. See if they are able to break it out, but I would doubt it, to be honest. The game is going on, but no one is making any attacks on the Eastern Front now. It's just calm going at this point. But 15 medium tanks in the German army, so they have lost like 5 or 7 or so after the Steiner counteroffensive, and the Soviets are up to 15. The Soviet is also recruiting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fully equipped medium tank divisions.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And they will hit the field in the 28th of September this year, and that's not too far off.
And the Germans are not recruiting
Meanwhile,
any.
the Germans are not recruiting anything. So we will have a heavy shift in favor of the Soviets in a couple of years. So the Germans really need to kill off some Soviet medium tanks, because otherwise they are going to lose all of this momentum. But it is a very impressive performance by Falk, managing to get back the momentum here on the Eastern Front, because we thought that was a lost cause. But yeah, it's looking slightly better for the Axis now. Only slightly though, because the Greek front is expanding, and the Allies still have the industry, and we see D-Days being prepared from the United Kingdom. And once they land in France, that's game over, I would say.
Yeah, having a look at the United States, they are training tanks. They are training some infantry. I guess they could train more infantry. They still have a bunch in their stock. No, they've actually used all their infantry equipment or sent it away. So they're at the deficit now in infantry equipment. So we can stop yelling at them. They have a bunch of horses, but what would they do with the horses? 18,000 trucks. That's what you usually see on the United States. So many factories, so hard to keep track of it all. Let's have a look in the UK, what's building up. There are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 American tanks. Nothing major just yet. Meanwhile, France is beating Spain slowly but surely. They are now planning a naval invasion as well.
Interesting stuff going on in Ukraine. We have encirclement. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 medium tanks of the Soviet Union. This is exactly what the Axis needed.
Will they be able to close it?
No, it doesn't seem like it. But if they had closed that pocket, that would have been could have been a deciding factor. Now instead, the Romanians are getting counter-encircled, but they might actually be able to get out as well, because there is nothing covering the front here. So it might be an equal trade. Erwin Rommel falls ill as well. That's not something you want now.
No.
The Romanians are dead, so that ended up being an encirclement in favor of the Soviets.
And I mean, the Balkan Bros did that on their own. There were no German tanks down south. They tried to do that on their own, but I mean, with infantry and mechanized infantry, you can't really fight against medium tanks. You need that heavy support from the medium tanks.
Yeah.
And
that was sad times for Romania, but yeah. And now we see the Soviet medium tanks coming back, trying to push out here and making encirclements, making a push. I don't think they will be able to get an encirclement, but they are pushing out the Romanians off the Ukrainian Eastern Front here. We do see also the Soviets are pushing back a bit in Finland. We have the Red Guards tanks actually making work up there. And the Finnish have nothing to put against this. It's just AI on the line, so they can basically drive to Helsinki with this. So that is very bad news for Finland.
Yeah, the German tanks are relocating down to the south, to the Ukraine front. And because that's where the Soviets have most of their medium tanks.
Another encirclement in Kherson. I don't know if it was any tanks. It might have been 1 or 2 tanks because the Germans are now down to 13 medium tank divisions. Meanwhile, the Soviets are 15 still. So the Germans are losing the momentum once again.
Yeah, there's a lot of people dying on both sides, but that benefits the Allies because they have more to take from. The Greek front is slowly advancing, but it keeps the Balkan Bros occupied. A small encirclement of Italian troops.
Yeah, but Finland has nothing against these tanks that are up here now. And once Finland falls, those troops are free. Something decisive needs to happen on the side of the Axis, but it doesn't seem to be. We have 2 small Italian divisions getting encircled and killed outside of Thessaloniki. And the Greek front is still working heavily in favor of the Allies. We have a light tank division of the Germans in trouble here in the harbor. It is the harbor though, but they will get raided on the way home if they evacuate.
Yeah, we had a small research here from the Axis, but it is petering out, and they are losing as much as they are killing at the moment. It looks like the Balkan Bros still have quite a bit of forces to be able to fill up the front line, but up in the north it looks a lot more sparse.
Yeah, we have Kiev seems to be holding, but they might not hold for long now that it's red from the Axis perspective. So
Hungarian
Kiev
troops
is falling to Soviet troops. And
Hungarian troops in danger here in Mogilev might become another encirclement.
Yeah, we have, indeed in danger.
Yeah.
I don't think they can break those out. We have the Germans still 13 medium tanks, but they are located at the wrong places on the front.
They're moving to Greece.
See a major point.
They're moving to Greece. All the German tanks are now in Greece, so they're turning their face to the Allies and see if they can.
Look here, we have a minor Axis push in Ukraine basically, and we have the German tanks going down to Greece to try to get the Allies out, but it is so hard to get them out here. It's the mountains, it's core territory it's very, very hard for the Axis because they need to get them out fast, right?
Yeah.
They might get them out in a year, but in a year the Soviets will be in Berlin if they don't have the tanks up there.
Yeah.
We do have a broad front attack in the eastern Ukraine front. 2 encirclements more here. We have some line anti-air being killed off, Hungarian troops. And it's small encirclement, but it's really starting to hurt because at this point they have nothing to cover the line. These Soviet garrisons can just walk into Poland at this point because there is nothing holding them back, right?
Yeah, there's still a lot of troops.
And here we have even another encirclement of Hungarian troops. They will not be able to get those out.
That was the Mogilev encirclement. They still have a lot of troops down in the south, and they even have a fallback line of troops, but they really need to get them up in the north because that's where the real big gap is. The German tanks, meanwhile, are down in the south, and they are pushing the Allies back. But are they able to encircle any troops?
The Finns are still providing good hold. I'm very impressed by the Finnish holding against these tanks.
Yeah.
It is like the Finnish infantry here. Look at their defense. They have 1,700 defense on this Finnish.
But because they're fighting on core territory now, right?
Yeah, they are. Still, though, like Finnish ski infantry with like 1 anti-tank.
Who would win, a Finnish ski infantry or a T-34? You all know the answer. Okay, a big encirclement of Allied troops down in the south. Thessaloniki, my God.
This is a lot of tanks actually dying.
Oh, wow.
This is what the Germans needed.
No, they weren't able to leave the port.
They didn't leave the port. Okay.
This is what I'm saying with Falk. Like you feel comfortable, and then suddenly he turns all his attention in one place, building his forces, and this might be the collapse of the entire Allied line down in Greece.
Yeah, I don't see how they defend against this. All the German medium tanks are now down in Greece. They are just making quick work of everything here. That was a big encirclement. They are getting slowly pushed out. They don't want to fight in the mountains with these tanks.
But are they getting pushed out?
No.
They are still rolling up the line because they killed... I'm going to check on Canada now. Oscar's tanks. How many tanks do you have left? 6 tanks. He had a bunch more earlier.
Yeah, this is looking very bad in Greece for the Allies. Nota bene, right?
But I guess they are They are moving back. They are stabilizing the line. Okay, so so Folk's offensive there might have stalled for now.
Yeah, still problems for the Axis, but actually, when Falk moved all his tanks down to Greece, I was like, yeah, that's a mistake. It takes too long to push, but if they actually manage to get the Allies out of Greece and refocus on the front.
Yeah, have a look at the front there. It looks like the Allies all turned east, and so there's nothing in the west
The
now.
Allies are pushing back into Thessaloniki, though, with 6 Canadian tanks.
Yeah, but there's nothing in the west.
that's
Albania is completely open. If you see Aloha Bar, which is the capital of Albania, as we all know, courtesy of the finest bra mod.
True.
And Falk is moving his tanks over to the west. And if he can, he might be able to break through down there instead.
The German tanks are literally everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Whenever you're like, oh, the Allies are pushing here, then you see the German tanks just appearing behind them.
Yeah, but the question is, can the Balkan Bros hold on while Big Daddy is away?
Yeah, that's the thing.
They are being pushed. They're being pushed right now.
Yeah, they're getting encircled here as well. That's the thing. Like the Balkan Bros need to not collapse while Falk is making moves in Greece. It's going to be a fight against the clock.
Yeah,
but
they need
Falk
to retreat.
is making fast moves in Greece.
Yeah. So the question is, who can kill the most in the shortest amount of time? They do have another fallback line set up to be ready to defend.
And look at this. Like the German tanks are just pushing through in a second. The battles last for like a day.
Yeah, they are all out in the west now, it looks like. They're spread out, but they have a fair amount over in the west.
We have a little encirclement, but that's a counter encirclement quickly by the Soviets. We saw 4 Soviet medium tanks here in an encirclement, but I mean, since they can't fight them, right, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the Balkan Bros are in trouble, I would say.
If the Balkan Bros encircle 4 Soviet medium tanks, they're just going to click them, and then they're not encircled
They're
anymore,
in huge trouble. They're losing...
No, they are encircled.
Yeah, another bunch of troops there from Spain and so on.
It's like 4 or 5 divisions. The Balkan Bros in massive trouble. The Allied Greek front also in trouble, but not as much trouble.
Yeah. That's a good summary of it. Saxu says, I called it for Axis, took a nap, and the Eastern Front is where it was, and I fell asleep. You called it for Axis. That's brave, Saxu Liv. That's a Victor move.
Yeah, that's a very early call, I would say. Looking at the things now, I would say it's still possible for the Axis to win, but they have very big problems. The Balkan Bros are not at all able. Looking at Kherson here, they are just getting encircled left and right. They should make a fallback line at the river to try to stop the worst bleeding here.
I think they had a fallback line, but
they are just getting
the Soviets
overrun.
are just collapsing it, and there are not enough troops now to hold the line. They need to fall back even further.
They are just dead, getting overrun, getting killed left and right. There is nothing to cover the front. They are able to get some more infantry out, but without the German tanks, there is actually nothing.
Yeah, and now the German tanks are heading back east.
The German tanks are heading back east.
German tanks on tour.
Yeah,
and they are heading back east, and let's see what they can do. They will probably, I think the Allies by now have told the Soviets, look out, the German tanks are not here anymore. And the Soviets seem to be...
Yeah, we have 2 Soviet medium tanks here doing an encirclement, but I think they are worried about the German tanks.
Yeah, they should be. Okay, so this looks like the last of Spain's good infantry being encircled there.
That's the last of the Franco-Africa Corps. They have been fighting since the very beginning of the game, but now they are dead at last. Looking over at Spain as well, you see naval invasions of Portugal, naval invasions of Cadiz, made by the United Kingdom. So Spain is also in very big trouble here.
Oh, yeah. And like I said, most of their good quality troops were over in the east. So they still have some... Oh, are these the original Africa Corps?
Yeah, that is the original Africa Corps.
But they've been
They have
beefed up.
modified them a bit, but
So
we are paused for some reason here, but...
Let's have a look. Did anyone leave? Snusgaria disconnected. Kisselera disconnected. Yeah, who knows what those names mean.
Yeah.
So who are invading here? Okay, it's Sarge opening a new front. And he's supported by Badger here on the UK.
The Free French are back in force, right? They have gotten back the west of Africa. And
he's got a sizable army now, 32 divisions in total. And what kind of quality are we talking here? Oh, look at that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, good enough.
When you use those spades as a symbol, that usually means it's a bad division, but this is not a bad division by any means. And what about these guys? Seems like he's.
Yeah, we have a demand of going over to Andreas here.
Oh, request.
Request, indeed.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking if we're able to do that, let's go over to the Axis house.
Yeah, tell us, Andreas. What's the what's?
If you're losing and you know it, go for nukes. So we have a Menti vote up. Who is going to be first to research nukes this game? If you want to vote, go into menti.com and use the code showed in the screen here. The code is 79209512. And you can vote who do you think is going to be the first country to go for nukes. And we are going to show the results sort of somewhere on the screen as the game keeps going. We are very excited. Who do you think is going to be the first to be the country going for nukes? And I think we might have some votes coming in already. Yep, we have one vote for USA, we have one for the UK. Do we think, oh, India is coming up as well? Votes are coming in. So come on, guys, vote. Show us who you think is gonna, well, I'm not saying win, but who is gonna be first to go for nukes? Because if you're losing and you know it, go for nukes. Okay, this is exciting. There's a lot of people polling right now, so please, guys, if you're listening, if you want to add your opinions to the poll, who is going to be first to research nukes? Is it going to be the United States, who are clearly leading the poll, or is it going to be someone else? Japan is good at electronics, and some of the miners do have some really cool research bonuses. Denmark is unfortunately AI controlled, but they're really good at nukes, actually. So just go into Menti and enter the code 7920799512 if you want to vote in this poll. And I'm going to try to sneak a peek behind me and see whether the game is ready to start. I think the game is ready to start. So we're going to keep the poll going for a while and back to the studio.
Då väntar vi på någon signal kanske. Ja. Okay, so we're back. We're back. We didn't hear, we didn't know, but now we're back and we're speaking English, so you guys can understand us.
Indeed, we are. And one thing that I thought about now is that this is really the core of the Bergagårdhof game, right? Because when you do a grand game, when everyone is sitting at home at their computer, then if all your tanks get encircled, you lose 1 million men, you lose all momentum, right?
And you cry in your loneliness.
Yeah, then you're gonna be like, okay, it's like 7 o'clock. I can have some dinner. I can okay, we capitulate, right? But now you're here. You're going to sleep in the house with all the other people. You're going to eat food and drink beer.
Yeah, you have to face them across the table.
Yeah, and the game is going to end when it ends, right? So you have nothing else to do than to just keep fighting, right?
Yeah.
And that's why these Bergagårdhof games often get so exciting, because our closest games, our games where there have been the most shift in momentum, interesting new things happening, even late into the evening, is this physical LAN event.
Yeah.
Because when everyone is sitting in the same house, there is really no incentive to give up, right? Because you're still going to be there.
Yeah, very true. So it looks like Spain will get invaded. They do not have much to stop the Brits or the Free French from landing. And looking at their backlines, they do have some infantry. Let's see, where were they? They do have some infantry of I'm on the naval map mode, of a better caliber, but not too many of them. Okay, let's see. These guys are on the Eastern Front. That won't help him. Let's see here. Yeah, this is just shit infantry. These little goblins, they won't stop anything. What happened to the? I thought I saw some Africa Corps units in in Spain proper, but apparently
No,
not.
they were on the Eastern Front, I think. Looking at the divisions here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Hygge core units. We have one here in the encirclement, one outside the encirclement. They're all on the Eastern Front, and half of them are going to die in a short manner of time.
Yeah, I guess Folk could send his tanks over, but it's a long way to Spain, and by the time he gets there, the Soviets might already be in Berlin, and the Greek front as an ulcer in the Axis European stomach, that won't go away either. Let's see, what there is. Are there actually some encirclements happening here right now? There might actually be. Look at this. Yeah, we have some Canadian tanks and some British Marines.
If the Italians click,
who may be in trouble, but it's not the Germans doing it. So it's I think this is Italy doing it, right? Italy does have some tanks, but they're not there. So this is just who is doing this? It's South Africa. Okay, so not really an encirclement then. Okay, so German Marines. Yeah. Okay, so it's the German Marines who are encircled. They're about to get rolled upon. I wonder why I can't see the bubbles right now. Can you see the bubbles? No, there are.
No, I can't see. If I tag into Germany, no. I think we need to let the game go.
Why are we paused? Really, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, there is some talking up on the second floor. I don't know.
I don't suppose they're surrendering in the Allied team.
I wouldn't expect so.
And we are far ways off from the banquet, so there's not any hard stop.
It might be the catering arriving.
Yeah, but that wouldn't pause the game.
Yeah, we can't take the catering in if the game is running.
Oh,
someone could do it.
Someone could. Okay, so anyways, what we were saying before. The German tanks are all on the Eastern Front now in the south. They will probably be too late to save the Spanish, but maybe they could make some moves. Let's have a look from the Soviet perspective.
What happened now?
How much do we have defending here? Yeah, there's still a fair amount of Soviet troops defending. They've even left some reserves in Moscow. I don't really see the Soviets falling anytime soon. They have a lot of troops just to pull back. Yeah, Folk will need to really...
Postal German Reich add one offensive the German Reich.
Okay, this must be Folk getting really desperate.
I don't know what is happening. I'm host suddenly as well.
Okay, could someone please tell me what's going on? I'm going to check here if I can see. Okay, so Badger said 5 minutes break, and that was an hour ago. That's not it. What's going on?
I have no idea what's going on.
Somebody tell me what's going on.
We'll see what happens, I guess.
Yeah,
we have the technicians going up to see what's going on.
There are many questions in my mind right now, Victor. Why is my beer glass empty? Why are we paused? Why did Folk give himself an off-map civilian factory? One civilian factory. I mean, that won't win the war. If he's going to cheat, why not cheat?
I guess it's the host tool, right? Because I am host now for some reason. So if I click here, I can just...
Yeah, don't. Please.
No, I won't. But
why are you a host? I have so many questions.
We can white piece the Soviet Union and the Axis. Nah, I'm not going to do it. But still, it's possible.
Anyways, the Belarus, like we say in Swedish. But
yeah, I don't know what's going on now. But I guess
could someone please refill my beer?
Yes.
Please, my throat is getting parched, and it's a hard knock life for us.
Yeah, indeed.
Please.
Yeah, someone is writing now here.
They are actually professional stream technicians, but sometimes they have to refill beer as well.
Yeah, indeed.
The French one, please.
Okay.
So, if you're just joining us, you're in the end of the Second World War, and it's ending. It looks like much in the way it did in history, except things are a bit different. So in the east, the Japanese supernova, they managed to reach Japan. Oh, you're
I lost
you're out.
connection now. I
We're
think
rehosting.
We're doing something at least.
Why did I not lose connection? Someone saying go. Yeah, you were the only one disconnecting.
Oh.
Anyways,
I lost my internet. Maybe.
in the east, the Japanese they had a pretty good showing of it, as you can see. They made it. They even took Sumatra and Java, but then they were pushed back. They were about to kill India. They took out India's almost entire army, but then the Allies responded, and now they've been in a slog for quite a while here, back in the mountains close to Bangladesh and Burma. So it's not going anywhere quick anytime soon.
I'm back. My Ethernet cable fell out of the switch.
Oh, that's thank you so much. So that's in the east. I had a look at the navies earlier, and Japan still has a navy. It's not completely gone. They have some heavy ships. They did have some super heavy battleships. Yeah, here they are. But they are repairing at the moment. But as you can see, they don't really have a lot of naval supremacy anywhere. The Americans. Okay, so we're waiting for Victor to rejoin, I think.
Yeah, I would imagine so, but it says 0 players here, so I don't know. Oh, no.
There we go. In the meantime, the Americans, they have a few more ships, but not ridiculously more ships. They are also repairing on the west coast in the United States, but they have enough of secondary navies that they are controlling most of the sea zones around Southeast Asia. So we won't see the Japanese doing any naval invasions. The Japanese are in a slow retreat as of now. Meanwhile, in Europe, the Allies, they did a very early D-Day in Greece, which has been expanding. And yeah, they're not really pushed out really quick. But on the other hand, they haven't been able to be pushed out of Greece either. On the Eastern Front, we've seen some back and forth. The German tanks are now consolidated in one solid tank fist. And right now they are down in the south of Ukraine.
They're going to try to do another Steiner offensive in the south. And the thing is that these have been largely successful. Like the thing that Falk did in the north here, where he encircled tanks after tanks and got the Axis back on the Eastern Front, was incredibly impressive place. But he needs to do like 10 of those. And meanwhile, the Allies need to not push Greece meanwhile.
Yeah. But the thing I did not mention just now was the thing that might break this camel's back, the camel being the Euro axis. And this is the invasion of Spain. Right now we can't see the balloons here for some reason, but the Free French from Sarge and the Brits from Badger, they are invading both here in Portugal and here in Cadiz. And they are going to land. And there is nothing in Spain that can dislodge them. And the German tanks, which seems to be the only real weapon the Euro Axis still have, they are stuck on the Eastern Front, going back and forth from the Eastern Front to Greece. They cannot handle 3 fronts at once. So this might be the end for the Axis. But as we said before, if they manage to hold on, they still hold the majority of the victory points.
Yeah.
So they are still ahead on points, technically. But the longer this game goes, it looks worse and worse for the Axis. And...
yeah, it was due to the autarky mechanic.
Oh, which was?
You know the autarky mechanic? We had a game that pretty much ended because of that.
Right.
Because it's the bug, right? So when you have autarky and you lose a couple of resources, then you have 0 civilian factories, so you can't repair.
Right.
So they had to give Germany 1 off-map civilian factory so that they could actually click the autarky thing and not die. So that's why we have this stop. Now we have an explanation. It was paradox mechanics all along, and I guess Lucas stepping on my Ethernet cable once it was getting there. But otherwise we are back in business.
Yeah, I like that we can blame Paradox for all our issues. But I actually do not want to blame Paradox. I want to thank Paradox for all their support in pushing this stream. We've had a bunch of people watching our stream from the Paradox channels, a lot more than we usually have. I think we usually have a lot fewer viewers than we deserve. Don't you guys agree? In the
Yeah, I would agree. So we would deserve a lot of viewers. Like, look at this production quality. We have like people screaming in front of a webcam, getting 1,000 viewers, right?
Yeah, you have people screaming in front of a webcam, being extremely rude to each other, and they get thousands upon thousands of views. And you have these nice people drinking beer, having fun, being nice to each other. Bringing this wonderful entertainment, and we get, I don't know.
Tough times, tough times. Well, Dankus isn't here to defend himself. Now, cheers to you, Dankus. We love you. And also, we are going over to Andreas in the Axis house for a little poll. So, joining us now.
Prepare for some Der Untergang.
So, I have heard talk behind me of people talking about the big bomb, and we are still running our little poll. Who is going to be the first country to actually research nukes? So if you want to add your opinion to the pile, go to menti.com. Use the code 79209512 to add your vote to the pile. And let's see who is gonna split the atom first, and maybe also split the winnings of this game, or, well, at least win. So, please poll. We are excited to know who you think is gonna be first to research nukes. I know the people behind me have some strong opinion on this, but they can't poll unless they tap down the game, and I don't think that is gonna happen. So, as I said, once again, poll, and in a few minutes, maybe, well, in a little while, we're going to show you the final results. But I think there's still a lot of people with opinions on the game waiting out there, so join us and poll. Menti.com 79209512. So please poll, and please tell us your opinion.
Hello, and welcome back to the main studio here. We have the Greece front being pushed up. Finally, the game is going again. Everything has been fixed, and hopefully we will have smooth sailing until the end of the game.
And if you were tired of the Greek front, we have an entirely new front for you right now. The Spanish front.
Indeed.
In the sunny south of Spain, the Brits and the French are opening a new front, and the Spanish are alone to handle it. And they have only this dog shit infantry that are called Oogie Boogs.
Yeah, this is nothing to write home about. And the thing is, like, it has been an interesting development because the Axis are as much on the back foot as you would expect them to be at 1944, perhaps a bit less, but still.
Yeah.
And the D-Days have not been in France. They have not been around Hamburg, as we've seen once. The D-Days have been in the south of Spain and especially Greece. We were talking about that before the game, right? When they were saying, we are going to try an early naval invasion of Greece and see where that goes. That has really played to the advantage of the Allies, shifted the entire momentum. And we see now that the Axis have done a fallback line in around Poland and the borders to Hungary and Romania. So they are digging in, but I wonder what they are digging in for, to be honest.
Yeah, the main weapon left in the hands of the Euro Axis are these 13 medium tanks that are now close to Romania proper. They are in the back, they are recovering a bit.
As I'm saying, they might be digging in for a point win, but it's still like 1 hour and 15 minutes left. And at this point, I don't think they will even win on points because they've lost Athens. And they've lost North Africa, and they're losing Madrid.
The only troops that are racing back to protect Madrid are the 5 good divisions that Spain has left, who were at the Eastern Front, and they got the memo. They're heading back to southern Spain to protect, but 5 good divisions are not enough because we have the American tanks have landed right now in southern Spain.
And even the Asia Axis are getting their ass handed to them. Japan once again on 0 convoys. They have now lost Hainan to an Australian naval invasion. Taiwan is once again in control of the United States. Philippines never actually fell, and the Dutch East Indies is fully unoccupied again, so Fidde is back in the game.
One reason, though, that Japan is at 0 convoys is that 58 of those convoys are for naval invasion battle plans. So I love seeing this. Some offensives in the last minutes of the game, basically. So from Singapore, he's going to hit poor Fidde again. Fidde playing the Netherlands. It's his first multiplayer game ever. He got capitulated once, and now apparently Ivan, Stationary and Iverson, they want to capitulate him
in second time. But we did have the poll, right? Which country is going to capitulate first, and which country is going to capitulate second?
I thought the poll was about who will split the atom. Oh, you mean the poll yesterday? Yeah.
Yeah, the poll yesterday, right? So the person that wrote that she's in this 2 times is going to have a point on everyone else.
Yes, maybe. Or maybe Spain. Who knows?
Maybe Spain, because it is looking grim for Franco here. He will, I mean, this is just marching straight to Madrid, basically. American tanks in the plains of Spain.
Yeah.
And these infantry can do nothing against that.
Just a funny anecdote here, or detail. If you look at Spain on my screen, you can see that Franco is named Senor Oscarisco. That is, that if you become Patreon at a certain level, you get to rename a general. And sometimes a general is also a head of state. So Oscar did the only valid thing and renamed Franco. So now he's, Franco is called Senor Oscarisco. And this can also be you if you become a Patreon at patreon.com/HyggeGaming. You can become a true legend in our games. And we see here the American tanks.
And also the Free French here has gotten all of Portugal back, and they're linking up. Hygge is really like the Free French. He has been doing work on all different fronts. He has appeared where no one has expected him.
Yeah, I mean, August in Spain, he was beating Hygge in the beginning, almost all the way down to Free French home territory. But now here comes the revenge from Hygge, and
indeed,
and I mean, Spain is alone in this. There's no one coming to his aid.
Yeah, no one is going to assist Spain at this point. No one is going to. Because it's so far to Berlin here, they have to handle the Greek front, which is also rapidly unveiling.
Yeah, and I think Germany actually lost 3 tank divisions.
Did Germany lose 3 tank divisions?
Yeah,
well, that's basically it.
They just have 10 now. And they are down at
they can't even produce more.
They're down at the Greek front.
And also the Soviet
they're trying to do a big encirclement at the Greek front. Let's see how the Allies respond. Okay, so they have a holding attack here on Oscar's medium tanks. And they're trying to, they are retreating wisely. Let's see if they can break through. Probably not.
Yeah, they are. They are breaking through to the airfield here, the Axis. And the German tanks are once again trying to do a Hail Mary push down into Greece.
Yeah, they need to mop this up, kill everyone, and then go down to Spain.
They need to do it quickly. We are seeing a capitulation of Romania any second here. Once these Soviet tanks reach Bucharest, we are going to see a Romanian capitulation. We have encirclements of infantry here and here. Soviet medium tanks basically everywhere. And they even got back the airfield in Greece. So Bucharest now in Soviet hands. I would imagine, I'm going to check the surrender progress here in the German-Soviet war. Romania is 30% towards capitulation because they just got back Bucharest in the nick of time. So that was down to a hair because
but for how long?
They were literally at like 90% capitulation.
Yeah, and they will fall in just a minute.
I mean, we have the German tanks coming in. They might have actually saved Bucharest. I don't think it's going to save the game, but look here.
Let's see where they go.
Look north of Bucharest. We have an encirclement of 3 Soviet medium tanks. Falk is not giving up. 3 Soviet medium tanks dead again.
There they go.
Wherever Falk's medium tanks appear, no matter how few they are just doing work.
Yeah.
I had the war screen up. Like, we are going to clip this after the stream, but he was down. He was surrendering. He was at 99%. And then Falk just comes with his tanks. One more.
Oh, yeah. They are just rolling up this Soviet
and looking over at the Soviets now. They only have 12 medium tank divisions again. Falk is doing so much work with the tanks.
Have a look at the Romanians here. The Romanians are completely stunned. They're like, what? I thought we were retreating. Okay, I guess we're advancing. And Löfgren, controlling Romania, is like, okay, I guess...
Look at the Greek front now. They had to give up the entirety of the Greek
and Spain.
front.
Let's not look at Spain. Let's not look at Spain.
Let's have a little look. United Kingdom, Portugal is expanding their territory.
Okay, so the new front in Spain is at the border of Spain. So Spain is putting a bunch of troops in the north of Spain, but if he capitulates, those troops will... There he goes.
Yeah, that's Franco with Spain gone, and crazy game we're having here.
All those troops that were at the Pyrenees are now gone. That's a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, that's a very big mistake, because how are they going to shore this up? With German infantry. What do you lack? German infantry, right?
Yeah, look at Romania again, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Falk is doing so much work.
Yeah,
There's
he's just
insane plays
punching
by
left
Falk.
and right. He's like, I didn't hear no bell, and
It's just, he just cannot be everywhere.
yeah, that's it.
He is doing so much insane plays wherever he is. With those
Or
tanks.
Sticky. We've been saying Falk a lot,
Sticky.
but Sticky is his co-op, and who
That's
knows who's controlling what.
We will ask him at dinner, but I mean, this is.
Yeah, and now he's like, okay, Romania, I cleared that up for you. You're on your own, kid. And okay, so Romania is back to holding. The Soviets are a bit. Let's see, how much do the Soviets have to push with? They still have a bunch of stuff.
The Germans are trying to retake the initiative a little bit, but.
Okay, so now they're trying to save
Yeah,
Bulgaria.
the German tanks are going down again to Greece. The thing is that Greece is so close to the south.
That's it.
So it's quite fast. You can drive the tank.
Yeah. Spain is not though.
From Bucharest to Thessaloniki, you can just go in between with the tank.
And now the front lines are very open. Okay, here we are again.
But if they're going to take Moscow, they need German medium tanks.
Yeah.
And if you're going to defend Spain, you need German medium tanks.
Yeah.
So if you have to drive the German medium tanks between Bucharest and Thessaloniki, you're probably fine.
Yeah.
But if you have to drive them between Smolensk and Bordeaux, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, he's trying to do a big encirclement here. He could kill the Canadian armor, which would be a big blow. Let's see if he manages. They are spread thin
they are
now.
trying. They are really spread thin.
Could this be the last hurrah?
Falk making plays again here, Sticky.
Could this be the last hurrah of the German tanks, or are they actually succeeding? Oh, look at this.
They might actually get counter-encircled here. It might be the last hurrah for
There's
real.
a lot. He's got his holding attacks down, but there are British troops coming in from the west.
It's gonna be really, really, really hard.
There are British troops coming down from the west as well. Yeah, they are safe, and
Yeah,
suddenly the Germans are encircled.
Yeah,
Ouch.
very ouch for the Germans.
Yeah, they're down to 8.
They couldn't really, what are they supposed to do in that case? They're down to 8 medium tanks now, but I mean, that was not a bad thought, but yeah.
Yeah, and I know the Allies are cheering every time they kill one of these German tank divisions because they are the devil. Meanwhile, Spain is gone, like we said. There is a semblance of a defense here. It's looked like the Atlantic wall is now the Spanish wall.
Yeah, I think the Allies will have some trouble pushing into Spain, but I mean, looking over at Great Britain now, the Atlantic wall has been pretty much dismounted in order to defend all the other fires.
Yeah, but I
you
mean,
could just do a naval invasion with garrison troops at this point and just get the entirety of France back. So.
Yeah, but I mean, the Atlantic wall, they could have been moved down a bit earlier, maybe saved Spain. I don't know how much difference that would have made, but yeah, who knows? Let's see. Okay, so the 8 tanks remaining. Okay, Romania is almost dead again.
I think this time Romania might actually fall, and this time Bulgaria might actually also fall. 3 or 4 tanks encircled. If these die, I would say that's the game. Look at these 3 German medium tanks. If those die, that's it. They didn't die though, so it's not it. But
so they still have a chance, you say? Maybe.
Slim chance. But now we have one more of Falk's tank getting encircled.
Okay,
here.
Francis is wondering about Asia. Very valid question.
Yeah, very
Asia
valid
looks
question.
Quite static. I wonder what happened to that.
I mean, Japan is having trouble in India, like the Americans are.
Oh, okay. So the Australians, they are out for blood. Einars, he wants revenge for his friend Hygge in India, and he's naval invaded in the back here of Singapore. So Malaysia is contested, but
that's Bulgaria down. And the capitulation led to 3 more German tanks getting encircled here and 1 more German tanks.
Does this mean who will be the second country to surrender? Is that Bulgaria?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Why haven't I seen the
But we have the Germans. The Germans now, they did their very best, but they are now down to 4 medium tank divisions. Meanwhile, the Soviet line of production has panned out. They are at 11 though, so they lost a lot, and these are not fully equipped. But looking at this, just a couple of more medium tanks, and the Soviets are going to have 10 more.
And the Germans are down to 5.
Germans are down to 5, and they cannot produce anything anymore.
It's about to be 4.
Yeah, they do have 1,400 medium tanks in stockpile though.
But they stopped producing a while ago, I guess.
Yeah, they're getting pushed in the south of France. They're down to 100,000 manpower, and they only at limited conscription, but it's. Why did that censor the face of Albert Speer?
Okay, so somebody killed Hitler.
Yeah, somebody killed him. Why is Albert Speer the fear?
I think someone can explain to us the okay.
Okay, yeah, anyway, Albert Speer is going to turn in the capitulation rather soon, I would say, because
And
this
I
is
think
looking everything.
I'm
in
ready
the
to
Allied
call
favor.
it. I'm ready to call it. I think the Allies are going to win this game, actually.
The Allies are indeed going to win this game. The Allies are indeed going to win this game. It's just a matter of time at this point.
Having a
Even
look at,
Finland is breaking.
Yeah,
and
but he's still holding on.
He's still holding on and looking over at the casualties. We still have Finland causing the Soviet Union 1.5 million casualties.
Yeah, let's have a
Meanwhile,
look
they
at
have
the
lost
casualties.
500,000. But the Finnish are now down to scraping the barrel and they have 0 manpower. And the Soviet tanks are up here in force now. So it is done for Finland.
I mean,
we are going
Finland-
to see a capitulation any second now, I would say.
Finland has lost 700,000 men, and that's Finland. They don't have much manpower to begin with. Having a look here. Oh, yeah, Hungary playing infantry. He's lost 1.3 million to the Soviets, 1.4 in total.
Yeah, we have all of Romania, the last of Romania. They're holding Bucharest, so they have not capitulated yet. And that is their supply hub. So they are getting supplied here.
But I didn't get a message about Bulgaria capitulating.
I got.
Okay, yeah.
So
So they were
Bulgaria
the
is
second
gone.
country to capitulate.
Yeah.
F's in chat for Bulgaria.
F's in chat for Bulgaria, indeed, the second country to capitulate, but they will not be the last because they are going to fall like
Yeah, we had a
dominoes
question
at
if the
this point.
Pyrenees are holding, and they are not holding because there's nothing here to hold. They were just a bunch of German garrison troops, and they are facing American armor. They are facing the Free French.
Yeah, the American
strong
armor is
infantry.
here in force, looking over at Japan, India, like the American armor is just running into China at this point. It's
And
just
now-
an attack on a broad front.
Yeah, now it's a race towards Berlin. Who will get there first?
Singapore is about to fall back into Allied hands. The Australians have done a big encirclement of Japanese troops here in British Malaya, or once again British Malaya, I would say.
But are they? Let's see. Will they be thrown out?
The Allies are cheerful here, I hear them. Up there, Bucharest falling, that's Romania gone. And that is the Romanian government going into exile. And then we have a invasion of Hungary proper. Who will reach Berlin first? I'm ready to say that that's the Soviets, but it's not a foregone conclusion.
No.
The American armor is moving very fast.
And and as you all know, if you want to surrender to anyone, you don't want to surrender to the Soviets.
But also the thing here is that the Germans still have a little things here.
Yeah, but there's nothing in the east.
Nothing. But these 4 German tanks, like if the Soviets keep moving here, Falk is just going to encircle some more of them. Or Italy for that matter.
Yeah, but these
Meanwhile-
poor guys. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah. The German infantry is all down in Spain. We see the American tanks moving up. The third country to capitulate will be Vichy.
What happened to Romania? They must have capitulated.
Romania has capitulated. They are dead. Hungary might be the second country to capitulate, or
the
Vichy
third.
France. Third. So we might actually have either Vichy France or Hungary. It's a race against the clock at this point.
Okay, let's see if we can get the final encirclement here from the German tanks.
The German tanks have actually reached the Soviet snake at the front lines here. They have pushed them out and they are encircling.
And there we
Soviets
go.
again.
Another encirclement.
The German tanks are back. Even with 4 German tanks left, they are still punching and they are still fighting for Germany. But this is done for the Germans at this point. But
Yeah, the war might be over, but the deaths of Soviets are not over
that's
just yet.
true. Francis is right. Spain capitulated first, actually. So we had Spain as the second country.
Very
then we had
true.
Romania as the third country.
No, Bulgaria.
Bulgaria as the third country. And then we had Romania as the fourth.
Yeah.
And we'll see Poland is falling. The German tanks, though, still on the front here a bit.
Alone.
I wonder what they are going to try to do. We
They
have
are so alone.
one Romanian infantry in Berlin in order to make some sort of hold here.
Yeah, this is...
The Americans are moving up through Vichy France. I think Vichy France would be capitulated.
But look, Finland has sort of recovered.
Yeah, that's true. Finland is actually back. We were
I
saying
think
that Finland's going to
They may
capitulate.
be a bit forgotten.
Yeah,
There goes Hungary.
there goes Hungary. But
A good game by Stern.
we have to
F in the
consider
chat.
that Finland is actually significantly larger than they were at the beginning of the game. They've gotten
Yeah.
back all the territories they lost in the Winter War and
Yeah.
about half of the Kola Peninsula.
Norway has a bit there in the east, but yeah, who cares about that? Okay, so we got cheers.
We hear cheers from.
Is
that the capitulation that has arrived, maybe? Or is it an encirclement? Because I haven't seen anything of the sort. But we see the Italians also falling. All the fronts are falling. The Americans are just running up here.
Okay, we have a weird thing here. If you look at Sicily,
yeah,
there's a railway gun from the United Kingdom, but it's in Italy, and Italy controls it. What's going on there?
Weird things indeed. The Soviets are moving in towards Berlin. The Americans are also.
Yeah.
We'll see who reaches Berlin first.
Yeah, Folk is regrouping with his tanks in Berlin. He's thinking, okay, what's our next move? Where do we go from here, boys?
Yeah, I think, to be quite honest, the Soviets have quite a head start, but that might be bad for them because they are closing in on Berlin. But Falk still has 4 medium armor here, so he can maybe get an encirclement, and then the Americans are going to.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Maybe. So we have a comment here from Munster8472 that Finland should get a medal for best player or something, and indeed he might actually get that. Rosen, one of our strongest players, he already has a bunch of those medals. We have greatest play medal, we have greatest grit medal, we have MVP medals.
Right. The Germans actually have the Volkssturm now.
Okay. So he got some spawn-ins here.
So he did actually get 30 divisions spawn-in. These are infantry divisions.
Yeah, they're not shit.
Quite okay.
20 width, a bit of anti-tank, a bit of artillery.
The war is definitely over, but the fight might not be completely over yet.
Yeah, and the question who reaches Berlin first is open. The Soviets are very close. But he just ran into all those freshly spawned.
Yeah, but all the Volkssturm units are on Berlin. But they are holding their core territory because now the Soviets are fighting in Axis core territory. But they have produced this production line that they had of the tanks. They have probably pushed them out now, equipped or not, right? Yeah. So now they have 23 medium tanks. Meanwhile, Falk has 4.
I'm having a look at what Italy has left. Italy is being split in half right now. By the Canadian tanks under Oscar.
We do see Falk here trying to push out the Soviets from Berlin. They're going into Seelow. We have Stralsund, Rostock falling, but Berlin still holding. Rome has fallen. Rome has fallen to a Canadian tank.
Yeah, it's Oscar and his Canadian tanks. They're just racing ahead. Let's have a look at Oscar's tank divisions now as we're nearing the end here. They were quite impressive. He hasn't given them their medals, which they are due. Maybe he should have. Yeah, nothing really special. He's got mechanized and still one motorized in the divisions, but they've still been trading quite well. Yeah, so I think, or I don't think, I know that this game is over and we are about to end. So right now we're playing for glory. It can still be some
this game is
good
over.
fights.
We have the hard end at 8, but we are going to see a capitulation before that. I can pretty much guarantee. Yeah. Germany is going to try to make some last-minute holds here, and I don't know. I mean, we know like Falk and Sticky, they have potential with these even 4 medium tanks, but I think they will just get overrun and encircled at this point.
Yeah, because those 4 tanks, they haven't moved in a while. I'm wondering if maybe Falk has just given up, just left the computer, taken a breath, and Sticky is the one just still fighting. Because usually Falk controls the tanks. Berlin is about to get encircled.
Yeah, he is moving the tanks now. He's moving them into Berlin, but if his tanks get encircled in Berlin, then he's the one encircled, right? So
yeah,
they have green bubbles here. It might be.
Yeah, let's have a look over in Asia again. It's always interesting to see what the map looks like. Yeah, they managed to throw out that allied invasion of Malaysia.
Yeah, so, Japan is holding. They are still controlling Singapore and the British Malay.
Always look on the bright side of life.
Yes, indeed. We are looking on the bright side of life here in the Axis house. So, this was an amazing game, I must add. We have done some great gaming here. It's really, really impressive, really fun. We are a little bit overwhelmed here, indeed. And the spirits here are great, or at least there is a lot of spirit here. And hopefully we're gonna get some content and some interviews going on. So we're gonna try to get some interviews from this house, and I think we're gonna get some content from the main studio as well.
Main controller of the Soviets. He says it's not over yet. And why is it not over yet? Because you have not yet taken Berlin, I suppose.
We want to take Berlin.
Yeah, he wants to take Berlin.
So we can't get to it.
Yeah. Look at this border goal.
Like we said, it's a competition about who gets to Berlin first.
Yeah, indeed, and that is that's the challenge here. But the Soviets have surrounded it, so they're gonna get it.
Yeah, and so here we have Boppus, the main controller of the Soviets. We have Sean over there and Remefors, all of them playing the Soviets, and they're looking quite satisfied at this moment. And in just a few moments, you will see this will be converted. We'll take down all the computers and we will set up the banquet.
Indeed. But I have a question here. Don, what did you feel when they did the counter-offensive there, when you thought you had won and everyone was so bloody smug, and then he just started encircling tanks left and right up in the Baltics?
Which of the 25 counter-offensive? I don't know which you're referring to. We have been counter-offensive like 200 times.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, we lost like 8 tanks in Romania. We lost 8, yeah.
But I want to talk also, Badger. The naval invasion of Greece.
Yeah.
What was that? Because we heard that was a plan in the beginning.
It was a brilliant move. No, okay, so the idea was to take the small islands outside of Athens, because I saw that there were like these dotted lines, so if I just landed with the garrison unit there and built a port, then I could defend like a proper landing without them being able to throw me out. So that's how I did, and then I just built up all the air bases all around, and then when we were ready with all the air support, then we went for it.
I was a bit worried for you though when the Spanish counteroffensive came, because it looked like they were going to take Thessaloniki and then they were going to, encircle the entire Allied landing. But then apparently the Spanish Marines were shit, complete shit, and they didn't do anything.
Utter shit. I was a little bit worried for 5 seconds as well, and then I saw them melt against one garrison.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was fine.
Yeah. But after we had that pause and the Folk, he consolidated all his tanks in one clump, and suddenly things got a bit scary for the Allies again. What was the mood up here then?
I mean, we were a bit. I mean, we were very conservative, and we were mindful of him coming back, but. We were a bit worried when he started to snake us along the coast, because we've seen that so many times before, like PTSD moment.
And that's Berlin down.
Yeah, that's the fall of Berlin.
And that is probably the game over. Democracy has won this time. I think it won last time as well, but I think the Axis got the one before that. So
yeah. I think we can say the game is pretty balanced, because it's a pretty even split between Axis and Allies wins. And I really hope you've enjoyed the stream today. We've been casting since 10 o'clock this morning, Central European time, and I hope you will join us again to tune into our channel. Once a month, maybe we do these games, but they're not live like this.
I mean, this production quality we've had today, like a big applause from the Allied team to our great technician Johan here. We have had...
Gabriel.
Yeah, and Lucas and Gabriel and Andreas, we've had technical difficulties. Every time you do new stuff, every time you increase the production value, you almost always also increase the points of failure. It's pretty much like Spain joining the Axis, right? To increase the production
Or it's a
value
bit
of the
like
screen.
it's a bit like sacrificing 800,000 Indians to win the war, you know?
Indeed, indeed. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you so much for all of your support. If you want to see our guides, go to our YouTube and subscribe. If you want 50% more guides, become a Patreon member. You will become a 50% better player. Right, cheers.
The glorious Mr. Falk, the man of the hour, the person who has been managing all the tanks all over the map and has done so much this game. Please tell us, how does it feel?
Well, it's bittersweet, of course. We had a great game, we had fun, and isn't that the most important part? I got to shoot Hitler.
Winning is the most important part.
I got to shoot Hitler at some point. More than half the game had Speer instead, which I wouldn't say he's a nice character, but he's nicer than Hitler. That's something you say.
Yeah, that is indeed.
Can you agree with me that he's a nicer person than Hitler?
Yes.
Thank you.
He's literally better than Hitler.
Yes.
No, but you built some amazing tank division, and you were at pretty much every front. So how do you feel about that? What did you build, and how well did it work?
For the first part of the war, it did work great. We were outstanding them, which is basically you have more stats than them, and and that lets you do encirclements. You need less divisions to beat their amount. But at some point, I think we got out.
Okay, so the ending wasn't what we were prepared for. We were the technicians. We are signing out in disgrace. But thank you for watching, and thank you to everybody that made this stream great. Thank you, and good night.